Carean Cooper, welcome to Team Trek Podcast.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to be here. A little anxious, nervous, but we're good.
I'm really happy to have you out here. You drove in. You didn't drive straight here from home. You drove through here by way of an event.
Yes.
What event was it?
So this was an invisible poker run put on by Sean with Nautical Salute.
Nice.
There was also Stalls. He's with Veteran Benefits for 22. There's also Reaper and a few others, brothers that were involved in that. Loose Wire. They all came from kind of out of state. Those two did actually.
Nice.
And then there's also James with Heroes in the Sky.
We met him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, James is awesome. No, I wanted to go out there. I was supposed to, and my daughter's 10th birthday was the same weekend. I was,
Yeah, family first, bro.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's that's so important. But I'm really happy to hear that you got to go, and we're gonna get into that kind of when we get, I guess, to the latter part of your story. But welcome to Team Trek Podcast.
Awesome. I'm excited.
Awesome. Okay, so I really want to catch the audience up at home and do a 50,000 foot view of who you are, Coop, and that's where you're from, kind of how that family life was growing up, okay. And then your journey up to we're gonna just go ahead and spoiler alert. You were in the Navy, right? So you served in the Navy. So Coop's a vet, and let's get into your story. Where are you from?
I was born in Grand Junction, Colorado.
Colorado girl.
Broncos
fan?
No.
Oh, wait, all right.
No. Okay, get this. Whoa, no.
Cut.
Don't even cut. No, because get this. I don't really watch NFL anymore.
Okay.
And back when I did, I understood the game. And I'm a really good sportsmanship. So, man, I gave credit where credit was due. And, I wasn't like a hardcore, any fan-ish.
So tell me you weren't a Dallas fan though.
No,
growing up
Cowgirls,
there
never.
You go. Okay, cool. Because we are similar, and
yes.
we grew up around the same time. So the Cowboys were crushing it during our high school days. I remember.
Oh yeah, them early '90s.
Yeah.
We got that Emmitt Smith,
Troy
Aikman, Deion Sanders.
I had a
whole line. Oh yeah.
One of my teachers thought I looked a lot like Troy Aikman, and I think she gave me a lot of latitude with my grades because of that. Miss Wilson, maybe. Thank you for that. Right?
Wow.
Anyhow, okay. So back to your story. So Grand Junction, Colorado.
Yes.
How was that? What was that like?
Well, I lived there till I was 9.
Okay.
It was rough. I had a very rough childhood. Was not the easiest at all. I had a mom and dad that split when I was very, very young. So I went into, the world of being raised by a single mother.
Any siblings?
Nope, I am an only child. Biologically.
Violet, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just you and mom from right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning, yes.
Okay.
She had her demons. We'll just say that. Very, very deep ones. So I went through a lot of, I would say it's a form of grooming.
How old was she?
She was 18.
When she had you? Okay.
When she had me. She didn't get to graduate. She says it's a whole thing. I don't know a lot. Okay. I don't want to speak on her words, but we'll just say, being a teenage mom, I can, now looking back, I wasn't that, but learning and stuff, I give her gratitude, but she put me through a lot. There was grooming for a perfectionist. I had a grandmother who I spent a lot of time with, her mother. So, my maternal grandmother. I spent a lot of time with her. Grew up a lot at her house. That was the farm. I grew up on, so that's where I learned how to love the animals.
Oh, okay. Now, what was grandma like?
Very stern, very strict.
Okay.
Very properized is what I called them.
And that's how your mother was raised then?
Yeah. Okay. Going back in just their lineage to kind of put some light on, I guess, their past to my beginning. My great grandmother and grandfather on my maternal, but the dad's side, my grandpa's side.
Okay.
They were best friends with Richard Nixon.
Oh.
So they were very, very involved, in political world, his world, around him and his friends and all of what we now know as the elite.
Right. Okay.
And so, I remember as a kid, young kid, going out there and being around them and, I had to be put through
Proper.
etiquette school.
Yeah, you had to be proper to
So that's
to
why,
fit in that
I have a
circle.
very good posture and I sit up, people can question that. I was groomed into that.
Okay.
And, and there were, some parties and stuff I had attended around. And so I've been around, some very high end people and all that. So, it was, you must act a certain way
Sure.
while out in public. And it was a lot of childhood of, sit there and you can be seen, but you are not to be heard. You are not to be any disturbance or bring any, embarrassment to our family. So that's how I was very regulated. I was very stricted. My summers were out in LA. Yorba Linda area is where we were, where my family is from. My great grandmother, a lot of people don't know Yorba Linda is, you have to get permission to live there from a board. And my great grandmother was a part of that board. So my family was I grew up very rich. There was money everywhere, the best of the best, one up from the neighbor.
Right.
But very, very dark inside the four walls, and very different outside of a very hypocritical, very gray area childhood.
Okay.
Very toxic. You walking on eggshells at all times.
So what was kind of the punishment if you got out of line? What was the fear?
It depended on the mood of her, and the severity of the embarrassment that I had caused upon her. So I learned, very quickly how to play a game of, when and where of what I can do and cannot do. I became a perfectionist child at a very young age because of that. So I went in, my grandmother, answer that. The punishments were just depending on how much of an embarrassment I was in her mood of the day, depending on her substance use of choice for the moment.
Okay. Physical violence or?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. First instance of that I know of that I was told was at 2 weeks old.
2 weeks old?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I from the stories and everything that I have been told and what I put through on the healing, and medical, I state it actually started in womb. She always used to tell me that she wasn't going to get fat just because she was pregnant. I do know that she was a substance user then as well. And I, state now that I know of the reasonings is because, I have a severe case of scoliosis, which scientifically is reverted back to, the baby didn't have enough room in womb to develop.
Wow.
And I have a very compacted back frame. So yeah, it's very, very hard individual to unfortunately have been born from.
Okay. So is it safe to say there wasn't a lot of love felt in the house?
I don't ever remember saying I love you. We didn't say that. That was not there's no. My grandmother, the one thing that she would do that I still love today for what it was, because it was the one positive of my childhood, is a very, light touch. When somebody just is like coming, you're laying there watching a movie, you know, and your partner's just kind of like lightly touching and rubbing on your arm. Yeah. Gentle, very, you know, very gentle, very loving touch. That is my all-time and only thing that I actually could associate with love for the longest time.
So getting into school age, how's that now translating? How are you acting in school with friends?
Kindergarten, first grade, I think I was in the principal's office for bad behavior 2-3 times a week.
So you were acting out pretty early on.
Oh, I had very bad anger issues. And I was a scrapper. I learned to fight. I had to learn how to literally physically fight.
Were you being bullied? Something going on at school to where that was the case?
In that young of age, I don't remember. But I do once I got a little bit older, and because I had moved out of Colorado, and then I really experienced bullying then at a little, about 6th grade is when fifth grade is when I remember it starting with me.
So as you're getting in trouble, what is anyone concerned? Anyone talking about what's happening?
No.
Cause?
No, it's the same thing. During that time frame, she was then married to her second husband. And my punishment from him was to be locked in my room, like all weekend. No access to a TV. I could use the restroom, obviously. It was just right outside my door. But I could not go downstairs. I couldn't go in the kitchen and get food. I was not to leave my room. And I was just locked away. No communication, no nothing.
Just isolation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
You said this was her second husband, so your stepfather.
Correct, my first stepfather, yeah.
So you said they split really early on. Where's your father in all this?
So that's another key in the story. When I did start school, apparently the story be told, I remember bits and pieces, so I unfortunately I don't believe her, but when I have a memory of, then I can put 2 and 2 together and say, okay, you know, there is a belief in what she is saying. I remember about 4 years old, I was told my biological father actually took me away to try and gain custody of me. My birth mother is a very vindictive woman and will do absolutely anything needed for her own personal gain. And I do believe that she did that and twisted that in a way in order for him to not gain in that, and somehow got full custody of however. Because when I started school, because his mother, which would have been my paternal grandmother, she worked for the school system. But on my school records, my name is completely changed. And I don't have a birth certificate for that name. But my school records reflect a whole different name. You know, what was she doing? Trying to hide me?
Yeah.
You know, so I didn't find this out till way later in life when everything started coming out after, you know, and a very unfortunate event. But, you know, looking back now at that, I'm like, what the hell was going on?
Yeah.
You know, why are you trying to hide me in so much as you're changing my name, you know, in a system so that they don't find me? So, you know, and I'm sure, you know, whatever traumatic event that I do not remember within, you know, when she says that my father took me and she's trying to get me, I don't remember that time frame.
You say you're 4 to 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. my next recollection in life, besides, I did have one outlet. You know, I did rodeos, horse shows. My grandmother, and so you know, I kind of remember a little bits and pieces of that in the life, you know, in the ears. But the next recollection and memory that I have in life is not until I'm about 9 years old.
You pretty much suppress everything besides the horses.
Yeah, because that was my happy place.
Yeah.
I had the horses, you know, and my show life, my rodeo life that I went to, and, you know, those sentimental touches, the only one piece of a loving gesture that I had. Everything else was chaos.
Does any of it, do you get bits and pieces? You mentioned you kind of get bits and pieces here and there that kind of contradict the way your mother put it out.
100%. Yeah. Later in life, I reached out to my biological dad's side of the family and learned a lot of more truths that I look at them in their life and who they have and around them, you know, analyze the situation and look at them and go, yeah, kind of, you know, leaning towards that more trustful than
right
what I know of truth.
Okay. So at 9 years old, you're going to school. You said you left Grand Junction, or are you back in?
So, incident happened at 9 years old. My birth mother and my first stepfather were very abusive to each other as well. Okay. Again, I do not remember the incident. It is still blocked I cannot get even therapy, you know, we're trying everything. Hence why I'm here to get this to open. But the incident that happened was I got beaten so badly on my back from my neck down past, you know, to my half of my thigh. I was just blacked and blued. And I say on a quote unquote status that the only way for her to keep me, you know, and quote unquote, you know, not have to take me in or, you know, get reported, you know, or anybody show up, was for her just to get away from him and make it, you know, an all deal of, I don't know the full situation, you know, but at that point of time,
okay,
she left that stepdad because of whatever happened.
So he did this to you?
Yeah, he was a part of it. I don't put it past her that she was too, though. Is what I'm trying to, I guess, put that in there, because she had already done that. But she was very good at manipulating a situation and, you know, placing blame on a whole other person, as it was just totally his fault.
Are we talking about like a potential fall that happened, like one thing, or are we talking?
No,
continuous
beatings on me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And you don't remember much about it. What are you
All I
told?
remember is I was on my bed and I was laying down and I was crying, and I had, you know, I was in my pillow and I was hurting. I was crying and I was laying on my stomach because my back was all messed up. And I remember her coming and sitting down on my bed next to me, and, you know, and like pulling up, you know, the back of my shirt, and just, I had it all the way down my back up to the middle of my thighs, just bruised, black and blue already.
Jesus.
Yeah. So, and the next thing I know, she's leaving him, and, you know, we move into a duplex there in Fruta, right at a little town right outside of Grand Junction.
Okay.
Yeah. We were there for a little while. Life got a little bit better. You know, she was still not great, but she was better. You know, we kind of got along. I thought, you know, at that point, little short period of time, that, hey, maybe, you know, it was just bad situation, guy around, you know, she was getting beat on, you know, obviously, yeah. You know, maybe I could, you know, I'm going to have a mom now and, you know, right. Getting good. And then she met my second stepdad, and they ended up dating and all of that, and he moved us down to West Texas, Midland, Texas.
Okay. And how's he?
He was good to begin with.
Yeah, you have a relationship with him a little bit starting off?
I tried.
Okay.
I tried. We tried. Not starting off, in the beginning, I was a resilient, little girl that was like, "You're taking my mom," like we were just getting along. It was going great.
Okay.
So I did put up as a child, a resilience to another man. It's a natural thing, especially, if children had gone through a bad situation and it's just now turning good. The change.
Yeah,
Nobody likes
just
that change.
Defense mechanism, yeah.
Yeah, trauma response, everything is a wall built. But eventually we tried, I was 9.5, 10-ish, around that age when she met him and we moved to Texas. That was 5th grade. That's, it was a hard move. Anything and everything I knew was in Grand Junction. That's where I grew up. That's where I had my rodeos and my friends, from the horse shows, rodeos, and just all of that. I got ripped from that. And that was the only thing I really had. My horses, my animals, the farm.
Left everything and everyone you knew.
Yeah. Yeah. And that it's hard for a kid. It is. But, it looking back at it now, it was, one of it was horrible, but one of the best and coolest things that I ever had to do. That's how my path had to go to, kind of shape me. So
that's right.
But that's 5th grade, and then I said that's when the bullying is starting. Texas is a hard state to come into if you didn't originate from. Everybody calls it, it's not a state, it's a country. It's a different mindset. I don't know if you've met a lot of people from Texas, but they're very prideful. I'm from Texas, and, okay.
I know some people from Texas, and I wouldn't disagree. There's a lot of pride in their home state.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. It's just sometimes you kind of side eye.
Yeah.
Why are you? Who cares? But the coolest thing, growing up in West Texas or Permian Basin, that come from all of that, I grew up in an area that, I don't know if you've seen the movie Friday Night Lights.
Oh, yeah.
That was the life.
Yeah.
Football, Friday nights, high school. Rawr.
See, it just
Wild.
Sounds amazing. Sounds fun to me.
It is. It is. So, 5th, 6th, 7th grade, you're finding yourself. They're normal years. Yeah, I got bullied. I was a skinny girl, normal bully, stupid stuff, I wasn't developing enough. And I'm like, well, you guys make fun of her because she's too overdeveloped. Like, what is your deal? Make up your minds.
There's no right answer.
No, yeah.
At that age, you're always going to find something. Kids are evil at times.
Yeah.
They're evil.
But, back in that day, I was weak. I was way weak back then. And I took that stuff pretty hard, know, and I have a different name, my first name, Carean. Not a lot of people know that. I go by Coop. I've been Cooper since, age 12 when I started sports. But it is too, because, they look at the paper and I always know it's me at the doctor's office because they're like, how do I say it? I'm like, that's me. Just call me Cooper. Cool, bro. No problem. No problem. But, and they made fun of my name. I got, chlorine, Clorox. And I'm like, at least I'm clean and disinfected. The fuck is your problem?
So you try to take it pretty well then, as far as
I do now. Yeah, I did. I tried back then, but let's be real. We're kids. We're trying to find our own.
Yeah.
We were already self-conscious because we're going through an awkward looking stage. Everybody does.
You're absolutely right. The difference, when we left school, it ended until the next day, and now with social media, and it's just those little things that used to be really innocent for us, or say, it made us resilient. It's a whole different level these days with that ability, right? So, not to, I just don't want to.
No, but same philosophy though.
Yeah.
Okay, joke about it.
Joke.
You are the one person that knows your insecurities better than anybody else. Make a joke.
Yeah, and I think they were all picked out, as you're a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And your body's changing, everything's. Yeah, I mean, I went through weight changes. And I have these big old satellites on the side of my head, and it's just there was a lot of anyway.
Right?
We'll move on.
It's all the fun stuff.
I was bullied as well, and it was.
Yeah.
Again, made me who I was, right? Made me who I am today.
Right.
But that resiliency it seemed like it was maybe easier for us because we had that separation from school and home. That
most definitely. But yeah, so like I said, fifth, sixth, 7th grade, got some bullies, made some really good friends too, just because, I have that little funny personality. I've always been real quirky, sarcastic, kind of darkish humor, it's the only way I could get through. I had to survive, besides y'all learned to just learn, first 9 years of my life was pretty hell. Yeah. But 7th grade comes along. I'm starting to get a little bit more, athletic built. Okay. I'm very an athletic built girl that, now and then. I just got to the point one day where, when I had moved, I was like, oh, I'm going to be a better person. I'm going to quit being stupid in school. And I was always great academically. Like I am too smart for stuff. It just, I never had to study or do homework or anything. I just, okay, here you go. And I got
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I don't boost on it though. I just, whatever. It was just a thing for me. But, but when I moved, I didn't want to be, the angry kid or any of that. So I tried to change, I tried to not pay attention to it or, feed into that or go right to, bust him in the face, or whatever. That can only last for so long. With somebody, especially somebody with a trauma who, already had that in their Pandora's box. Just because it's in that box don't mean it can't be opened.
Yeah.
I keep it there and I want to leave it there. Don't push the button to open it.
Right.
But it got opened in 7th grade. And I hurt a girl pretty bad. Pretty bad. Blacked out. Just totally just went, just ragged all on her. Everything I had came out. Her face, chain link fence, met few swipes. It was bad, and, I remember just, craving just came upon and sparked a really, a kind of whirlwind cycle within myself. Yeah. So that was 7th grade. People see it. People talk. People start
rumors.
I live in West Texas. Not a lot of people. If you are not from West Texas, you don't understand West Texas. We had the railroad tracks, and if you were on that other side, your colors better be shown. And you better be representing, or you better have your numbers, or you better, them signs are all over. I'm not talking about street signs,
Yeah.
They recruiting, they like, they love those numbers. I came from a bad family. I didn't have that. They're really good at gaslighting and manipulation as to, hey, yo, we're here for you, come on in. So I never officially joined, but I had, a quote unquote, boyfriend who in that lifestyle, gang lifestyle, that's what it is, street lifestyle. In that lifestyle, if you get claimed by one of the high ups as yours, you are theirs. Don't nobody mess with you. You're there, like you are claimed. Like you know, you're property. He claimed me, you know, and made me feel loved and, you know, accepted. I'm a young kid. I'm not doing anything. Like I'm not sleeping with him yet, but you know, it's the love bombing like crazy that they do, especially, you know, on the females and stuff. And especially when one of the higher uppers claims you, you know, you don't get traditional initiation, you know, and there are two different ways that girls get initiated is either, you know, have a bromance with a whole everybody, or, you know, you go to the girls and they get to just pound on you until they're done. And you better, you know, if you could survive it, you in. You know, that's how you got in back in the day. I didn't have to do either of those. That also, you know, boosted me up and thought I could just be, you know, bee's knees in a freaking hay barn and do whatever I wanted. I could, but that was, you know, so I got in a little dangerous. You know, I was street slinging. And
what was the day to day like? And we're talking 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, 12 and a half to probably, 14 and a half. You know, I was in it, you know, we partying, smoking it, you know, drinking, just, you know, that was really the big thing back there. And, you know, we didn't have all this other stuff they got now. We did, but it wasn't as prominent, you know, back in those days. Like,
seems like street fights were pretty predominant, you know.
Oh,
just
yeah.
A lot of fist fights, and
fist
a lot
fights,
of drinking,
drive-bys.
a lot of was there a lot of drive-bys there?
Not a whole lot. You know, we're not a huge city, but people are dumb and they're everywhere. So there was a couple.
There wasn't as much killing nearly back then. It didn't seem like, at least people used to fight hand
it
to
was
hand,
more
fist
hand
to
to hand.
fist.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if if you're sitting there and you're talking shit, you know, on someone or whatever, and you're telling them, yo, you know, we gonna meet up over there at such and such time, you better be showing up with just your fists. Don't be showing up with no weapon and all that crap, because you will be, you know, you're gonna be whooped by other people. Like, what the fuck you doing, bro? You want to just scrap him? That's what your fist. That ain't with a weapon. You know. So back then, it wasn't hype.
Why do you think we looked at it so much different? We weren't trying to kill each other back then. I think we had more respect for life, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was more of just a, yo, bro, you gonna respect me, you know. You gonna respect, because that was a huge thing back in the day, too.
Respect,
you gonna respect. Yo, respect, bro. All the time. It was nothing except for respect. You know, now they fight over, you know, the stupidest of things. Just, I don't even know what they are now.
Yeah.
They're GTA in real life, and it's just dumb.
Well, and that was kind of I didn't want to allude to, you know, the video game stuff, but do you think GTA had an effect? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, everything has an effect. I can't say it's just on one thing. I'm not going to place it on one thing. That's, you know.
I mean, I was playing Mario Brothers and I was slaying dragons, you know what I mean? And now the kids, exactly. And now the kids are slaying, you know, what looks like everyday people. You know, it's so it's so realistic. I wonder if it's, you know, numbing the.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they took it from, you know, a fictional, you know, stuffed
magic
bear,
world.
whatever. Yeah, like cartoon or, you know, stuffed animal or whatever to. Sometimes I don't even. I'm like, is that a video game?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that the news? Like, what are you doing? But yeah, it's scary, and yeah, of course they're trying to desensitize us and.
Just
You know,
as
caring
you know,
for each other.
as the gangs have evolved, and as you know, when we were kids growing up, the way you describe it, there was a lot of that going on in my town as well, and it was kids feeling like they didn't have love at home. They were searching for that family feeling, and
that was it,
where they can feel wanted and feel like they were part of something because they weren't part of anything at home. So that was, I think that was a pretty common, as we grew up.
Yeah.
Now the gangs they seem to be different. I don't know a whole lot about it, but
yeah, I haven't been in it since 14 and stuff. Like, but no, and it was and we were kids. It wasn't like we were in Ingleside or fucking downtown Detroit or Chicago or something. Those are a little more intense. But even the smaller gangs, they're looking at those as their mentors. Sure. So it's not like they ain't doing the same thing. It's just on a different scale.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I played around in that game. It was fun. It was chaos. I didn't give a fuck about life. I was good at school, so all I did, here you go, okay, bye. Went out, got high. I didn't give a fuck. I was passing all my classes with little to no effort. I was causing chaos on the street. We were out, selling marijuana, drinking booze, street racing cars. Just fuck it. Kind of life.
So, and that goes all the way into high school?
About 14-ish, 14 and a half. Okay. About ninth grade. Unfortunately, the dude who claimed me, for him, he went to prison he got caught up in bigger shit. His life, his story, just that's where it went.
Okay.
But because of that factor and because I was claimed by him, I couldn't be claimed by anybody else. That's not how that game works. That's you don't fuck with the bros person, all that. I had a choice. Either I could be initiated in by the two ways, or because I was never officially initiated in, I was grandfather, whatever they want to call it. Just you can walk, but don't ever fucking diss on us or go to the other side or
right.
Kind of an NDA signature thing back then.
Sure.
Fuck yeah, I'm walking. I was not about to go through either one of those, even though I was a really good scrapper. I mean, I was sent out on scrap missions. I was sent out, we got this one bit because we don't fuck with her, we're the dudes, but we need you to go. Go what? What am I doing? Well, such and such and such, and I need you to bring, blah, blah, blah with you because, that's what kind of deal y'all getting into.
So that was the work they would have you put in. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because there's always work.
Sure.
You ain't just going to get in and just like act like you're going to sit around and not do. No. They have tasks.
Yeah.
It is a cult. I put that in that category.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So how's high school now that you're no longer affiliated with these guys? Who are you?
So I put myself. I put myself. I mean, my parents obviously had to pay for it, but I got into softball, drill team, dance. Put myself in. Went to school. Was still doing good in school. All that. But needed something to fill my off time so that I didn't, go out and do chaos. So I went softball and I always liked to dance. So I went, drill team, dance squad at the high school, got into that, started pounding away. I made All-American, dance. First time I was up, first audition, really good at it, all right, cool. I like this. It's a neat outlet. Continued it on until into my junior, halfway through my senior year. I walked away. I started it, but the instructor that was there, I didn't like the way she talked to us.
Okay.
I wasn't going to put up, with a downgrade coach. So I walked away.
Respect thing again, yeah.
Yep. A respect thing. Softball was still kind of there, but the high school thing, I wasn't great at it. It was just fun.
Yeah.
So, it was a high school, sometimes you just leave it in high school.
Okay, so what are you planning for? You're leaving dance. Your senior year's kind of changing. Are you focused on what the future's looking like, or what are you thinking?
Yeah. So I'm, stopping all of that, going crazy. 17 years old. I go to the military recruiting office. I step in the front door. I had our recruiting office. You walked into a door, and then you had little offices for each branch.
Air Force is over here. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Marines.
Of course, Air Force. No. I think Air Force is in the back because it was Texas cooler office. Bougie chair thing.
Makes sense. You got to go through the gauntlet to get to the Air Force.
Right. I was not interested in the Air Force back in the day. But we all say, I should have went Air Force because they got the bougie stuff.
Well, what did you know about the military before you walked into that recruiter station?
My grandfather was Navy.
Okay.
So, he had gone Navy. Never really talked about it. I always had an interest. I was, just cool shit, Of course, and then, men in uniform. Okay.
Any patriotism going on through your blood?
Yeah. 100% always. I do say, great grandfather was best friends with Richard Nixon, and I know he went through all his crap, but, he was still, for this country, and he became president, and there's something there. So obviously my family's, we're all very, very love America. I am completely honored, and I am not stupid that I am a woman born in America. Thank you, Lord.
That's right.
Thank you, Lord. Yeah, I've seen and studied way too much. I'm good here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you knew, just the military spoke to you, and your grandfather had some time in the Navy. So is that where you're leaning?
No, first one in for the Marines.
Oh, well, you did talk about men in uniform.
Yeah.
They do have some pretty slick looking uniforms.
It was more so. I had my path. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to go JAG officer.
Oh.
Yeah, I was
like the law.
I love the law. Very legal minded. Very that way leaning.
And JAG was a TV show that was very popular back then. I remember my dad was a big fan of it.
Yep.
I don't remember the actors, but
I don't either. Yeah. But JAG, MASH.
Yeah.
All those little military things, influences that we used to did have good stuff. But yeah, that was it. It intrigued me, the way that they stood up in the courtroom, the prestige, the respect. I was like, I could do that. I was slinging drugs on the fucking streets, getting whatever I wanted from them. Why couldn't I go up in a courtroom, on a positive note, turn myself around and, do it rightfully and get rid of stupid asses like me that were doing dumb stuff.
Make a positive impact.
Right. Yeah. Turn myself around, make something good out of myself. So,
so you walk into the Marines.
I walk into the Marines, and, kind of sit down, talk to them. And I was like, I was like, yo, I know, there are Marines and then there are Navy, and there's all branches, but, main two I was looking at, kind of just because of, the paths that they had to offer through their courses. Cause I'm a studier, I'll go in and research stuff and was even doing it back then. And I don't know. I didn't know if it was the vibe or just whatever, but Marines just didn't catch it for me. Navy was right across the way. I was like, oh, cool, Department of Navy, same deal, right? No. But, excuse me. That recruiter, I get, just kind of, I get hook, line, and sinker, I guess. And,
what did he say to you? Or was it a he?
Yeah, it was a he. They sent me off, did my ASVABs. did all that. I have my score.
You still wanted to be JAG? Is that what you
Yeah.
you,
Oh,
you
yeah, I
led
told
in
him.
with?
I was like, yeah.
I want to be JAG.
I want to be JAG, or I want to be down a course of getting me to become JAG. Because I knew that, it was an officer. But
I don't know what that path even looks like. So
it would be, yeoman legal assistant, or you could do operations. But because I wanted to start off enlisted and learn my way through.
right.
As I had told you throughout our days, a day here, I think it was today, that I placed myself into things I want to learn more about.
Yeah.
I'll place myself in the center of it, and so
absorb.
So I was gonna be the badass, military girl who started off enlisted, went all the way through, all the way up to whatever rank that was the finished of the enlisted, and then go to officer school and become
Tom Cruise,
warrant
and Demi
officer.
Moore, and,
yeah,
right?
yes, yeah.
A Few Good Men, right? Like that was. You can't handle the truth. All right,
that was my primo movie of. Yeah, I want that.
So you go to the recruiter with that. I want this.
Mm-hmm.
What's your path look like?
He sets me up. I go take the ASVAB. I, score minutely. He's like, you can do anything you want. Choose a path. This one. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Let me start off in operations. Back then it was IT, intelligence technician, information technician. One of those two, can't remember because they changed it to OS, which is operations specialist.
Okay.
That was, I went in as an IT. Under that, he was like, great, you got 13 weeks of boot camp. You got to get done in 13 weeks because this is a hold spot, kind of special school. They play, it's a placeholder.
Pipeline,
right. Exactly. Yeah. They are holding your place. Mm-hmm. You have a reservation. Yeah, get through boot camp. You'll breeze through it. No problem. You'll be there. Blah, 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 blah. Cool. Okay. I'm 17. It's December of 98. I signed the papers. I hadn't really been home. I was living on the streets. I was doing my own thing. I didn't really be at the parents. I was not there much. I tried to keep myself busy so I was not at that house. Because home life was hell still. Very, very bad, very toxic. I made, my birth mom come in and sign papers to me to ship her out.
Because you're 17, you have to have her
17, yep. So I went in, to delayed entry program for a little while and kept me honest, kept me straight, kept me semi-straight. I was doing good, but I had couple of events happened that next year that were kind of bummer. One was a bummer and one was a very big impact on me. So I got caught up in a quote unquote was told a senior prank. Come to find out the kid that had done it actually broke into the vehicle and they thought I was associated with it. So it was a big mumble-dumble mess. I got locked up at 17, went into general population in Midland County.
Oh no! So you're on a delayed entry.
I'm
to join the military as soon as date X, and now you're in general pop.
Yeah, because I had people knew me. You got a reputation upon yourself. It's really hard, especially in that same. It wasn't a big town back then.
Once
kind of
you're
like
known,
it is.
It's hard to change that reputation.
It is. And even though, I had been out of it for a few years and not really around it, it's still there.
Yeah.
So when old dude had went and did what he did, I had been sitting in my car, smoking out in my car with a friend. And that friend had actually just got out and she went to her car and we were saying our goodbyes. And, I went to sit up in my seat, and adjust myself to get ready to put myself in driving stuff. And the acquaintance I knew from school, because he wasn't really a friend, just acquaintance, he rolls up, he's like, hey, yo, where are you going? Can I get a ride? All right, whatever. I'm going this way. Cool. Is that fine? Yeah, okay. Get in the car. Yeah, no, he had, I guess some stuff on him from the truck and all that, and they thought that I was waiting for him, and it was stupidest thing ever. I'm like,
You
I
just
didn't
got
do
caught
it.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm part of government property. But I can tell you that experience, I knew then at that one point that side of those bars was not where I wanted to be.
How long did you spend?
48 hours
Okay.
at 17 years old in general population with all the other criminals. I had a girl who was in there that her and her boyfriend got caught with a bomb in their trunk. I had a girl that was in there at 19, pregnant with her third kid, slinging drugs. I had other older ladies, that had been in and out. I'm just like, what? And back then, down south, there, like I said, there was still tracks. And if you lived on that side of tracks, your melanin was a little darker, what we usually wish for, but they get. But unfortunately, how the world sees, the division of stupider than I'll get up. But
yeah,
back then, even in the jails, general pop, we divided, we have, this cell of us down here and that cell of them up there. And then God forbid if they're two different sides of the colors, they got to be separated. And it was scary. I was a
48 hours was
kid.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, fuck no, this is not for me.
So what the judge ended up doing there?
He was like, you stay straight until you leave for boot camp. I can't do nothing. You government property. I'm like, yes, sir, I am. Thank you. Roger that. I'm out. So yeah, it was, I got, I think, there was a little bit of, I had to come in, show face, character.
Kind of a probation.
Yeah, and did she really do this type thing? Because Midland County's not an easy county either. If you quote unquote fuck up, like you fuck up, like they're strict as all get out and they don't give a fuck. And it was, my recruiter even showed up for me.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, she's not really this, kid. She's, she's got a rep, but that ain't her. She's been good for a couple of years and da-da-da-da. And so it was a whoa moment, like shit, my life really could have been that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, thank God, thank you, Lord, I'm on papers, that was a blessing. That was him going,
Just kind of a reminder real quick before you leave.
Yeah.
This is what you're leaving. This is what your life was going to look like.
Big time. Oh, that, yep.
So you ship off. Where's basic training?
Well, before I ship off, there's one more. So, I graduate high school. Cool. Everything goes golden. I had a best friend that I had gone to high school with every day. He was cool when I didn't want to be home, and I didn't have anywhere to go. I wasn't working. I wasn't playing sports, wasn't doing nothing. I'd call him up and I'd be like, yo, bro, can we go drive? That's always been my thing. Go take a drive. June of 99 was really the first time that I had ever experienced someone taking their life. I went to go check on my best friend because I hadn't seen him and I was about to leave in August. End of August was my ship out date right after I turned 18. Went to go and check on him. Walked up to his door. He, unfortunately lived on the other side of the tracks. Didn't care, I didn't give a fuck. But I walked up to his door, went to go knock on his door, and I heard a gunshot. Okay, he lives in a bad neighborhood.
Yeah.
White girl, whoop, right back to my car. I didn't know where it came from, what was going on, what direction, safety. That was my mindset. Get the fuck out. Hit deck. So, I got in my car, kind of looked around, and was like, what the fuck just happened? I know I heard a gunshot. One? Okay, that was weird. Drove off. Because, I'm freaked out. I don't know what to do. I don't want to get back out of my car.
Yeah.
I drive off. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have social media. There wasn't any of that shit, and you know, his mom wasn't the fondest of me because of lifestyle, you know, everything. So it was a little rougher back in the day that, you know, if you didn't have, you know, if the house with all the bikes at it, you kind of didn't get a hold of your friend.
Yeah, exactly.
That was Friday. Saturday goes by. I had gotten busy I don't remember. I think work, whatever, life, you know, my stuff. Sunday comes, go to church. He didn't show up. Everybody's like, I was kind of a little late. Everybody's already there. You know, I walk in and there's just this feeling, you know, I'm like, what's going on? You know, like what's happening? And everybody, you know, they're giving me the look, you know, of, oh my God, you know, does she know? Or has anybody told her? Or, you know, are you going to tell her? You know how people do that. Mm-hmm. I had a couple of my friends walk up to me and be like, yo, Coop, you know, do you know what happened? You know what's going on? And I'm like, no, what's up? You know, why the fuck is everybody we're at church, yo. I thought we're supposed to, you know, it's supposed to be happy, right? Why are we all somber? What the fuck? Who died? Then they told me. I don't remember what happened. I think I passed out. I lost all capability of any sense of anything. That was my first quote unquote mental breakdown. I don't even remember the next couple of months before I left. I just fuck it. You know, I walked to my recruiter's office. I was like, you know, because I had kind of joked when I first, you know, went in. Because, you know, I'm joking in dark humor. And I'm like, hey, you know, here to sign up to, you know, kill people legally. Ha, ha, ha. You know, they're like, you can't say that. I'm like, I'm joking. You know? Like, yeah. Kidding, you know? But, you know, fucking trauma does some crap to you. And you walk into the office, you know, saw my recruiter. And I'm like, yo, I'm ready. Can I go die? That's what I signed the line for, right? Just shit me the fuck off. I don't care what I do anymore. So I go off with that mindset, you know, to boot camp. I didn't care. Why? Just lost my best fucking friend to something stupid. And it was over a girl. Like, you fucking dumb, bro. You know how many other girls there are out there? Yeah. But it's fine, you know. I go to boot camp. Woof. Let me just put that out there. Any of y'all thinking to go to boot camp? Greatest thing ever, but woo, it's rough. You know, it'll take you out of some of your comfort zones for sure. You know, first couple of days, you know, you are in processing. You're going through. They're doing paperwork. They're telling you do this, do that, go here, go there, and you're like, oh, I don't know what you just said, but okay.
Yeah, like cattle, right?
Like cattle, yeah. So, you know, I get through all that, get assigned to my division, get assigned to my barracks, you know, Great Lakes, Illinois.
So now you're out in Illinois. You want to take a break real quick and
sure.
You want to keep going? It's up to you.
I can keep going. You know, just tears coming down. It is. It's realness, man. It's realness.
Absolutely. Okay, so now you're in Illinois. Where'd you say it was?
Great Lakes. It's Chicago area, but it's literally like on the lake there, and the compound. I call it a compound. The base there and all that. You know, they call that Great Lakes. We all in the Navy refer to it more so as Great Mistakes. Yeah, it's Great Mistakes. It's fine. But yeah, I get shipped off. You know, little girl from West Texas. Growing up, you know, this kind of glamorous life, you know, got to experience some cool stuff and all that. But I go up to Chicago, Illinois, and it was a whole new world. You know, that's up north. I mean, I get there, you know, August 31st was my tap-in date.
99,
August 31st, 99, best year ever, yo. But yeah, you know, got tapped in, got processed through, got assigned to my division. Start boot camp, right? Start going through everything. Navy is infamous through their PT. You know, they fill up our sea bags and we're to carry it around and pass it and all that. Well, boot camp, I get you know, our sea bag, quote unquote, pretty much tossed at me by a bigger kid. You know, he's a pretty big, hefty boy, and that sea bag is about 75, 100 pounds, depending on what's in it. You know, I'm a pretty skinny girl. Clocked me just right. I went up and over and sprained my ankle and, you know, kind of messed up all that. So I had to go on med call. And if I remember, you know, when I signed up, he said, hey, get through that 13 weeks. You know, you got that dedicated.
You're on a timeline.
Yeah. Yeah. That got strict. I was on med call if I could have what they called recycled back in a quote unquote time frame that gave me of a week. You got 1 week to recover. You know, you can recycle back in and go back right back to your division and, you know, not miss too much. We can get you caught up. I couldn't do it. I tried everything, you know, wrapping that thing, putting my boots tight. Because on med call there, you know, as long as you are still able to, you know, march or PT or something, you know, they still try that with you and they're, you know, try to see your limits to get you out. So it was not working. And I got almost to a point of where they said, yo, if you can't get yourself to go back in, you know, we're going to oust you.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, you're not fit for duty. You know, you can't be continuing on. And I'm like, fuck. So I bared through it. It hurt. You know, they don't give you, you know, like, they gave me a wrap, you know, but I couldn't take it with me because it had been, you know, contraband in boot camp. You know, there's only certain items they allow you with. So I had socks, you know, I used my extra socks almost like a band, and I was just trying to make it as sturdy as I could, and I made my boot as tight as I could. Mission forward. So they said, I pushed through their little test that they tried to give me, and I said, all right, recycle me. They're like, well, you can't go back to your division. It was like 2.5 weeks. And I was like, okay, but I can still go on. And they're like, yeah, can you get through it? I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I will. And they're like, well, you'll have to start all over. They're like, not through processing. Obviously we ain't got to redo your paperwork, but first week, you're going all the way back to fucking first week.
Day zero.
That's my only option. You know, fuck. Yep, that's your only option. All right, do it. Recycle me. No, got assigned to a whole new division. And, you know, a little smart mouthed. That was about my only problem. So I was drilled a lot. Didn't know it at the time. Come to find out, that was great. My body was banging. Thank you very much. You know, I need more of that. Any personal trainers out there that... No, just kidding.
Nothing like getting paid to be in shape, right?
Right.
And having great personal trainers there to make you...
That. Oh, yeah. I came out primo 135, solid, just... I have that athletic build. So, but I got through it, you know? Pushed myself. Fuck. Killed myself. Cried. Went to the went to the showers when nobody was there, slightly after my watch, when you're able, get off watch, you have that stupid ass, 12 to 2 fire watch, fucking middle of the night stupidness that I don't understand because nobody's awake anyway.
Those are the best.
Yeah, right. Or the 2 to 4s, right, when you're like, it's my last good hours. That's the only time I sleep. But
I always had the worst shifts, right?
Right. Yeah, me too. It's because I had
either
that
want the first
mouth.
one or the last one. It's
right.
Either get me up a little bit early or I'll go to sleep a little bit late. Don't interrupt me in the middle. When I'm only getting 2.5, 3 hours, don't interrupt the middle of that.
No, I had there was quite a few of those nights though that after watch, you can go in the bathroom, freshen or brush your teeth, whatever, and then you're supposed to hit the rack. Oh, I went in the bathroom and cried it out real fucking fast.
Yeah.
Fuck, couldn't scream because you're in barracks and that kind of echoes, but bury your face and just real quick and, splash some water on it, make sure, the redness is all gone, and then go hit the rack or, be up or whatever, your shift was. It's how I got it through, and I also learned, fitness, use that as an outlet.
Yeah.
And like I said, I did. And
Pound
I
the
was,
weight.
I was just, very solid. So I got into that mindset and really, I've kept that for sure. I like going to the gym, keeping fit, kind of being all healthy-ish. There's some cheating in there. No, I'm not, social, but,
it's just healthy and
just
healthy living, trying to
and
be
it's
healthy.
a positive health, so it was a good, and I learned that lesson. So I graduate, I have to go to like a 2-week little class because I'm undesignated. I don't have a rate is what we call it in the Navy. I don't have a school to go to because they don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
So I go to like a 2-week kind of, I guess, interchange school. I don't know, like, hey, guess what? Yay, you graduated, you're not really designated to do anything, but when you get, they like kind of run down, the cool thing about being undesignated is when you get to your ship, you will be assigned to a boatswain's mate role because it's deck division, they always need people, take care of the decks, clean, we call it bitch work of the ship. But they actually do a lot, They're the safety ones bringing you into port that are fucking tying off your ropes and making sure that those things are secured. And they're the ones, helping out to make sure that, when all the other supplies or whatever's going on the ships, that, shit's not in the way and that, you're not safety hazards or... So, they're the eyes of the ship.
So it's a cool job. It's
a cool job. It is. It's just, kind of like a shit job is what everybody... there's always those... MOSs or rates that people are like, oh, whatever, you're just paper pusher, whatever. But I'm like, everybody has a job and it all has a reason.
Absolutely.
Though that was a cool job, it didn't intrigue me enough. Obviously, I needed more stimulation. I did go and hang out in the, with the ops department. I didn't like them. I was not enthused with, their characters and the way they conducted themselves and just that respect type of, feel. I just didn't do it. It wasn't my forte. So I went and hung out with the gunner's mates.
Okay.
Learned about, armory and guns and all that cool stuff. So.
And that spoke to you.
Yeah. Because I can tinker with my hands, it keeps my mind busy, keeps me going, functionality, something to do, build something and then have a, finalized product.
So do you still have your sight set on JAG? That's just no longer. Okay.
Oh yeah. I still am like, I'm going through the ranks. The cool thing that I found out with that undesignated and with that, if you pick a rate, there's also opportunity to change rates. So there's ability to change and stuff because I wasn't under contract unless I, go fully under deal. So I got to jump around and experience a lot of stuff and find, and, being a gunner's mate and, kind of does go along with, some stuff. It's good information to have, especially, how they work. Cause there's a lot more to than just, ammo and guns and that of what they do too. And so I kind of integrated, just kind of trying to figure out but I always wanted, kind of keep that path of that legal mind, JAG, prestige.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, I wanted that. To me, being able to accomplish a respect out of doing something like that. Yeah. Oh, that's way more than what I came from. Of, I have money, so you better do it. Okay, Ann.
Right.
Because that's really all they were. I have money. Okay, but you're stupid. Sorry.
Harsh.
Yes. After the 2-week school, I get to go home, for a little while. It was, Christmas break. Everybody's got that kind of break, those 2 weeks. Nobody's really going anywhere.
Christmas exodus leave, right?
Right, yeah. You know how, government is, everybody's shut down. Oh, we don't work. We, skeleton crew. They don't know how to do things. Anyway, so I get my orders. They ship me off to Earl Weapons Base.
Where is
in
that?
Leonardo, New Jersey.
Oh.
It's a split base. So housing is actually in Colts Neck, New Jersey. And the actual base of where operations and the pier pull up and all that, that's in Leonardo. They're about 10 miles apart in, the armpit of the USA, New Jersey.
So you're not a fan of New Jersey?
No. Okay. No. I'm not a fan of New Jersey.
I haven't spent any time. I just... coming from West Texas, that was probably a pretty decent culture shift, I would think.
Very much so. I
know you spent some time in Chicago, but then...
Yeah, but I was isolated. We were on the base. We were at boot camp.
That's right.
Got to go off, for...
weekend pass.
Yeah, the weekend after you graduate, or right before, whatever, depending on when you graduate.
You're in your 2-week course anyway, so they're probably not giving you a whole lot of latitude.
Yeah, we did the traditional, hey, guess what? We just graduated boot camp. Let's go get a tattoo. So got that, at 18.
I'm not making fun of you.
Oh, yeah, you are. I was a stupid kid.
I got my tattoo right after airborne school. So
See? Okay. See? Yeah. Yeah.
We're digressing.
Hey, I didn't do, traditional white girl thing and get the tramp stamp right away. I went with, the top of the cleavage rose, dedication.
Classy.
Means something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Let's see. It was first week of January, I think 2nd, 3rd of January.
Do you like cold weather?
Oh, brother, let me tell you. You have never felt cold unless you are standing in that Chicago. The coldest I think I've ever been is on the side of that lake in Chicago, because back then I used to smoke cigarettes. And I just remember going, why are we doing this? Shaking, trying to,
So with the punishment you put yourself
icicles coming down out of the nose because the snot. Yeah, that was cold. And I don't know how people live in that. But to each their own. Jersey was cold too. Yeah. So, it was crazy. Anyway, so I got my orders. That's where they were sending me. There's quotations on that, forward and forward, because when I got my travel plans, and they set you up and they're, hey, okay, here's your ticket to, your base when you check in, blah, 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 we're gone, da, da, da. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I go to open it and I'm like, why does my ticket say Philly? I was like, I thought I was going to Jersey. I thought I was stationed out of Jersey. He's like, you are stationed out of Jersey. That's where that's where home plate is for, the USS Detroit. I'm like, Detroit? He's like, yeah, AOE TAC 4. You're going to a supply ship based out of Leonardo, New Jersey. He's like, but I guess they didn't tell you. Currently, your ship is dry docked. So you going to the yards in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Fuck. What? Philly. I was like, ooh, Philly? Hold up, Philly? Because Philadelphia was known as kind of a city to go partying.
Yeah.
Oh, that Philly, that's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's where he from, oh, it's going to be cool, Yeah.
Not cool?
It was, so it introduced me to what I call my bar boyfriends, which is Jim, Jose, Jack, and Captain.
Okay.
We have since, broken it off. There's a protection order. It's a whole big thing. But
okay.
Yeah, you understand. Okay. Yeah. So I end up at the yards. I pull up, they Uber me, taxi me, and, do all that. I'm supposed to report to the ship. Here am I, this kid, I report. This massive fucking ship is dry dock. So this is the whole thing, you know. Half of the part that most of us don't see because it's, underwater. And I just pull up and I'm going, the fuck did I get myself into? 18-year-old kid, had a cool life, but never experienced anything like this. I report, they're like, oh, we got to put you in housing, blah, blah, blah. So, there it is, goes well. I start meeting people. We're, chipping around on the ship. We're making something happen. No, we're fucking around with needle guns, acting like to shoot each other, and dick around, Thank goodness there wasn't cell phones, because it would have been crazy back then.
Too much video, right?
Too much, yeah. But having a good time, living up life, just being dumb, being in the military, blah, blah, blah.
How's the structure going? Do you feel like you're in a good place?
Yeah, that moment, January, beginning of February-ish, was great. I mean, it was the best time. I was like, yeah, I signed up for this. I don't really have a place. I kind of get to talk to everybody, find out, what they do.
You're like a floater.
Yeah, and I love that because I'm, information fucking gimme type person. And so I'm just loving life and in the moment and everything. And young kid, Well, come, about beginning of February-ish. Been there for a little while. People are filling me out. Oh, she cool girl, I will party. I love to party. Party. Came from that. Let's go. We got word, out in Philly, we go to the bars. Military ID. They cool with us. So we're like, fuck it. Let's go try. Oh, we go try. We get let in. Yeah, just go upstairs, Cops come, well, you can go out the back upstairs. It's cool. Okay. So we start partying. We start, Navy life. Oh, we're sailors. Typical stupid. But having so much fun. Like, just living up, being kids. We're 18.
Still good fun.
Still good fun, yeah.
Relatively safe, good fun.
Yeah. Relatively safe, good fun. I thought I was around a good group when I was going out, with them, everything. Word gets around real quick, military base, small. We're all on one ship. I think we were the only ship in yard, so it was just our crew. And, so people back in that base housing, hey, we party too. Why don't y'all just, come here and start partying and you don't have to go out in town. You ain't got to drive, blah, blah, blah. Of course, duh. Smarter. Hey, party smarter, not harder,
That was always my motto.
Yeah, me too, back in the day. It was great. So yeah, we started, doing that, and man, Navy, I'm sure all military housing, I've only been on Navy one, but you party hop. Everybody, here's a party here, that's a R&B house, and you go here, that's a country house, and you go, different genres of the club, and just everybody going everywhere, out on the street, just fucking great times. So that's going on and everything. I'm still a small girl. I drink. I drink till I can't drink.
Yeah.
I got bad. I started.
Blackout.
Yeah, I started drinking when I was 12. Parents bought me a 6-pack and said, "Hey, you want to drink with us?" No, okay. Why not? Never stopped. So partying up everything. I go into a house. And I remember going into it, and I was sloshed. Hi, guys, I'm here. What are we doing at this house? Blah, blah, blah. Everybody's kind of upstairs, because they were like 3-story kind of duplex deals. And they're like, oh, not much. They just, I think something wasn't really going on, or they were just hanging out or whatever. Nothing big. But, so everybody's conversating and everything. And I just remember, kind of being, led off, by hand, kind of in a joking, like, hey, come on, come check this out. I want to show you something type of deal. And I was just off. I was like, what? I didn't know what was going on. Everything was kind of, I thought I had, at that point, I was at my limit. I thought I was drinking, but I was not feeling like I was just drinking. Like there was I was like, something's wrong. Something's going on. They led me down into the basement area. I said he. led me down into the basement area. I remember being led down to the basement area and being pushed down. After that, I know that he took advantage of me. Only way I know is because when he slapped me to wake up and told me to leave, my clothing was kind of hanging off of me and ruffled, and my hair, I was roughed up, So I ran to, a safe house that I knew, the people there, and they asked me, they're like, "Are you okay?" Because I kind of looked, off. I was very off, and I was like, I don't know what happened. I think something just happened. And I was like, but I don't remember. And I was like, but I mean, look at me, like, what is going on? And I said, he slapped me to like leave. And, I went I was all over the page because I didn't know really what would happen, and I'm going off. And, back in the day too, we were, don't ask, don't tell. It was a whole fucking deal going on. People didn't want to be in trouble, so stuff wasn't reported. Don't say nothing, dude. Cause, plus he was an E4. I was an E2 at that time. I was lower class. He was above me. So, it went kind of hush. And I secluded. I bad. I introverted. I secluded. I was done. I would go hide. I would not be seen. Everybody just, I was how many miles away from anybody I'd ever known before. And, now this has just happened to me. Though, my brothers that I still talk to today, but they were there for me in the best capacity that they could be. They had a career too. And they had, their unfortunates and all that happening. And they could see, how our command was and all of that. And I told them, I was like, do not sacrifice your shit because of what just happened to me. Thank you, but all I need from you is just your support for me. I don't want you to ruin your life. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't my point in running to them, was for them to, completely ruin anything they had going on because they spoke up for me. No. I had more respect for my friends than that.
And that was the fear you had, that they would get repercussion if they pushed it.
Yeah, if they pushed it. Because unfortunately, we had a good old boys command. And, that'll come on later. It was, so after all of this happened and all of that, it was, betrayment of us leaving the yards and getting back out and going on deployment was coming up, so all of that's starting to happen and all that. Well, the girls, this is where I can understand where the guys don't like the girls in the military and all of that, because the other girls that were around, there were like 4 or 5 of them. Rumor had been put out, and it became true. They put in a pregnancy pact. They get pregnant so they didn't have to deploy, because they didn't like the way the command was. So they didn't want to be, deployed under this command. So they'll just get pregnant so they don't have to. Cool. Y'all do you. It's not mine, me. I'm not getting in the middle of that. Did not want kids at that time. I had career path, was still trying to just go with that. Somehow it came to that the command itself they heard about the pact. There was enough evidence to call all of us up to a captain's mass or, EXO review. not so much Captain's Mast, the one right before, you know, the whole kind of trial thing on board.
Okay.
And it's literally, you know, they bring you in, they get your witness statement, and they determine from there if yay or nay, you know, you're involved or what's going on. They had been cycling through, you know, the more prominent ones of the names that they had been hearing, you know, and all of them, and they were going through everybody, mainly females, but there were, you know, some males included just because, you know, it was stated that they had known information on it or whatever, you know, building their case, doing all of that. Obviously, I'm a female on board, so I got integrated into that pact, and I was kind of one of the last ones ish to, you know, be called up. This is, you know, about mid-March ish time frame, March of 2000. And I was about, you know, one of the last ones to get called up, and, you know, they're going through their whole spew and, you know, saying how wrong it is, you know, to put a pact and act like, and you know, to deploy, and you can't do that, and that's against orders. And if they find out, you know, if that is for sure, and, you know, that is under a fraternization law that they had, and they, you know, we can prosecute from there. You can be as fully, you know, as discharged. I mean, they were going full force, you know. Okay. Smart ass mouth come into play. Hello, wrong opportunity. I looked at my XO and go, bro, I don't even fucking want kids. I don't know why I'm here. You know, like, this is not I don't need to be here. I'm like, I have stuff going on. I'm like, don't put me in a fucking pack with some dumbasses who signed a line who don't want to, you know, commit to that. I'm like, that's not me. I'm still going forward with my mission.
Right.
You know, and he goes, what do you mean you're still going forward with your mission? And I go, well, after one of your fucking petty officers, you know, raped me, I think, you know, going forward with the mission is my only option, sir. And he didn't like that. He goes, what do you mean one of my petty officers raped you? Are you trying to implicate one of my boys saying they did something to you? You got any evidence on that? You got anything going forward? You know, and just went into full blown on me. And I said, yeah, I have evidence. I was like, but, you know, I'm not a snitch. So I ain't gonna give you the names of who the fuck I ran to, because their careers mean more to me than your dumbass fucking command. And that's when he goes, well, I'm an old school, you know, vet, and I don't want no women on my motherfucking ship anyway. So, you know, all you little whores want to sit here and put pregnancy packs together and want to sit here and act like I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm going to get you little bitches, and I'm going to make sure every one of you fucking suffer. Yeah, okay, so my anger was already ignited. I was already heated. I was already mad. I was already done, you know, with everything. That trigger was triggered hardcore and to the fucking bone. I lunged at my XO. I went after him. I was like, you are not going to call us fucking names, dude. And I, you know, protection, old school scrap mode. I didn't give a fuck what he wore. I did not care. I remember there was 2 or 3 guys that had to grab me off of him. I didn't care.
What is wrong with this guy?
Everything. I don't know. I don't fucking care. Rude, crude. I hope karma got him in his backside. Oh my God. Because, you know, later on, you know, I learned he was still a dick to the other females. You know, it was just his MO. But
just a cockbag.
Yeah, just big ass cockbag, and I obviously I wasn't getting out of that.
No. Yeah, that's the. I mean, you kind of went full bore and crossed a lot of.
I did.
Professional lines.
Yep. I broke bearing very, very badly. I could not hold on. But at that point of my time in my life, I did not care. I split, and all fucks went out the door.
You see that happen at times with traumas where professional bearing gets thrown out, and it absolutely should be. You know, it's when somebody goes through something like that, that shouldn't be held against them. It shouldn't be weaponized against them. That in that time, in that moment, they were unprofessional. Have a hard time with those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, sometimes we can't help our reactions to things. Fuck, we may not even know that we're going to have a reaction because we don't know that we've been triggered.
Yeah.
You know, because we haven't learned that about ourselves. Or B, you know, it's what we've always known, what we grew up with. Hey, that's the only avenue we ever knew. So how are we supposed to, you know, do something different when we have no fucking clue what different is?
That's right.
So, you know, and I take full accountability. I even did back then. I'm like, yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
Did you hear what the motherfucker said to me? You know, like I was pissed. I didn't care. Like, he's a bitch ass punk. He don't even need to be in that fucking role. Like I just went off. At that point, you know, my shit was already ruined. I didn't give a fuck, you know. Say whatever I wanted, did whatever. They thought I was going crazy. So my last 2 weeks of my quote unquote military career, I was going through like psychologists and, you know, therapists and just everything because I was going off. They put me on a Paxil that immediately had a, you know, negative effect on my system. Paxil was one of the worst to put people on, especially, you know, during their, you know, whole, you know, meltdown mindset breakdown. It had a very negative effect. You know, I started just hallucinating, going crazy, just wild stuff. And with like a 2-week period, because I lost it. I was just gone. I got processed out March 31st of 2000. That was the end of my career that I thought I was going to do for a lifetime. That was my only plan. That's the only thing I had. I didn't have anything else. So, you know, it doesn't hit you, you know, until you fucking have that paperwork and you no longer have access.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what? What do you mean? You know, I can't get on base or I can't do anything or what the fuck? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know. Here you go.
Yeah. Go figure it out.
Sweet. Yeah. Like literally. And especially back then, they didn't have any, you know, TAPS programs or, you know, the, you know,
transition assistance.
Transition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. They didn't have any of that. It was literally, okay, here you go. Have fun. Where? With what? You want me to go out in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, homeless at 18 motherfucking years old? Okay, cool. You know, like, are you guys fucking idiots? You just dumped me. You know, so yeah, just crazy, crazy crap. But lo and behold, my little white saviors of my gunner's mates, you know, my guys that I went to and told them don't report that, you know, that was from me. Because they had their own careers. But lo and behold, you know, they were like, dude, you gotta stay here. We'll take care of you. You know, how do we do this? You know, whatever. I went to one of them. He only lived, you know, he was from Cleveland. So, you know, me and him, you know, we kind of liked each other and stuff. So we were like, okay. And he's like, hey, you know, you can go be around my mom, you know, go stay with my parents for a little bit and we'll, you know, figure this out, you know, from here and where we're going or whatever. And I was like, okay, all right. You know, I'm okay with this, you know, scared to death. Didn't know what the fuck,
Sure.
but you know, I had this offering, do not like taking help, but what else do I do? You know, I'm 18 years old. I'm not going out to Philly. I ain't stupid. You know, I know what the gang life is. I know how to get, you know, exactly what's out there. And them streets ain't cool. But, so I go and I, you know, stay out in Cleveland for a little while. And, you know, it's working out. Everything's going well. I'm trying to do stuff. You know, I get little jobs out in real world, but I'm not making it. You know, my mind's not there. I'm off in La La Land, whatever. So I text up my boy and I'm like, hey, yeah,
I gotta be back there, you know, I gotta be back around y'all. I need that again. I don't know what it is. It's just, you know, how are we gonna do this? Blah, blah, blah.
So you're isolated. You're living out there and don't really have the friends. Don't really have a trust circle.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I had, you know, his parents, but I don't really know them. They're
Yeah.
not my parents. I don't have good relationships with
just
my
not the same.
parents, so I don't know how to have a relationship with a parent. You know?
Sure. Okay.
You know, so, you know, to them, they're like, she's kind of standoffish. I'm like, you think? Just a little bit. But I was always like, it's not y'all. Like, literally, this is me. I don't know how to do this. I'm learning. You know, if you'll help me, and I have no problem learning, but it's going to take me a minute because I don't know none of this. I have no fucking clue what a parent-child relationship is, or, you know, I had a stepbrother, you know, and then my birth mother did end up adopting a child when I was 16. I was 16. I was out of the house.
Yeah.
I was already living. I don't have a fucking clue who that kid is. You know, cute kid. Roger that, you know, good job, but yeah, I'm out. You know, like,
Yeah.
I don't want kids. I want a career. So, you know, it was a little awkward. You know, I didn't know how to have family dynamic. I don't know how to do that. So I was like, I gotta go back. You know, I can get along with you guys. And it's cool, you know, we can chill out. But you know, he comes back, he's like, all right, we gotta get married. That's the only way you can get back. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Gotta get what? You just said the fucking M word. I'm 18 years old at that time, 18 years old still. I'm like, you're fucking funny. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm not getting married. I ain't having kids. Oh no, that's not me. He goes, no, you dumbass. He's like, the only way we can have, you know, base housing. And, you know, he's like, you know, we'll hook it up, you know.
We'll work the system.
Yeah, we'll work the system, you know, make it look like a house and everything. I'm like, but fuck, you already know all the boys are going to be there and living da-da-da-da. And I'm like, all right, cool. You know, community house, we're cool. I can do that. But, you know, so we end up getting married. Not saying that I did not, you know, like him, lust him at that time, because I'm young. I don't know what love is.
Sure.
There was definitely that, you know, and we were together, but it was for the house. It's for housing, no doubt. But it put me back into a better environment.
Better situation, absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. And, you know, I was around there till beginning of 2002. Obviously, there is a date in between there that is very, very significant to us. September 11th, 2001. I was in base housing in Cold Snake, New Jersey, with my friends. We get up, you know, typical day. We're all getting ready. Well, we're headed over to the other side of base, you know, which is 10 miles away. And we're there, you know, early, you know, because we got to report. They have to, not us, but they have to report on ship and do all that. Well, they were actually getting ready to go under deployment. So they, you know, were doing extra things, making sure that all the supplies were on ship, full fuel, full ammo, food, everything. Because it was a demo deployment. It was a short term, 4-month. I think they were going down to like the Virgin Islands type deal, but they were packing up and, you know, kind of making sure everybody was in line type deal. Things they do all the time. So, you know, because of that, and because they were leaving, when they did that, they would open up the piers to everybody. You could go down to the pier and be on the sides of the ships, the families, you know, and be saying bye to your sailors or seeing what they need, or, you know, making sure everything's in their rack and they need everything. Or if you're bringing, you know, food or clothes, you know, just making it a little more convenient for families so they don't have to wait on their sailor doesn't have to bring all their shit with them on the bus, you know, down the pier. They can bring their cars. We're all standing out there, you know, getting ready, making sure everybody's got stuff, da-da-da-da-da. The pier for that base is in Manhattan Bay. So you have, you know, the curve of New Jersey. You have Long Island. Here's the bay, and this is Manhattan right here.
Yeah.
Like, we have direct visual right to it. It's, you know, there's bridges and, you know, islands, but you have direct visual. You can see the buildings from our pier. You know, we're out there smoking. You know, smoking light is lit. You know, everybody. Smoking light went out real fucking quick.
Yeah.
That first one, you know, they were obviously we're outside, and you know we can hear it. It echoes. It's in, you know, corridor of fucking concrete and waterway. And, you know, we're right there, and bam, we're like, what the fuck is that? You know, what happened? You know, it was weird. We didn't know. You know, and we're just kind of standing there and everything. And obviously, you know, when you're full ship, somebody's always on the big eyes, you know, looking out what's going on.
Yeah.
Yo, they look down, they're like, yo, somebody just hit the World Trade Center. What? What, like an accident? Like, what do you mean they fucking hit it? You know, like, you know, we were like, oh, it's an accident. What the fuck? That's crazy. That second one, I don't know. And it, you know, we're standing out there, you know, we can see it, but we're not right there. So, you know, it's mainly what we're experiencing is, you know, the sound effect, you know, the ripple from everything. You know, we see, but it's just crazy. And we're like, what? Like, what was that? You know, and they're like, dude, the second one's just hit. And they were like, hit? You know, we're fucking confused. Like, what the fuck is everybody talking about? Like, what is going on? Are you for real? Like, it was the weirdest, surrealist feeling moment I think I've ever felt in my life. Was that moment right there. And then those fucking general quarters alarms went off on all 4 ships. And they were saying, you better get back in 30 minutes, you know, get your people back in 30 minutes. They have 30 minutes to report. If they ain't here, they are considered fucking AWOL under a, you know, whatever they said they determined under general quarters, you know, which is, you know, higher up than just a rig. Like, they were going into whole thing spew, and we're like, the fuck? And yeah, so it was, we were running around with our heads fucking cut off as kids, just trying to make sure that our boys made it back on ship so none of them got fucking in trouble. You know, and then all that happened.
Yeah, that was crazy times.
Yeah.
I think everybody that can remember, they remember, you know, where they were at when they got the news. I couldn't imagine being within eyesight of the buildings, not having any idea what's going on, like, because you're not able to watch the news, but you're seeing something is definitely happening, and it's just kind of mass chaos around you with uncertainty. And of course, it wasn't much better for us at home watching it on the news. It was there was still, you know, just mass confusion.
Right.
And of course, I was at Bragg, and Bragg shut down. You know, it was crazy. It took hours and hours and hours to get, you know, in and off the base. So
yeah, well, yeah, we you know, the word, obviously, you know, horrible thing, but you know, we got the smoke. You know, it came up and over, and it was black. Just like, we're just sitting there. We're like, I mean, us, you know, dark humor. We're like, is this the fucking Wizard of Oz? You know, like, are we about to be taken up in a fucking tornado? Like, what's going on? You know, trying to make a little bit of light of what the fuck, you know, because all of us on board there, you know, we were all fucking pre this, you know, a lot of us on board, you know, they had been in for a while. Nothing really happened. You know, a couple of them went through Desert Storm.
Yeah, we had about an 8-year lull.
Yeah. That peacetime, that downtime, you know, and everybody, you know, was kind of getting a little comfortable.
We had Kosovo going on, but that wasn't an extremely significant thing.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that shook a lot. So, you know, we were just going crazy. They obviously, you know, went out for their 3 days while all that was going on, blah blah blah, came back in, And then they did end up going on their short deployment because they didn't have any orders and they had to prepare anyway because they knew something was coming up. So they took that short deployment. They went down to Virgin Islands, you know, gave them their lobster dinners.
They pretty much clear the base, and you were just the spouses left on the base.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we were left
Just a ghost
desolate.
town.
Yep. Like just we were like looking around, going, what the fuck, you know? We were lost. The communication, of course, still was not there because that took, you know, how many days. It was a big, you know, just confusion. Just nobody knew what to do. This whole country was out of whack, pretty much. And, you know, it was just crazy time. So that, you know, we get through that is what it is. You know, we're kind of kids. It doesn't really affect us. It affects us, but we don't understand the effect of it, you know, at that time.
Yeah, you're 19 years old.
Right. You know, they go and they do their deployment and everything and all of that. And I don't know, something popped off in me, did something. Rumors had started on board. It was just a big old chaos, literal chaos of everything. I ended up freaking out and taking my stuff and bolting with one of the other shipmates that was being reordered to a different base and kind of left everybody behind for whatever reason. I don't remember the reason. I don't know why I did it.
You just had to go.
I just had to go. Yep.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I hurt some people. The guy I was married to, quote unquote.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bad thing or anything. So, I hurt him badly. And I tried to, say, be sorry, explain back then. But hell, I didn't even know what I was doing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So would you say that was he in love with you and he wanted to pursue an actual marriage, or he felt like you just kind of left him hanging?
He was, he was more in love with me. I unfortunately still didn't know what love was.
Understood.
So I hurt him.
Yeah, the betrayal he probably felt there, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that was me. And, me not knowing, doing it in a very unintentional aspect of a way, but literally like just ripping the man's heart out and stomping on it and kind of, being oblivious to it. And that's my own stupidity of, girl, what are you doing? That's real emotions. That's people's heart. Don't do that.
Yeah.
That's not an okay way to, do something. That's not adult. That's not responsible. That's not respectful. And that really got to me. I did not do that in a very respectful way. And so I went through some dark times, got into drug use, that's where, more smoke than smoking weed, I went into,
So where was the new duty station when you left with this new shipmate? Where were you guys?
We went down to Biloxi, Mississippi, okay. Gulfport, Biloxi, Mississippi area.
So you're living in Biloxi now, and this is where
right.
where you started the drug use and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Got in. I'm civilian. Got into working. Started working at the restaurants. Started, bars. Selling Kirby vacuums. I think everybody's done that.
Love Kirby. What a great machine.
Right. Yeah. They are. They're still.
This is not a Kirby infomercial, by the way.
No.
They were.
They were popular back in the day. It seems like everybody did the fucking. I sell Kirby's. Wait, so did I. What do you mean? Is everybody selling Kirby's? Who's buying the Kirby's? Because if we're all selling them, we know how much they cost.
That's the hook.
Yeah. But got in with the scene. Got in back in. Party scene is easy, especially when you know where to look and who to. Hey, I know what you do. Let's go party. Yeah, I got introduced to methamphetamine. Did not know. You know, I was the dumb party girl that, hey, it's available. Okay, cool. You guys are all smoking it. You know, I'm gonna smoke it. You know, must be okay.
When in Rome.
Yeah, I guess fucking attitude. You know, I don't give a fuck. Let's
You're
go.
20 years old.
Yeah, ain't got nothing to live for anyway. Nobody fucking cares if I'm here. Like, fuck it.
I mean, when you left to join the Navy, you were kind of already in that headspace of fuck it.
Yeah.
You know, you just lost your best friend. You had a plan of what your life looked like, and here you are just 2 years later, and it's just not where you wanted to go. So I can understand the fuck it.
Yeah. Right. And you know, that had always been there because of my childhood, you know, it's like, oh, fuck it. You know, just keep going or whatever. But, yeah, I started not to care. I got down very, very Skeletor. You know, I'm a tiny frame anyway, but just imagine this tiny frame, even tinier.
How fast did it happen?
I was on it, started that stuff, and we got down there like February. August, September. I left in September.
September's when you got to Biloxi?
No, February of 2002 is when we got to Biloxi.
Okay.
September of 2002 is actually when I left there because I was getting way too deep into
Strung
the drugs.
out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you started with the meth, you started it smoking it?
Yeah, I just smoked it.
You never snorted it or
Nope.
shot
I
it?
never shot anything. I wasn't one of those types. I did not snort that, you know, that stuff at all. I was more into, you know, pain pills or something to snort, just because, you know, that was the effect that they gave me through that insertion way of into my body, you know, was what I liked.
Okay.
You know, smoking the meth was just my choice. That's how everybody else was doing that. So I just kind of followed suit. But then, you know, I like tattoos, but I don't like needles, you know? So I wasn't ever I couldn't do that to myself.
How much were you using daily? Was it like once daily?
Once or twice, probably 3 times, depending on, you know, if we were at a party.
Okay.
You know, if we were at a party, dude, I could have lost count.
So it
I'm
didn't
also
start off
drinking.
as daily, it just...
Yeah. Oh, it started out very recreational. I've always been a very social partier, a social user. You know, I've never been an addict. I have never gotten to a point where my body has had to have it to function.
I see.
I've only been a social, you know, hey, let's, you know, we're at a party, let's go.
Yeah, okay.
You know, full balls to the walls binge. So yeah, so that's why I say, you know, depending on what we were doing or where we were at, you know, start off at 1 or just have 1 or all the way up to, I don't know, you know,
A few days in a row, just
continued fucking binge, party binge,
Yeah.
you know, and that, you know, usually weekend to a week long of doing it. You know, and staying up for days, that stuff just makes you high wired. I already have ADHD.
Yeah.
Just imagine me on meth. Woo.
So what happened in August, September in 22 that made you like realize, okay, I gotta make a change?
It was a pair of shorts that I went to put on. They were a size 5 and they did not fit. They were too big.
Wow.
Yeah. They were too big for my frame.
That's like a 27 waist or something, probably, right?
Tiny. Yeah. Like, yeah, size, you know, back in the day, then size 5, you know, we're tiny. Just, you know, maybe not now because, you know, they've changed size fractions or whatever. But I mean, I was under a 30-inch waist. Like I was little.
Yeah.
Bones, you know. Just strung out very bad. I already have body dysmorphia. I already have an image dysmorphia. You know, I've already have that problem with the mirror and everything. I didn't need more. Because with all that, I never got to be big, so I didn't have that side of the body dysphoria. I was always tiny, always too skinny, always too little, always, all of that. So that's where mine went. So when I got to that point of knowing that a size 5 pairs of shorts are not fitting me because they're too big, oh my God, what am I doing? Like it was a light bulb of, you better fucking stop, because this is eating you. It's not, you're not, you're going to be tiny. You're going to break, whatever is going on. So light bulb moment comes. I tell my roommates, I was like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta go. I'm sorry, which that kind of sucked for them, because I took care of their house. I helped them with childcare with their kid. I was helping them out,
Sure.
But they understood, I get they didn't know really that I was, messing it up, partying like I was. They knew I was partying, but not as intense as I was.
Okay.
And so I go home, and at this point, home, quote unquote, parents' house, they had moved to the Four Corners area of New Mexico.
Okay.
So Aztec, Farmington, Bloomfield, Durango, Colorado.
I know the area.
Yeah. So I go there. September 2002. I show up in the Four Corners area of New Mexico. I detoxed for a little while. I had started detoxing back with my, friends. I had noticed, I need to quit. But when I got to the rent's house, it was, kind of sort of comfort zone, parents, family, that whole dynamic type thing. And kind of just passed out for about a week and a half. Kind of gaining my strength back and everything. And, my stepdad and birth mom were looking at me, and they're like, yo, you gotta do something. We need you to get out and just start a job. Just go slow. They're like, just get back out there and all that. So I did. I think I was working at a grocery store or something. Yeah, I was working at a grocery store. Just doing front end stuff, helping out, starting that. I was there one day. They were, around the corner at a restaurant. So I went over there to meet them. And, lo and behold, I get hit on by a waiter. And he, has me come out. He's like, hey, we got a party. Why don't you come out and,
Magic words.
come party it up with us. Exactly. Yeah. Magic words. Of course I'm going to go. Yeah. What? Whatever. Parents are saying, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm like, what? I don't care. I'm an adult. I've been in the fucking military, bro. You can't tell me what to do. I go. One thing leads to another with this guy. I got a little promiscuous with him, and about pretty much kind of last time I saw him at that point, a couple months later, I find out I'm pregnant. Surprise. Yeah.
Your parents told you they needed you to do something, so.
Right. I sure did.
Just start slow.
Yeah.
With a child.
Yeah. Well, the running joke with that kid, with my oldest son, I always tell him, like, you came to that party with your dad, but you were just damn determined to go home with your mama.
Oh, yeah. What a great way of looking at that. That's funny.
He goes, oh, you're gross. I'm like, that's what happened.
Life is funny. Yeah. Life is funny. You should laugh at it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Had to, Great, well, how'd you come along? Oh, yeah, your mom went to a party. She was a little bit on her host stage and slept with somebody. And, whoa, here it come. Yay. That's exactly how I wanted it, So I make a joke. I'm like, nah. Went to a party and you just decided to come home with me. So it's cool.
That's funny.
But, yeah. So here I am, 20 years old. Was I 20? 2002, 2003, however old I was. I think I was 20, 21.
Yeah.
21. I was 21 because I had just turned 21. Find out I'm pregnant. Kind of congratulate myself. Whoa, we're not a teenager. But yeah, this is not what I wanted, changed my world completely. I decided I am pregnant. I need a better job. So I went and I started working for the 11th Judicial District Attorney's Office in Farmington, New Mexico. Started out there. Was their file clerk, was in, their file room. Started doing good. Redid their whole filing system because I have OCD and everything has to be the same. Yeah. So all their updated all their fileage and everything like that. Apparently that impressed some people within. So immediately then I was offered a legal secretary, paralegal position.
Okay.
Moved into that, had 4 attorneys underneath my bracket. We were hustling, bustling. I, had my first kid. I was good. We were working great. He was 2 months old, and I met a guy through some friends who sparked some interest. He was very interested in me, wanted to take me out on a date. I didn't give 2 shits. I didn't care. I was like, nope, I'm good. I got my kid, my career. We're solid. I don't. Right. His access denied. He wouldn't stop. Kept bugging me.
Pursuing.
Yeah. So I just, I gave him like, whatever, fine, take me out on a date. But it was so like, I didn't really want to go. It was so dumb. I was like, you're taking me to the mall. Like, I don't even like the mall, but you're like, that's where we're going. And, oh yeah, charm.
Wow.
Very charming. What? Yeah.
A mall date.
I didn't want to really go. He was annoying, and it was kind of like, oh, whatever.
How do I charm you in the food court at the mall? How's that gonna work?
Right? Yeah, the Chick-fil-A wasn't there back then. I think, I don't know. Remember our option? Nathan's hot dogs. We could, corn dog.
In Farmington.
I don't even remember. Actually, the best place to go there, that was in the food court. I remember I was Fuddruckers. Remember Fuddruckers?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was.
Blake's Lottaburger.
Oh, Blake's Lottaburger. Yep.
Yeah, most people don't know that.
I know, right?
No
they will never
deal.
know what that hatch green chili.
I got some in the freezer right in there.
Oh, bro, you're holding out. Gotta have that.
Tomorrow's tomorrow.
Right?
Get after it.
Yeah, hell yeah. I haven't had some of that in forever. But yeah, I met, this guy. He pursued. I was like, fine, take me, out on a date. Total charm over. I had the baby. I was a single young mom. Here's this guy wanting A, to take me out on a date, but then B, while we're out and about, because, I had a kid, I couldn't leave him anywhere. The family I came from, they didn't help me at all. That was, you had that kid, that's your problem.
That's your kid, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're the grandma. I don't care. Anyway. So he went everywhere with me. He's my little buddy, which I didn't mind. I didn't care. You don't like it, that's your fucking problem. But this guy kind of liked it. He took over and kind of wooed me into thinking, hey, I'm this great guy who, wants a family and kids and da-da. And I'm like, okay. So we did, we started dating. I was like, fine, I'll date you. It is what it is. I didn't hate him, but he was just kind of annoying because he wouldn't leave me alone.
We can tend to be like that.
Right? Yeah. Whatever. We start dating and everything, and things progress and all that. I was responsible, new mom. I was on birth control, did all my stuff, all that. Cool as all the nope, first time together.
You're kidding.
Does not matter that I was on that birth control. My daughter was like, I do not care. I am coming and I'm going to be present. And she made her way through.
She was insistent.
Yep. And so I got pregnant with my oldest daughter.
She's just like her dad.
Yeah, that part. She is a lot
Very persistent.
in that part. Very persistent. Getting what you want. So I had here I am. I have a 4-month-old child. He was 4 months old, about 6 months when I found out, I was actually pregnant. So I have a 6-month-old, just pregnant. Oh my gosh, just dating this guy. Here we go. Wow. At that point in time, whenever we found out that I was pregnant, I found out more truth about this guy that I was not previously introduced to during this dating period. Because, we were just dating. It was serious, but we were kids, you know, we didn't know. Anyhow, come to find out that he was already under conviction from the federal government for selling to an undercover DEA agent methamphetamine.
Meth, okay. Small amount, so or large amount.
Enough to get him.
He was
He was in. He ended up at 6 months when I was pregnant. I did a stupid thing and married him because he was like, but it'll be easier, and because I didn't judge people for their past. That was before me. He wasn't like that. It was, whole big thing that I had to learn within myself isn't good. But end up marrying him to, make everything right and for, me to have the baby and, just kind of, it was supposed to be a smoother process, if we were married, all around. Anyhow, so I'm 6 months pregnant. We get married and then he gets shipped off to the lower part of New Mexico. That facility.
Anthony, New Mexico?
Latuna, yeah. Latuna Federal Prison in north, very south New Mexico.
Yeah, I think it's Anthony, New Mexico.
Yeah.
Right on the border of Texas and
Yep.
Or Texas, Mexico, and
New Mexico, all that right there. Yeah. But yes, gets put down there, got an 18-month sentence. 18 months. Yeah. So, mission forward, continue on. I'm still working full time. I have, my son who's with me. I'm pregnant with my daughter. I'm still working full time at the DA's office. Trucking through, getting through it. I wind up having my daughter. We still continue on. I'm brand new mom. I'm just going with the flow at this point. It's just a fucking groundhog routine. Every single day is just the same thing, Get up, go to work, get the kids ready to, take them to the babysitter, go to work, do my stuff, get off of work, get to that babysitter, pick up those kids, go home, make sure they're all golden and good. And, absolutely no fucking time for me, for nothing else, could not, nothing. I had two littles, both in diapers, both very, very active children. Great kids, just everything. Just mischievous and didn't have no fear, just didn't care. So, I was busy, crazy. Lived that way up until 2005. So I had my son in 2003, my daughter in 2004, and so now we're in 2005. And, her dad's, it's like middle of 2005, and, her father's fixing to get out. His release date's coming up, and yada, yada, yada. And, well, it ends up, where back in where we're at in the Four Corners, something had happened and it was going to take longer for him to get released, I guess, because it was farther away or whatever. I don't know. But he said, it'd be easier if, we lived in Albuquerque. And, let's move there and you move there and I can just, be, sent there and then, it's bigger and there's more opportunities and blah, blah, blah. So we moved to Albuquerque, northwest side to begin with. And, we're there for a little while. But that's where I really started to kind of get to know him and his lack of oomph for this life, and, that's all he knows is, street life and that and all that. So there, problems started and arising, and it was just a really rough time. Just kind of stayed married for a convenience of, hey, bro, I got to go to work. The kids are here.
Yeah.
Make sure the house doesn't fucking burn down and don't do anything to them. And that was it. Like,
so you were the only adult in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. He had no clue about anything. Nothing except for, doing what he wanted to do. He, tinkered with mechanics and stuff. Cause he did, that's what he did do. He eventually went out to the oil field, and worked on the rigs and all that, and had some knowledge, but that's about it.
Did prison reform him at all? Was there any programs that he was working?
Yeah, while in and stuff, and he did good for a while when he was around me. We had our rough patch and all of that there to begin, and we had moved around and all that. He got through his probation, clean bill, got off papers, was good golden. We decided to move to Houston, kind of restart. That's where his dad was. We went out there. Apparently he had a record out there too. Got caught up with him. He got locked up out there. I threw my fucking hands up and I said, I'm done, dude. I no. Put my stuff in a U-Haul. Tried to make it, back to New Mexico. Stopped in my old town of Midland for a while. It's where I found out that I was not to go back, because people started finding out I was there and just chaos was starting.
And this is back from the high school days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Because, on my way back from Houston. But yeah. I left there and went on my back to Four Corners area and was going to start all over again. I had my 2 kids and me and all of that. And, I don't know. I don't know what my problem was back then. I look at it now and I think it was just, the fucking biggest need or craving of wanting to be just wanted, wanting to, somebody, that's my person. I can't give up on them, that choose me, over everything, no matter what the fuck, even if I walk away, just keep, choosing me, and yeah. Obviously he knew that, we were together for a little while, communicated ourselves and, come back around and chose me again. And, we got back together and all that. And then I got pregnant with my second daughter. So my 3rd child.
How much time had passed between your
so I had my oldest daughter in 2004. And my youngest daughter was born in 2009.
Okay. So 5 years. So,
yeah, 5 years.
And you guys had been together the whole time. You just separated, but stayed together. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. We had just separated because he had stuff that was way, way back in the day that had just caught up. And if you have, a logical explanation of, that was my past life, but, shit still catches up with you. And, I have to go through it and take care of it. And
it will catch up.
Bro, I can't sit there and judge you for that. You're trying to take care of it. You're trying, you fucked up. I would be so hypocritical if I was to say, oh, no, you're just a fuck up and you always will be.
Yeah.
No, you have to give people a chance. So
I agree.
You know what I do? I give him a chance. There was a love there for him because we didn't have a horrible relationship. We never fought. It's just he wasn't at a level of a man that I needed him to be at, unfortunately. At that point. But everybody can change and try, and he was trying a little bit, going on the rigs and stuff, and so stuff kind of changed, and I got pregnant with my youngest daughter. Had her March of 2009, and he went. I don't know what happened with me being, because he was a part of that pregnancy. I think, he may have held a guilt because he wasn't with, his first child. I think there was some internal stuffs there with him or anything. But unfortunately, at the end of 2009, it could have been stuff that happened to me too, because there's another big deal that happens. But he kind of went haywire. Speaking on 2009, I had my daughter. Was doing great, doing great myself and everything. But come end of August, beginning of September, end of July, beginning of August, my body my body started to kind of freak out. I didn't know what was going on. One day, I was toweling myself off after a shower, and the towel hit my back in a very strange way. Only way I can describe it, it's the same feeling that you feel whenever the stuff they give you at the dentist to numb you is wearing off, and you
Novocaine,
and you have kind of that pin needle effect of it, because stuff's coming back and the nerves are firing to come back to life, and so it was that
pins and needles
where if you touch it and you kind of you shock yourself sometimes when you do it because it's just funny. So I had that, and I was just like, well, that's weird. What didn't it alarmed me, but it wasn't like something like, oh my God, I have to go to the doctor right now. It was just kind of, what is that? It's whatever. Had that a couple of days, whatever, about third or fourth day, I go and shave my left armpit. Now it's time to shave. Need to do it. I go do that. I can physically see that I have a razor on my body, shaving.
Making contact.
I'm supposed to be feeling this.
Yeah.
I don't feel it at all. And I start, touching myself and doing that. I didn't feel any of this region. It was completely nummified. That's what I called it. It just there was nothing there.
Back to that Novocaine pins and needles feeling.
Yeah. Back to that. And so, I'm touching it, but I'm like, what is going on? Because it does hurt. It is, it might be a mental kind of hurt or whatever from that, but it's you're touching your nerves and stuff.
And this is, you said, about 2 to 3 days after the shoulder, after your back?
Yeah, after my back. Yeah, it was like literally middle of like my shoulder blades area of my back.
Okay.
But yeah, 2 to third day after that. And I was just like, okay, just weird. I didn't know what was going on. I was just thought it was just a fluke. Kind of like when your feet go numb, when you're sitting on them for too long.
Cutting off the blood flow.
Yeah. Some weird, maybe I slept wrong, whatever. That was not the case, as I woke up the fourth day with a completely almost paralyzed, numb left-hand side.
Your whole body?
Yeah. Knew it was there, but and I could move it, but it was like I was lifting like heavy weights in the gym. Like I had a 50-pound weight that I was trying to, gravitate. And I was just like, whoa, what? Immediately, was just crazy. I woke up that way. And then throughout that day, as I was trying to, figure out what I'm, where am I going? How am I going to do this? What's happening? My face then started to go with a tingling. And it was really weird because I, had woke up with my left side as such, but now I hear him sitting here and physically experiencing the right-hand side of my face numbing out. I freaked out. I said, I don't give a fuck where you take me. Just take me to a fucking emergency room because I don't know if I'm stroking. I don't know if I'm about to have a heart attack. I don't know if I have a fucking brain aneurysm. I can't. And that's when, I started, I was numb. I couldn't talk. I couldn't even speak. I was like, fuck it, let's go. Yeah, just freaking out. Obviously, I became a guinea pig for a moment. This is, in the middle of August of 2009. I rushed in. I'm, oh, we got to put you in an MRI. Oh, we got to give you a blood test, a blood panel. A 5-draw or 6-draw blood panel. Whatever the big one is for everything. We got to put you under a spinal tap. We got, what?
So they admit you right away and they're
Yeah,
just,
they admit me, start getting me into the doctors with all this other testings.
are they telling you anything? Do they even have a guess at what it could be?
Nope. They don't have a clue of what's going on. I mean, they're listing, some stuff off. They're asking me family history. Do you have this? Yeah. No. My family literally has nothing medically freaking wrong with them.
Yeah.
At all. I mean, they're mental as fuck. But the other part of it, no, So, like, it was a complete mystery.
So they're doing a full workup, full
Full
everything.
workup. Yep. And then, they did ask me, what's your history? I did end up with a scarlet fever in high school, which was a fluke. Kind of weird thing. But it wasn't like a defining moment. It was just like, oh, that's fucking weird. You got scarlet fever, whatever. So they kind of like were like, off on that one. And they're like, well, that could, maybe something, whatever. Go through all the tests, blood tests, panel. It's a little off, but nothing in a concerning level, right? Spinal tap comes back. Nothing. Completely just good to go. My MRI comes back. I have about 4 lesions in my brain, one on the back of my neck and one in my spinal. Jesus. It's bright, and they look literally like if you have a completely blacked out night sky, on those first couple of bright ass stars that come out and you can just see them. That's exactly what a lesion from multiple sclerosis on a brain looks like through an MRI. You have a very bright light. Yeah.
How do they introduce that? How do they break that to you?
Like any other, cordial doctor's bedside, great manner that they got. Oh, so all the panels comes back. Yeah, your blood tests and spinal tap are negative, but man, we can't deny it per this MRI. Those lesions are pretty prominent. We're looking at MS, multiple sclerosis, ma'am.
Jeez.
I'm sorry, what? I'm 28 years old. I just had my 3rd child.
Yeah.
I'm 28 years old. What? I flabbergasted. Like, what the fuck am I going to do now?
Not that there's a great way of putting it, I'm sure. It's just, I was just, curious how you find out about that.
In a very nonchalant, here's your fucking bread pie.
Jesus.
Learn about this because, you got a fucking roller coaster of a ride ahead of you.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. The bedside manner needs some, improvements. But, so, I've been given this information. Here I go. They're not going to do anything. I'm still very functioning. I can still have my speech. My eyesight, wasn't messed up at that time. I can still walk, and function, I'm still kind of on a normal scale. My body went boop.
You got some numbness going on in different areas of the body, but other than that, you're functioning normally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Functioning normally, just going about it. So they're like, we're not going to do anything because, you learn that with this disease, you don't touch what's not broken.
Okay.
Like, just leave it alone. So they did. Unfortunately, though, come April 2010, I woke up. And I'm now blind out of my right eye. I can't see. I'm, doing this, and I'm like, look, what is going on? Like, what the fuck? I don't know so much about, this disease, so I don't know everything that it can do. Obviously, they said, anything happens, in a bigger scale as such, come in, right away, let us know. We got to get you in. Because it was my eye and all of that, they sent me, to the optometrist. And they started looking and doing all of that, and results come back that my optic nerve has been attacked, and now I have optic neuritis, which means permanent damage to my optic nerve in my right eye, which means eventually, obviously, that nerve will now die off as the rest of them in my body, and I will not be able to see. Yeah.
Is there any preventative meds going on at this time? Is there, besides we're just gonna kind of wait and see what it does? Is there anything they're advising dietary wise? Just anything at all?
No. They not really. They you know, I mean, that was, you know, back 2009. So they were still really just figuring this out.
It was fairly new.
It was very still new. Then they didn't really know what was going on. They really couldn't even explain it to me.
Did they have any ideas of how long you had been dealing with this? I mean, to have 5 lesions that size, is that something that, how long does that take?
They don't have that answer either. We
Don't know how you get it.
Nope.
Autoimmune disease.
Have no clue how, you know, anybody gets it. Have no clue of where or how it is going to attack. They have no clue of how to stop it. This is a very, very, it is a very large-scaled autoimmune, because unfortunately, too, MS has every single side effect. Just to kind of get into, I guess, to explain what MS is so people can understand. MS is an attack, autoimmune attack on our nervous system of our body. Every single point on our bodies has an ending of a nerve to it. On the ending of that nerve, to protect for that nerve to not be damaged, is a protective layer, which is called melanin. And it is just a little like cyclone, and, you know, nerve is sitting in it just kind of like this, and it's sitting around it to protect that nerve. It's actually not even touching the nerve itself. MS attacks that myelin, and it will eat it away.
The protective coat.
The protective coat, because it looks at it as a foreign body or whatever. Once that protective coat is gone, that is when you get a surge. That is when you get a misfire, and that nerve dies. So basically, our bodies are eating itself from the inside out, and eventually, it will take over, and it shuts us down in pieces.
And now, 2010, you're finding out that you're right. Your vision in your right eye is already being affected. So you went from just 9 months before having some pins and needles in different areas of the body, but nothing that was any kind of permanent. It was a temporary feeling, and now you're having a permanent.
Yeah. That all the numbing and stuff. I mean, it caused like I can't feel heat in my hands, like from the sink. It takes a little more, you know, of the hot to come on for me to actually feel it. You know, fires and stuff. So there was a little bit of sensitivity damage, you know, touch field damage from my first episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my quote unquote major episode out of all of that I've had has been my eye.
Okay. Any other for the guys and gals at home, right? Those signs, those symptoms that you had. So besides the tingling and the vision thing, is there anything else you can think of that may have been indicators that you should have noticed?
Oh yeah, extreme headaches, migraines, to a point of, you know, becoming physically ill.
And this is going and being diagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that those are in my. I'm actually service connected for migraines.
Okay.
Like this is service even.
But But they weren't doing brain scans for your migraines back when you were in the service. They just
Not that I can find so far. I thought I had one, but I'm still searching. Trying to. There's got to be something. I have had to have it for longer than I did to have such a severe. First MRI image.
Yeah, about an 8-year gap between your service and your diagnosis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So, unfortunately, I that was not my last episode that year. I had another one in June. That was around my pelvic area. Which took a lot. That one, unfortunately, it took me out pretty well to a point of, I could no longer stand for longer periods of time. Like it took a lot of the weakness in my legs.
In your hip, leg area?
Because it was in my hip area, my pelvic area, like the whole area kind of just went numb. We were out camping and, I went to go to the bathroom to go and, use the restroom and went to go, wipe, clean myself up. And could not feel it. And I don't do that, like that. What are you doing? That's really weird. And it went from like almost right underneath my belly button, and kind of wrapped just my whole area, like pelvic area, backside, everything. Just it was weird. I don't know what happened. My incontinence kind of got affected. So yeah, it just kind of flared up in that area. Whatever.
How long did that numbness last?
I think it was 4 or 5 days.
Oh, so that was the first time you had an extended numbness.
Yeah, besides my first, week of build up to diagnosis.
Those were different areas, kind of moved around for those first few days and got diagnosed. Mm-hmm. Then your vision about 8 months later, and then here we are about 10 months after your diagnosis, and you're getting it in the hips now.
Yep. So boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, just going through stuff. Unfortunately, too, that me and the girls' dad, we didn't make it, so we split up in 2010 as well. The camping trip was kind of a last hoorah try for us, and it didn't work. So I went through a lot, in those kind of couple of years, having a lifestyle change. Here I am going through a divorce with 3 kids, newly diagnosed with MS. Jeez. I don't know, where was I working then? Oh, I started working at Cabela's then.
That's a fun store to work at.
Yeah. Yep. I had started working for them, got the job, and that moved us back up to Grand Junction, Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you got back to Grand Junction, Colorado, what's on the mind? Like where do you heading to do?
Heading to just kind of build my life back up. The girls' dad had come with me. He was working on the rigs. We were kind of doing a co-parenting, habiting thing because he was 2 weeks on, 1 week off. So it could work, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that generally makes it easier when you're, kind of having those issues. Just gives you that little time away. It makes you grow a little fonder sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit, So, still trying everything. We move up there. I start working Cabela's. Everything's going okay, but it just didn't work. It just, no. I'm sorry, but we need to just go our separate ways, No hard feelings. It's just
very amicable.
Yeah. Well, I wanted it to be. He acted like he was going to. It was a struggle. He went, he ended up leaving, going back, talk some crap to his family, whatever. So it was a struggle to kind of get him involved in all of that. And, we went through court proceedings and everything. He didn't show up. So he was saying one thing and all of that, but
so it's kind of one-sided. Then the separation and the divorce, it was really more you just calling it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he had a posh life. I was, independent woman taking care of him,
Sure.
paying everything, taking care of everything, raising his kid. He didn't really have to do much. I mean, yeah, he had to go to work, but he was working on the rigs. And, if you worked on the rigs, you understood what happened out there. It wasn't clean life. That's a hard labor job. And, they drink and there are known substances to be out, there while they are working. So, it was a whole big thing and everything, and it just came to a head. Like I said, we never really fought. There was no real arguments.
He just wasn't meeting your expectations. You needed him to be
well, and not just
something that he
mine, but
wasn't,
yeah, we had 3 kids.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
was like, bro, we got to take care of them.
And you just found out, very recently.
Yeah, that I'm sick.
Yeah.
Very sick.
So you need somebody that can be a father in their lives, and
correct.
I understand.
Yeah, so that it was pitiful moment. I need a partner. I can't do this. Well, I can. I've been doing it on my own. But one less child, quote unquote, an adult one, is really going to help. So I move on, get my own place. I go. Actually, Cabela's was a wonderful job. Great, loved it. Had a posh most of the time. Monday through Friday. Administrative assistant to the general manager. Hi, how are you? Just pretty much pretty face for the, public and do whatever he needed.
Right.
Cool. Roger that. I can do that.
Yes, absolutely.
So it wasn't any of that, but, it is also still retail. Smart woman. They see that. They have a need. Guess who's going in?
Yeah.
So, I can't do that. I need a reliable schedule. I don't have anybody else. I have 3 young children. Sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but sorry.
Yeah.
At that time, I had a 6-year-old, 5-year-old, and a brand new baby. Huh? No, ma'am. And they were really involved, when my kids were younger. I had them in sports. They were out doing stuff. I wanted them to, experience.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when my 3rd child came, though, and life took a switch, I had to pull that from my kids, and they understood. They knew kind of what was going on. Not really, but I was very, very honest with my children to a point of their age-appropriate understanding.
Okay.
I wanted them to know everything at age-appropriate. You know what I mean? Of course. So I taught them in sections throughout life. That's how I kind of bring it up. Let the school and all that teach them the academic side, but yet I kept a close eye because this world. But I kept that like that. So I was very structured parent, was doing great. Kids were doing wonderful, all of that. So it's 2011 now. I had just quit Cabela's because of the schedule shift.
Right.
So let me revert back a little bit because there's a space between I forgot. After I left Cabela's, I was, looking for another job. Because I had not found one at the time that I had left. Because my schedule and what they were doing to me and, the need that they needed was kind of a more, okay, I can't do that at all, life thing. And unfortunately, I have to quit without another job. Back then it was easier to find a job.
Yeah.
This is 2011, there's jobs everywhere. You're good. I have a good back record and everything. So I go to look for jobs and I get accounts payable position at a beer company.
Okay. In Colorado.
In Colorado. Yep. The Coors distributor there in Grand Junction, Colorado.
Okay.
I'm accounts payable. I get, I collect all the money. You want to buy my stuff? Guess what? Give me. Very good at it. I balance the books. I'm taking care of operation, $1 million plus because Western Colorado, everybody lakes and, we're going through Moab because it's right there, everything. They were busy.
Oh yeah.
Because we were the main distributor of that whole valley. All the way out to like Palisade Rifle area. So we had a big like span of area that we covered. And so, you know, it was a great job, great position, you know, okay, paying my bills, you know, Monday through Friday. Woo, I'm making it.
Right.
And then this guy comes walking around the corner from the warehouse. I'm sitting at my desk. And
Accounts payable.
yeah, accounts payable did, you know. I'm in the kind of back because, you know, the money, so we're kind of hidden a little
Corinne,
bit.
accounts payable.
Yeah.
That's your desk.
Yes. So, you know, he comes walking in because, you know, he's a little frat boy is what I called him. He's just nothing but a frat boy. But he's walking in acting like he's all cool, you know, and, oh, he's a new girl, and da-da-da, and, you know, starts flirting, and I, again, was not interested. I've got a life, you know, whatever, dude. He kind of did like a switch face, you know. He was like, oh, I was just, you know, kind of being, you know, spidey and stuff. He's like, but, you know, he kind of went into a more calmer, you know, I got my life together, you know, I'm working here and blah, 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 blah. And had a really nice car, you know, so I thought, you know, he was a little, you know, above the standard of, you know, of living that he had first put on, you know. So I was like, okay, maybe he does, you know, he was just messing around, you know. Don't judge a book by its cover, you know. Find out the whole picture before, you know, you can kind of make your full judgment of what your boundary is. Yeah, well, apparently I wasn't really looking at any of my boundaries. So he wooed me over, and we started dating. It, you know, it was, you know, here and there, nothing real big, you know, little tits, big, you know, things. He had 3 older kids. I had 3 younger. So, you know, and it was a kind of weird situation, you know.
Not Brady Bunch?
Oh, it was total Brady Bunch. His oldest was a girl, and then he had twin boys. And my oldest was a boy, and then I had 2 girls.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah. Oh, we made fun of it. We did the Brady Bunch picture, and we were like, look at us, we're so funny, huh? Yeah. You know, we're going to blend together, and...
you guys match. It makes
right.
That makes sense.
And we, you know,
the families match, and
right. Yeah. Very, very. Yeah. Portrayed as a very, very classic, good looking. You know, couple. He was very good looking. Great. You know, cute little Indiana boy, blonde hair, blue eyed, muscular. You know, ooh, that's pretty. You know, but Yeah, they say do not judge a book by its cover. That is a complete, total line because we dated for a little while, and like I said, you know, there was tidbits here and there, but we, you know, decided that you know, we're gonna go forward. So he asked me to marry him, and I said yes, and so August of 2012, I married him. And at the time, you know, we were kind of over working at a beer company. We were like, okay, well, we're married. We got 6 kids. You know, we got
we're the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, we're, you know, there's a story. I was like, well, story doesn't need to include, you know, this. We need to go forward. I didn't have any help, right? I though my family and all that were in Grand Junction and you know, and I was still, you know, kind of sort of, you know, talking to them and all that. But they did not help. Those were my children, my problem. Figure it out. Okay. You know, fine. You know, I don't know. That's just the way it was, you know. They didn't help. So I didn't have any, you know, no extension, no extra time, no, you know, so it was difficult. So we just made the decision that his family, his side of the family was back up in Washington State.
Okay.
And, you know, they were all up there and they were more than willing to help. And, you know, this is what he was telling me. And I was like, okay, you know, that's great. You know, they're willing to help, you know, and then we can, you know, get better jobs or go to school or, you know, figure out our life, you know, and go forward.
you know, and he promises, yeah, you know, and we can find a place and all that. And, you know, if we don't or whatever, you know, we can look for jobs and find a place, and, you know, something comes first or whatever. You know, if a job comes first, we'll get up there. You know, my parents have extra room. We can stay with them for a little while, or, you know, camper outside. We can make it work and whatever, or find a place, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
So we're planning it and all that.
So they're going to provide you a good jump off point at his parents' house.
Yes.
Now, how was your relationship with his parents like prior to this decision to move out there?
Spoke maybe a couple times while he was on the phone with them. But obviously, you know, they were they lived in Washington.
Yeah.
So meeting them in person, no, never.
Oh, you hadn't met them?
No,
Okay.
never had met them in person. I had met his brother. That's who he was kind of staying with out there, was his brother. Because, you know, before me, he did have, you know, children prior, but, you know, his oldest was with her mother and being raised. And at the time, which I didn't know, but his twins were being raised by his parents.
I see. In Washington.
In Washington.
Okay, so now you're moving back to Washington, or you're moving to Washington, with his twin boys now, and you're
Yep.
3. Okay.
Yep.
And is his oldest coming as well, or she's staying with the mother?
She had visited. Okay. You know, she would visit and all of that. So we kind of we made this decision, you know, 2012, and, you know, and we're going to move up there and all of that. And then, you know, we're going to get married, you know, because he had asked me to marry him. And everything, you know, is falling through. Well, everything came through. It seemed like it was, you know, Forte. We get job offers. So we're like, all right, you know, it's cool. Let's go. You know, we'll get job offers, and, you know, your parents have room, and we'll go up there and do that. And, you know, we'll get a small wedding, because he's like, yeah, my parents, they lived on a most beautiful piece of property on the side of a full mountain in the Pacific Northwest. And I mean, I literally tell people, if you have never been up there and you want to see what it looks like in like realness, I know it's, you know, a frou-frou movie, some people say. I think it's kind of cute, but, you know, watch Twilight. That literally is the scenery. There is no editing to that scenery scenes in the movie.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It is breathtakingly gorgeous. And, you know, I love nature. I'm a nature girl, love outside, always been, you know, outdoor sports, you know, softball and on the, you know, rodeo track. I say rodeo, you know, I did most show. I wanted to do barrel, but I was too young at first, you know, but anyway.
You're going to get married in this landscape.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're getting, you know, married in the landscape and everything, which is great. You know, it's like, okay, cool. And everything's kind of flowing, and, you know, we're working and stuff. And then, you know, we gather up a little bit of money, and I get a dress, and we put this little wedding together, and it was a homemade little wedding, but it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And all our kids were in it and everything. And it just, you know, it just felt kind of right and everything. So we're going great. So that's August, the end of August of 2012.
Okay.
Doing good. We're getting through the holidays. You know, it's a little stressful. There's a lot of kids. You know, the house is getting a little full. You know, it's a little expensive up there. And, you know, housing isn't as much, because it is mountainous, and the lands, and, you know, you can only build in so many places.
Sure.
So we're having a little hard time finding a place. Intention's a little high and everything, but we get through it. You know, we're fine. This is where a lot of stuff gets blurry.
Okay.
So I do apologize that I cannot remember specifics. Because of an event that is coming up that I will be talking about. Unfortunately, there is a big blockage of time.
Okay.
I remember some things, but not like specific time frames within this. So,
Just generalizing.
yep, just generalizing that. Between, I would say, Thanksgiving, or mid-November, we got through the holidays, and it was January. after all the holidays, after everything.
Okay.
I guess it was the tension. I don't know what happened. I don't remember what sparked everything. He got mad. He got really, really mad. And started to blow up. Started to go absolutely crazy. Like even his parents, couldn't really calm him down. We didn't know what was going on. So I put the kids in a room, I said, "Hey guys, stay here. 2 rooms. The twins' bedrooms." I kind of just, girls, go. You guys just split up. Go in here, or all of you go into whatever. I don't care. Just stay in here.
Yeah.
His dad was not there because still at that time, his dad was still a truck driver. So he was gone on the road. But his mom was there. And she was trying to calm him down, but, she's like itty bitty and everything. And Mom, just go with the kids, whatever. I was letting him yell, letting him do whatever he needed, kind of keep my distance, just watching him. But I didn't want them to watch him.
Right.
Or her try to help him, because she wouldn't just stand back and watch. She was trying to engage, and it's no. He had walked out to, the RV trailer that, me and him were staying in while we were up there. Most of the times with the kids would end up out there anyway, too. Your kids. At least the younger ones, the babies. But, so, he went out there, and I was hearing something, and I don't remember, but I didn't have my eye on him. And the only reason why I wanted to watch was to make sure just that he didn't hurt himself.
Right.
Do whatever,
Sure.
You want to throw plates, you want to do, okay, we'll go buy more. It's stupid. Get it out. Don't be putting holes in the wall, but, here's a plate, throw it out there,
Yeah.
do something. I don't know. I guess it was me, like, coming out to the trailer or coming out something, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't remember. All I do remember is he came out of that trailer like a bat out of fucking hell. I was his target. And my face got a lot of it. My side got some of it. My cell phone got broke. I was bloodied. He went off on me. And I was trying to rip out my teeth. Like, just, yeah. My cell phone was broke, I didn't do anything. I guess I'm apparently screamed or I did something. I don't remember. Because, I think I blacked out for a little bit for a trauma response that I had since childhood. Something happens, you do, you get beat on, you get something, you black out, just black out. Yeah, I woke up laying on the driveway. Everything, my hair all ratted up, blood all over my face. Cell phone all broken right here, hands scraped up because I'm sure I was trying, fight back. He was a lot bigger than me, about, double my size, if not, I woke up, I got up very, very slowly, very off kilter, very, not knowing my scenery, nothing. The only thing I remember, I think he was sitting down or I don't remember, but I remember walking back into the house and his mom seeing me and she just screamed. they lived on a side of a mountain. They had neighbors, you know. Apparently, at some point, one of us or him, the ruckus, something, alerted a neighbor. They heard it. Cops were already called, unbeknownst to any of us, you know. They, I believe when they were on the phone with the cops, another neighbor that, you know, it was a little, they were all kind of close down there, but they called mom, you know, his mom or something. Anyway, he got alerted. You know, I remember her phone ringing, but I'm sure it was one of them, you know, calling or something, but he got alerted at something by his mom, obviously, that the cops had already been called, you know, that, yo, they're on their way, you know, you need to just stay here, whatever, you know, I don't know. Or she was telling him to name, I don't know. But, so he fled. He went and, you know, went and found a hiding spot and wherever the hell he went on foot. And he's from there, you know, so he knew where to go.
Yeah.
You know, to get away just enough to, they wouldn't find him. They did come up there, you know, took photos of me, all of that. Asked about the kids, you know, I said, I'm sure they heard it, you know, but, you know, they were supposed to be in here not watching it. Obviously, I don't know what the fuck happened. I was getting my ass beat. So, you know, I gave my statement and all that. You know, he was worn out for, you know, domestic violence charge. And the next morning, I packed up my stuff. And I said, no, you know, I'm not doing this. This is not how this is going to be, and da-da-da. So I had a little, you know, Nissan car, and I packed that thing, everything on the roof and inside that, you know, was mine and my kids', and I trekked my way back to Grand Junction, Colorado. To, you know, I had to go back to live with my birth mom and my grandmother. They actually live right outside. It's Fruta, but it's the same thing now. But in a duplex, you know, with my 3 kids. And at that time, you know, she had adopted my brother when I was 16, so obviously he was living with her. I don't remember how old he was. Old enough. He was in high school at that time. I remember that. And, yeah. It was a bad trek. It was, you know, middle of winter in the Pacific Northwest. So I had to go really, really slow. And the suckiest part, not just that, you know, had my ass beat, literally, but I had a bag, you know, of mine that was like all of my treasures. That was my keepsakes, my forevers, you know. You have that one thing that you will forever take with you anywhere you go, you know. Yeah. However, I lost it on that trip. And it had like my class ring in it, and it had like all of my like special necklace from, you know, my grandmother, and, you know. So, you know, if anybody's up in the Pacific Northwest and you go through the gorge area, if you could look for a bag. I can't remember what color it is, but you know, just give it back. That'd be great.
Jeez, did anything ever come of that incident?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was charged with domestic violence. Okay. You know, me listed as a victim. So you know, and you know, he had to do whatever they required of him. I told them my side, and they said, you know, well, what would you like to do? And I'm like, you're gonna do whatever you need because it's statute. I was like, you know, they're like, how do you know that? I'm like, because I come from a legal background.
Yeah.
You already have the information. You have the pictures of what happened. I don't have to do anything nor say anything. I was like, I'm not going to implicate anything. Y'all go ahead and do what you see as fit. It's like, because guess what? It's not going to be anything until he gets his own help.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of like, well, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. I was like, good luck with that, though. You know, and so, yeah, you know, crazy. And it was nuts, too, because, you know, when he was also the one, you know, that had introduced me to the VA system. You know, I didn't know I had that benefit until he came along because he's a veteran.
Okay.
You know, and so, you know, started off, got in first, you know, in Grand Junction, hey, this is how you do it. This is how you get in, da 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 da. Well, then moved up to Washington, you know, moved all my service and had everything up there, you know, real quick, was going through everything. So I had been established up there. And I say that for a reason, because the next part of my story is why I can't remember things.
Okay.
This is after everything that I have went through in life and figured out, you know, I guess, and it got to this point, fortunately, I go back after this, and this is January of 2009, or I'm sorry, January of 2013.
Okay.
I go back, Grand Junction, Colorado, Fruita area. You know, live with my birth mother and grandmother, adopted brother. They know so many people. You know, I get right in. I have a job. You know, it's nothing. You know, I'm going to work. You know, doing what I need. You know, people kind of don't understand. You know, you don't really start off even back then. If, you know, you're just taking a job, you know, you're not getting paid like hundreds of dollars. It's just, you know, I took the first job available to get money in my pocket that could pay bills.
Yeah.
And it was a grocery store, you know, City Market, back, you know, Kroger line. Only because, you know, they had their connections. So I got right in and, you know, doing the same thing, front end stuff, you know, just kind of making it and everything, and trying to save up some money so I can get, you know, me and my kids back into our own place and just go on with life. That was my plan. Let me work. Let me bust my ass. Let me fucking save, you know, so I can carry on. Because I don't want to be there with you in that fucking environment. You know, that was not my plan. I already knew that was not okay. But that was my only place to go. Like, you know, societal rights. Oh, you always go back to your family. Yeah, well, this next thing that happens is why you don't. I'm working, I'm doing good, I'm, you know, trying. My kids are going to school. You know, my birth mother got sick. So she had, you know, quote unquote, got sick. Well, that's what she says it, I guess. Whatever. No, she didn't get sick. She's just an alcoholic. Very bad. 7 and 7. That's her drink. Seagram 7 and 7-Up. Ugh. But she would start 9 o'clock in the morning. And she would down, you know, the Seagram 7 bottles, what, about this big?
Yeah.
I don't know how big they are. I don't know. Alcohol.
Half gallon.
Okay, half gallon. Yeah, she got up to about 3 of those in one day.
Jeez.
Yeah. And she wasn't a fun drunk. No, she was an evil, vindictive. Like, her eyes went black. She was demonized, like, bad. Possessed like crazy, and you could see it. And, yeah, so, you know, I already knew that was not the environment for me nor my children. And no. But, you know, I wasn't no saint either. You know, like I you know, partied and was out, you know, doing my some things while I was raising my kids too, but nothing onto a scale of what she was. And at that point in my life, I wasn't at all.
Yeah.
And so I, didn't want it around even for my own sake. And so I was working towards, well, my kids were going to school and everything, and they're in public school, and for whatever reason, there for a while, head lice went around like crazy in public schools. And my kids were active, they had friends and they were very popular. They were doing stuff and,
Right.
And they catch it. It happens. They sit next to somebody who has it. There you go. That's as easily as you can get a head lice. It's not a nasty disease. It's just a very annoying, or a disease, animal that invades, over you. It's just annoying. It's like, fuck, dude, because they are hard to get away from. But you go to public school, and unfortunately, some people just don't take care of themselves. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, my birth mom, she freaks out because, oh my gosh, she's not working or anything. She's staying at home and I'm paying all her bills. And I just ask her, could you help me out with the kids when they get home from school to make sure, maybe they get a snack before I get off of work so I could then, take care of them.
Sure.
No, God, because now she's, irresponsible for one of them and then, cleaning all of this up because I'm at work. Because, God forbid. She decides to come to my work in the parking lot before she goes to pick up my daughter from school. And screams. I don't even remember what it was that she was saying because it was so fucking ridiculous that she even pulled up to my work to tell me in the way that she did that, your daughter has lice. And I know, at that point we have cell phones. You text me. I just couldn't have it on me at work, but I saw it break, sorry. You can come to the store and get, the fucking bill yourself. That'd be cool, but too much work. That's cool. I got it. So I go back inside. I go get the lice treatments for her. I buy fucking extra to make sure, yours. Do it double just to make, I would have done it double myself anyway.
Right.
But take them out to her and, here, I'm sorry, I'll get off, I'll try to go get off, or I still have to work. I have bills to pay when I was trying to get my own fucking place.
Yeah.
She slaps me in the parking lot. And I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, you know what? Go home and take care of your own shit. If you'd like to, treat my daughter, that'd be cool. If not, she can wait until I'm available. If whatever my job decides that I need to have to take care of them with. And then, I went back inside. She, went off and got my daughter, went back to the house, did whatever. I obviously, went back inside. I had a red handprint on my face.
Right.
And they, heard her. It's a grocery store with big sliding windows, and they come open and closed all the time for people coming out. And she just didn't care. And so, my manager's like, go home. He's like, you're good. He's like, you're good. Just, come refresh, do whatever you need. We'll see you, you got tomorrow. I already had the next day off anyway. So that was, on books. So I head back to the duplex. And during this little stint of me being back and not, having a job right away, everything, I lost money in the move, everything. I lost my car. It got repoed, so I didn't have a car. So I was walking back and forth to my work to the duplex, which I don't think wasn't bad. I don't know, 3 miles, maybe 4 miles. Wasn't anything. I get back to the duplex. My grandmother is sitting outside waiting for me to show up. And she goes, hey, just come into my side. She's still pretty upset. We're just gonna come sit down on my side and get something to eat, conversate, all of that. Later on in life, my grandmother went way more soft, almost in a beat down woman's role through things. So at this point, she'd sit down, let's calm down,
I see.
have some tea, that part. So I'm like, okay, that's cool with me. I don't want to go over there. So I already know what's happening. I was like, but where are my kids? And she's like, oh, they're over there. And I'm like, but she's over there doing all that. She's like, well, she's been okay with her, them. I've been watching, so she's telling me, and I'm like, okay, don't like that. I was like, how about they, start coming over here or trickling or whatever. And she's like, we can do that in a minute, And she's like, I just want to sit here, and and she went into, talk about, I was just, what are we gonna do? What do you think is gonna happen? What you think she's gonna be okay? She kind of went into like this panic mode of, what's our next step, with my birth mom, or what's coming from this, or and I'm like, just let her calm down. It's one of her episodes, just whatever. I'm trying, but I can't do anything. I'm paying her bills. And she's, I know, and we can continue on and everything. Well, at some point, not very long in, to the conversation, the birth mom finds out that I am home from work and that I am sitting over there conversating with my grandmother. And so they had it was a duplex, but there was a door in the middle that they had put so they could go back and forth because, we always did that.
Okay. So they joined them.
Yeah. But you could also, it was adjoining one, but also could be locked, just in case or whatever. But she comes through there and just screaming, I know you're fucking talking about me. I know that little cunt bitch is just over there dogging on me, talking about me, just going off, talking about me. She's a little manipulative bitch and don't fucking believe her, just going off. And I just kind of look at it. I'm like, are you fucking for real? I'm like, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do with my children. Remember? And she goes off saying something else. And then turns around, goes back on her side, closes the door, but I hear her lock it. When I had just said, I'm going over to get my children.
Right.
Yeah, you don't do that. I don't care. I will go to jail over my children.
Yeah.
I will die for my children.
That's right.
Cool. Bam. Open up the door. Bust the lock. I don't care. I had something in my hand. I believe it was a bowl or something. I think I was eating a snack. It's usually what my grandmother did. Get a snack. And I think it was a bowl. Anywho. So I busted through the door. She's standing right there. I got the bowl and I'm a smart ass. I know I shouldn't do it, but I'm just a smart ass. That's trying to be fucking funny, but it's very sarcastic way. But I also go very petty, with that as well. And I was petty at that moment. And I slid the bowl across to her sink and I went, why don't you just go out and start being a fucking whore again? That set her trigger back off to more intense. The only thing next that I remember is her coming at me, hands around my throat. We go diving over into my grandmother's side. She's up and over me. I pound down on a concrete slab floor, black the fuck out. I don't know for how long. I've heard the story from my oldest daughter who was standing right there. Because she did this in front of all three of my children, my grandmother, and my adopted brother. And my oldest daughter remembers it. And says that while she was on top of me and I was not there. Because she always says, Mommy, you weren't there. But she was sure hitting you. So it was just pounded. Jesus. And she goes, and she was like, I was praying. We were praying. We were like, no. And I had always known, that there was a higher spirit in this world. I had always known that I was not supposed to be in that family. But I was born into it for whatever reason. And in that moment, when I woke up, and I had her head, I was out. Okay, but I had her head in between my arms in a literal like this. And the first words out of my mouth were, if you do not call the fucking cops, I'm going to break this bitch's fucking neck and kill her. Because I was bop. 2 seconds. Done. I had a voice in my head at that moment. Because I didn't care. I was going to say it and still do it. I was just saying it to get the police here because an ambulance is needed. At that point, I was killing her because she was killing me. I had a voice, was not my children's, was not my grandmother's, or my adopted brother's. I had a voice tell me, no, you're not. That's not you. That's not you. No, you're not. Stop it. So I sat there with her head still in my lock because she wasn't at that point then beating me. I had her pinned down in a way, had able to get my legs up then around, just had her fucking stance. I blacked out a little bit, I think, from, that going back to scrapping days and when I would black out when I was, protection. Next thing I remember, and according to the police report I have as well, police showed up. I was still up underneath her. And I guess I was nodding out. Because at that point I was, again, what we later find out is was losing some brain functions. And so my body was kind of going into, dysfunction mode. Like it didn't know what the fuck it was misfiring. And it was already misfiring. I had MS already. So it was going wonky. And anyway, so when they pulled me out, I don't remember them pulling me out. I remember them over me saying something, and I was out again. Because that was an in and out moment. So I remember little things. I remember them coming in. I don't remember them coming to me, but I remember them over me. I don't remember then. The next thing I remember, I'm on the couch. So obviously, according to the police report, I had to read it, after my daughter told me, what was going on. I was like, what? So in it says, that they pulled me from underneath her in an unconscious state. And then, because at that point, because I woke up and said something, I guess, they didn't call an ambulance, or it still wasn't there. It still wasn't not there. you know, they put me on the couch because I was still breathing. You know, I was just kind of out and they didn't know anything, but they put me on the couch. And then the ambulance people came in and they were checking me out, and I, you know, was just kind of in and out and just out. I should have gone to the hospital. Yeah. I wasn't leaving my babies. So I said, no, I need to make sure that they are okay. I don't give a fuck. I will sit here, and if she wants to continue to beat on me till she fucking kills me, then maybe you guys will fucking finally do something to her. But no, I will be here until then because my baby, I'm not leaving them. Yeah. There's no fucking way. Because the hospital was all the way in Grand Junction. It was, you know, like 45 minutes, an hour away. Oh, no. So I stayed there that night, and she was such a bitch. For whatever reason, they did not take her to jail. Number one, which I did not understand. They knew that she was drinking. Like, that made no fucking sense to me. And, you know, I have the police report. They charged her. Like, I'm like, what the fuck was the disconnect? Like, put her in fucking jail. They did not. She got to stay there at her place. So that was also weird, but whatever. She blared the music to bump until like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Jesus. I was throbbing. I didn't know what the fuck had just happened to me. You know, I mean, I knew what had happened, but in an overall actual final effect of... And an overall actual, you know, final effect of what she actually did to me in that moment, I didn't know. And, you know, that goes into, like, medical and all of that. So
I can't, so the police opted, so they come in, they see the scene. Obviously, you two had fought. There's injuries sustained, but they don't end up taking anybody to jail. They don't end up issuing any citations. It's just separate you guys because grandma can lock this door. You guys can stay on this side. She can stay on that side. Is that kind of the thought?
She got issued a citation.
Oh, she got issued a citation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know, I was up underneath her passing out, like a citation. You know, that was my thought. Like, that she should have went to jail.
Yeah, they should have.
Like, that was aggravated assault.
Yeah.
That wasn't a, you know, simple battery. And that, there, you know, there is a difference. You know, simple battery is a slap in the face or a punch. No, that was aggravated assault. Like, she was destined to she was trying to kill me. Literally. Jesus. She was, you know, raw, like, complete, wanted to kill me.
And then she stayed in that rage mode for hours in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that was
antagonizing.
Cycle. Yeah, and that was normal cycle for her and her quote unquote I don't even know if it is an episode because that bitch was like that all the fucking time. So I can't say episodes because that's just literally how the fuck she was. Like, yeah, but when she got extra, I guess her extras, she would go into, I'm going to do the petty stuff, you know, the raising the music and just petty, evil stuff. Just whatever I can do to piss the next person off because I'm pissed off. And so I decide, you know, I'm sitting there all night trying to get some sleep, whatever. The next day comes, you know, I back in the fucking normal routine because life goes on, right? Yeah. But I can't stay there, obviously. Like, I know what, you know, I start going, you know, same thing just happened to me in January. And now here I am in April going through the same fucking thing. Okay, no. So I start planning, I start looking, I'm like, what is out there? Now that I'm I'm not stupid, I go smart. I'm like, what's out there in the VA?
Yeah.
What can I get into? Is there an inpatient? Yes. Sweet. How long is that? Where is that? How to get into that? What am I doing? Do they have housing? I just start looking, whatever fucking resources, So I'm like trying to figure out which path I'm going. Am I, going to try and get the VA to ask, help to get me a place, or, what's going on? I come across the factor, because I was already established in the Portland VA system, that the Portland VA system has, if you put yourself into it, you go into the emergency room, you will be, the normal. You can be admitted for the 72 hours. But when you get admitted through that, they had a program that they had established up there at that VA that literally went into a very, very intense. It's not full inpatient because you don't stay at the hospital, but like you have to be there every day.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you know what I mean? And you start off that way, going every single day, Monday through Friday. You're either individuals, you're in groups, you're in specialized session, whatever, it's a whole program specialized around, what the need is of that veteran. It was, and I was like, okay, well, I'm in Grand Junction, I have this VA, can we do it here? It was not offered. And my first availability to get into mental health was back in the day where it took 6 months.
Right.
Oh, no, I can't do 6 months. Yeah. She'll kill me. She literally is going to kill me. This woman has already tried now in front of others. She tried back in the, growing up shit behind closed doors. Now it's in front of others. Like it's escalated. And I'm her target. So I was like, I can't do Grand Junction. I set myself up back in Portland because I am not going to end up like this. I'm not going to, I was already angry. I was already, I call it, quote unquote, a drill sergeant mom.
Yeah.
My kid, everything was on point. The way I unfortunately was groomed growing up, that your house needs to look like a model home, that when everybody walks in, it is prestige and they're, you have the cleaners to come in and they, their cleaning job is to keep it clean and you are to not touch it.
Yeah.
You have your room. You don't have this house, and so unfortunately, you only know what you come from.
That's right.
That's all I knew. I was not being taught anything else. The only other thing that I knew before I had children was the military. Boot camp. And I was like, well, I don't have to break them down because they're going to be kids. They're babies. But I can sure mold them up into, what I was taught. Because that was the only thing I knew. So I did. And, my kids, I had 3 children in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. You didn't even know I had 3 kids. I could take all 3 of my children under the age of 10 to a restaurant, and I was complimented by the waiters and waitresses and even the managers of restaurants because of how well my children behaved. And it's not that I was strict or anything. We had fun, but it was a respect thing that I taught them. Yeah, you can have fun, but clean it up afterwards because that's not their problem.
That's right.
You made that problem, not them. So, we did all this. My kids learned. You respect, the waitress that serves you, and you're going to clean up your mess and stack your plates and put them at the end of the table so she doesn't have to be bending over to hurt her back more.
That's right.
So my kids did that. I taught them that to go up. I taught them that, guess what? If you're walking into a place and you see somebody who is older than you going to a door that you are going to, your little ass better get up to that door first to open it, because they can't move as quick as you, and that is respect.
That's right.
So all of my children open doors for people who, they are very, very on point. My children are very respectful children. They are amazing fucking beings. Everybody says, well, you did a great job. Yeah, I implemented some really cool shit into their head, but then they took that and they developed into their own people that I admire more than anything in this entire world. Because I had 5 generations of fucking curse on my back. When I took on the challenge after what happened to me, and I said yes to that facility, I didn't stop it because unfortunately my children did have to go through some things. But I fucking know that those babies will never be like anything they ever went through. So that was my motivator to put myself into that treatment center in Portland. I was going to change. I was going to stop being that mom, or that, I was loosen up. I was going to let go of the anger. I was, going to make myself into betterment. I did. I did for 18 months. I had a good, and everything blends again. I think it was 6 months of that intense.
Every day.
Yeah. Well, you started off every day.
Yeah.
And then it trickles. Then you go down to, 4 days, 3 days. They kind of leave you at the 3. And then if you're at a, good stance, you can, you stay at either, you can choose between like a 2 or 3 coming in, 2 to 3 times a week. I was still full blown, I did 3 times for a while there. So this is, 2013 era, and we're going into kind of 2014. 2014, we traveled a little bit. For whatever reason, we went out to Iowa. Ended up there. I don't know why. It just was. There was kind of jobs. I don't know. It was a thing. I really don't understand why.
Just you and the kids?
No. So I guess, I got to backtrack on that. When I went into doing all of that back in Portland and all that, I was going there homeless. So I wasn't going to put my kids into homeless. Their father was still, stating that, I wouldn't let him see him, whatever, da-da-da. He wasn't showing up, but that's a whole other story. I was like, fine. I'm not letting you see him or whatever. I have to go do something because I just had something happen to me. And it is a needed thing. So I'm going to bring your daughters to you. And I need your help. I don't know for how long, but you're going to have to grow up. This is your opportunity. Here's your chance.
Yeah.
I took my daughters down there to New Mexico to stay with their dad. My oldest son, because for whatever reason, I didn't take him with them, and I should have. I don't know why I separated them. But because I guess he wasn't his, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't take him. I just didn't. I should have. But I left him with my grandmother. At that time, I thought that was the best decision. What I was doing. Again, I don't know. But I thought, anyway, I get them all settled in what I think is in safe environments.
so that I can go and get myself help so I can become a better mother to them. That was my whole plan. And that is what I did. I went back, I put myself in. I was away, in that for 18 months. At my not even 18-month mark, I started, at that time, I didn't have full custody of my girls. I had primary, but I didn't have full.
Okay.
I had learned some information that, he back into drugs and got put into jail. And this sentence was a 5 year, so I wasn't getting out. And I was like, that's okay. Hey, he happened to be there when, while for that period of time that I really, really needed him. Unfortunately not the full time. I was like, I am not done. But I got them set up with an aunt and uncle. Again, thought they were safe. We're not. But got through with all of my stuff. Got through the courts, got full custody. Went down to go pick up my girls. When I arrived at their aunt and uncle's house, I'll clarify that's who they went with, they were not there. They weren't answering the door. They wouldn't do anything. I didn't know what was going on. I had paperwork through the court system stating that I had full custody of those girls. And, every right to come and get them because they knew what had going on. Everything through the courts. And so I call cops. And I'm like, yeah, getting everything, showing them my papers. Like, I want my kids. Where the fuck are they? They, of course, then call, the people who had them, were supposed to have them. And they tell them that my girls are with my birth mother. She is a great manipulator and somehow had been having access to them the whole time that I was gone. Jesus. Nobody protected them. Okay, thanks. And she had taken them to Arizona. That's where she was living. I think it was like Flagstaff area or something around there. I went off. I told the cops. I was like, you need to go get my kids. You need to figure out where they are. You need to go get them, blah, blah, blah. I was like, because I have no problem going to where she's at because I knew where she was. I was tracking her. I needed to know that for my own, so I knew it was a protection of me. And I literally, on the line, told the cop, if you don't go and get my fucking kids from her house, I will, and you will be called there to pick up a fucking dead body. I will kill her. Go get my kids. I'm trying to protect myself from doing something stupid and losing them forever. Please go get them. They did. They brought them to, their safe house there, the little police station there that they had. And I drove from, it was Bloomfield, New Mexico, and I drove. I don't even remember how fast I was going. I don't give a fuck. I put my hazards on and just went. Yeah. And I, showed up in, Flagstaff area and went in and got my girls. Now, during this whole deal and episode, I finally now have my girls back. But back to, you heard, when I said I left my son with my grandmother.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, or it was an embarrassment or whatever. They didn't believe in me, or they thought I abandoned him and was just gone. And then I wasn't really in a treatment, and I wasn't doing that. You know, they were right. They knew I was just a horrible person and I was going to do this and blah, blah, blah. That was in, the court paperwork that I have. And so they filed through the same courts that I was granted full custody of my girls through. Like beginning of end of 2013 is actually when they filed for my son. And so I had actually been fighting for him through the court systems that whole time while I was trying to go through my mental health treatment. They didn't care. Courts or nobody cared that I am literally in a mental health treatment facility program because I almost got killed by my birth mother. Like that, and I don't want to be like that. And I don't want to freak out. And I'm trying to get help. Didn't matter. Nobody cared. Okay, cool. Let's fight this. What do I have? I have all the proof. I got all, the cute little certifications. Hey, you went through this class and you did great. Plus, I can grab my paperwork from the VA. And here's my medical shit. Shouldn't have to do that in a court of law, but here it is. But I was fighting through him. Again, went through the same court that next year for my girls. The same court, not the same judge, but the same court facility gave me full custody of my two girls. But were fighting me to give me custody of my oldest child.
That doesn't make any sense either.
Nope. And I could not figure it out. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, those elites and that money, and they got some fucking power.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, come to find out, it was all backyard doings, and they knew people and they have connections throughout everything. And that's how my whole life went. Is those elites and their monies and their trails and their people and their ways and how they treated us, and all it's what is coming out. As reference the Epstein files for 1 second. What's coming out in that is a tidbit of what those people do. There's some evil motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, they are.
And the one thing that you can always find them around is that green money. So follow those trails.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. So I get full custody of my girls. I go and I get them. I am still fighting the courts for my son. Still trying. And this is now, we're now in 2015 is when I got my girls back. 2014, I actually had another child by my ex-husband. I don't even know what to call that conception. As it wasn't like I didn't go willingly, but I was back in a stuck situation. He had weaseled his way back around me while I was going through stuff because I was back in that area. And bought me a car, love bombed me like crazy. 2014 comes, and like I said, there were some jobs and stuff out in Iowa with the same, and I remember now why we chose Iowa is because they had this similar program that I was going through, so it was an easy transition on my healing.
I see.
So we wind up out there, and we get involved in a very Pentecostal. No, scratch that. Not Pentecostal, because they didn't get up and crazy. Yeah, they did. Like Pentecostal Southern Baptist mixed kind of church, where the girls wear the long skirts and the long shirts down to their deals. Their hair, is down, the minimal makeup. Guys wear, the suits and dressed up nice, and their head of household, like that type.
Okay.
I had bad experience with church when I was little. Just wasn't my vibe. People just weren't my people,
Sure.
Not that I don't believe I am 100%. I just feel more of a connection to a spiritual realm, earthwise, more than, I guess, gathering of masses. I like smaller groups and getting out that way. So this kind of church was very, whoa, like, you want me to do what? I'm not really a church wearer or a skirt wearer. So, had to kind of conform and do all that. I don't know. It turned very, I was still young, I was 32, 33-ish, still kind of young. He was loving bombing his way back in. So I was like, okay, cause he had said he went through some help and stuff too. And yada, 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 whatever on his end that, he's changing, how they manipulate their way back in. But so through this church and through all that, family is huge. Family, more kids. So it was pressured, to, you guys should get pregnant. You should have a baby. You should get pregnant. You should have a baby. No, I have 3. Like I need to go get my babies. Like they're not even here with me. What are you talking about? No, like I'm good. I don't need any more kids. Plus I have MS. Like at this point I already knew I had it. Why the fuck was I going to do that? Well, I didn't get a choice. I got pregnant. And I say didn't have a choice, like it was, you are to have, birth control removed. And, yeah, no, we're gonna have a kid. Oh, okay. What? So I love my son. They are always a blessing. I would never, that's not it. For whatever reason he is here, and I already know, he's an amazing kid with, he's cool and crap. But hard situation.
Yeah.
Hard thing to grasp. A child is supposed to be conceived under love, under, a blessing of want. Sure. The full spectrum. And man, when you don't have that option, and I didn't, I unfortunately, and I say maybe only because, we fell apart real soon afterwards, but, my third child, my second baby girl, she was the one who at that time of life was probably the most planned for child, you know, of that want. Oh, hey, yeah, I want another baby. So yeah, you know, I had to go through all of that. And then I was pregnant and I didn't have my other kids. I'm like, I feel like a fucking deadbeat, like the worst mother on this planet right now. Because I'm now pregnant with another child while I'm fighting for my children, while I'm going through all this other, like, just a whole whirlwind. And, you know, and then I, you know, my kids come back and here's another kid. Like, what are they gonna, like, it was, everything was going through my mind. Like, full fucking spectrum of, you want to talk about a mind that does not stop. It was on hyper vigilant mode while also having misfires and what I did not know at this time, you know, my next diagnosis. So come 2015, I had my fourth child. I told the doctors right away because thank God it's, you know, my choice. And I said, daughter me, you know, no more kids. So, you know, I made sure to stop that. I should have done that after my third, but I did not. Because my fourth was supposed to be here. So, you know, 2015, getting through everything. I go down, you know, courts, win full custody of my girls, go get them, Arizona, go through all of that. Still continuing in the courts with my son, still trying, still, you know, going and going. We are now back and we went back to Washington. We actually went back to Washington before I had my son in November of 2014. So I believe we were back there in October of 2014. Then I had my son, or that summer sometime. We didn't stay long in Iowa. So we go back 2015, get my girls, still working in the courts for my son. I get in with the VA. They have, since I'm with them in mental health, I get into this program called the Compensated Work Therapy, CWT program.
Okay.
What it is for people who are in one of their mental health programs, either full-time dormitory, you know, the intense inpatient, outpatient is what they called it, / that I was going to, or, you know, that I had went through or whatever, you know, you had to go through all that. You can get signed up for this, and what they do is they will get you, like service level jobs at the VAs, okay. Housekeeping, environmental, you know, pretty much the support system jobs.
Okay.
You are getting paid through their program, not so much through the VA. So you are their patient. You are just working for a non-taxed income, which is not very much. It's like $10 an hour. Okay. That's when I had it.
Kind of like a work study program.
Yeah. Yeah. Same basic deal. You know, you had been through, you know, this program that they had tried. Yeah. And then they were, you know, implementing a work therapy.
Nice.
Hey, let's integrate you back in. You know, it was great. Good concept. And yeah, I got into the Portland VA Medical Center. Real quick, I went into housekeeping. And, you know, just kind of started there and was bebopping around. That was June 2015. And by November of that year, they wanted me full time. They were like, nope, you're ours. You're staying here. You're getting hired on as a federal employee. Yes, it was, you know, a housekeeping job, but it was so chill and lax. It was great. And I like to clean. You know, that is my therapy.
Yeah.
that is my escape. That's what I used to do, you know, to get out of my head. I would jam out to music, and guess what? We're cleaning and we're having a fun time, and bubbles are going to play. You know, I had it great. But I loved the after effect, that cleanliness, that look of, you know, prestige afterwards. I do enjoy that, just because it's clean slated, helps my mind when, you know, that's done and the house is clean and the smells good, and I can just sit back with a nice, you know, hot cup of coffee or tea and breathe
Feels
for a
new,
second.
right?
Oh yeah. You know that, you know, when you first get like a new place or new couch or whatever, and you have that feeling, same thing, you know, I kind of get, you know, when you just cleaned your house and you sit down, you're like, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I'm pretty cool. So I was really good at the job. They put me in the emergency department. I had, you know, like chill 6 to 2, 6 a.m., 0600 to, you know, 1400 schedule. Very lax, because I went in there at, you know, 0600, and I had that place cleaned by like 8, 9 o'clock. People started complaining. I'm like, yo, okay, peace. You know, I'm going to go slack off, and I'll be back to your spot clean, because it took a minute, you know, after everybody started trickling in for, you know, me to have a job to do again, because it was already all clean. Right. You know, I had to wait for them to process through the first patient and go from there. So I really enjoyed it. I loved it. You know, I have really fun attitude. So that whole emergency department, you know, at first they were kind of weirded out or whatever, because, you know, I'm a housekeeper. There is a bias, you know, they're doctors and nurses, whatever. You just have more debt.
That's
I could do that.
true statement.
Yeah. Right? I can tinker in there. We're fine. No. So, you know, they do, they take a minute to warm up, you know, so you kind of have to present to them your personality and, hey, open up your book a little bit, you know. That's what you guys were good at, remember? If not, you know, look at your debt. And I'm sorry. Big debt there for reading a whole bunch of books. So, you know, they eventually, because my personality, they all fell in love with me. So I was, you know, they loved when I worked. You know, doctors came in with food, and they made sure, yo, Coop, there's food in there. Go get you some, okay? And I'm like, all right, you know, joking around. It was a good time. It was a very good environment. Made it fun. Stuff was just, it was good times. I got honored. VA had this award, you know, a promise pin award that they used to hand out, and you were nominated for this. And just in my short little span of time, I was a housekeeper. I got 2 of them.
Nice.
So, you know, gotta wear them, you know, walking around, and to me, that was a feel good moment. That was like, wow, I've been seen. You know, I had never been seen before. My family didn't come and see me at my sports. They didn't come to my dance recital. You know, they didn't come watch me during halftime during the football games. You know, they saw none of that. They were not participants. They didn't care. But my high school graduation, they said they came. Couldn't find them afterwards because they'd already left to go have lunch without me. And they didn't come to my military when I graduated from boot camp. So I had never had that moment. Mm-hmm. And so here I am, you know, 33, 34-ish, 34-ish, I think 35, whatever age. And here's my first acknowledgement of my work. Just a little pin, a little fucking stupid pin, 2 of them that, you know, are now they're around a Wonder Woman action figure that my coworker got me because he thought I was just a little Wonder Woman. He's like, you're fucking resilient.
Right.
Like, you fucking badass. Like, what the hell? No. This is not badass. This is trauma. response to trauma, the whole fucking thing. It's the only way I knew how to survive. And for whatever fucking reason, I was supposed to.
That's right. That's right.
You know, so here I be. And, you know, just trying to make the best of it. But it was cool. You know, I started getting recognized and I started doing well. And I wasn't really doing anything except for just being me. The person I had now become. After going through all of this and opening up. And I mean, it was intense shit. It was EMDR. It was mirror therapy is what I keep telling everybody, which is literally you sit in front of a fucking mirror and you look at your quote unquote worst critic, yourself. And you are 100% bluntly honest. And
Yeah.
That was my most powerful. And, music was always a deal in my life.
Yeah.
One of my most favorite is fucking, songs, Man in the Mirror, Michael Jackson. I incorporated. So every time then that I started my mirror therapy, I play that song. And that's my, starting song to, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to start this. It's time to be honest. And, it's Michael Jackson, bro. Fuck. The best artist ever of our generation. There have been others for sure. But he revolutionized some stuff for us that we could never have imagined.
Oh, yeah. Undoubtedly.
Such a caring soul and depicted in such an evil light. So not. Just very people, misunderstood him. So yeah, obviously I don't always want to be a housekeeper in my life. Right. So within the VA, you look for opportunities. So, we're going to move up. What can I do? What is open? They had a program support assistant position open in the community care department. And it was actually the emergent side of the community care, which was, when veterans have to go to an emergency department outside of or within the VA, and we take care of kind of a billing. That was my main focus. Okay. Kind of how I knew how to help you with your dental. Yeah. So I was like, okay, cool. That's a big window that I can learn about. That is because community care was at that time really starting to pick up. They had just really opened up. They were getting more inquiries. More people were finding out about it. It had been around, but it was catching wind.
Okay.
Getting more active. So they were, hiring and stuff. And so I was like, yeah, I need to learn about that because it's another avenue.
Absolutely.
Placed myself in that position, learned a lot, why we have community care, where it's at, how it works, this, that, and the other, and, kind of how referrals and just pretty much, how the whole trickles go. So, with great knowledge, great knowledge. What happened? So it was so they work, government works on a GS schedule. This was like a GS7 pay level scale position.
Okay.
Didn't have what was known as advancement. So I couldn't go to like a GS8, GS9 level. Right. I couldn't boof up because that's all they had. That was the docket. Well, I want to make more money. I want to, that's the whole point of doing this is to, move up. Within the government system, I learned while working there that a good way to move up is to be flexible in relocating. Okay. Sure. I'm getting paid. I can save money. You can, there's rent's there too, okay. So I decided that I started to look in, and in 2018, I accepted a position at the Veterans Benefits Administration. So it was outside of the Veterans Health Administration, which was the hospitals.
Okay.
So I went to the Benefits Administration, which deals with our compensation and pension. Moving up into a GS7 through GS9 position. So I did a lateral move of a GS7, but because my previous position didn't have any room for growth, I went into a position that I had major room for growth.
Absolutely.
I had 2 steps ahead. So I start working at the infamous 1-800-827-1000 number as a call center. Hello, thank you for calling the Department of Veterans Affairs. My name is Carean. How may I assist you today, sir or ma'am?
I knew your voice.
Yeah. I very, very customer service voice, can put it on, and very telling. I learned a lot. They do have a very great program that they put those operators through. According to training, it's like an 8-week program.
Wow.
Yeah. And it goes through, you start off with that, first saying that I just said, when you call that 1-800-827-1000 number and you get that person on that other line and they say that first spear, as soon as they say, how may I assist you today, sir or ma'am? That veteran then answers, hey, I'm trying to da-da-da-da-da-da. Because that is a generalized just number. And we get all the phone calls on it.
Right.
So you may start a conversation that you didn't even have to have and be, 15 minutes in it. Well, we're also on that. We're timed for every single phone call. And we have a time limit that they put us on. We have a clock above and it has fucking times and it will tell you how long you've been on phone calls. And it is a call center extreme, like spam telemarketing call center environment, which is crazy to think that it is set up that way to assist our veterans in getting the care that they need.
So I'm on a clock.
Uh-huh.
And you've only got that time. Now what happens if you bust time?
Oh, you get a counseling. Like they talk to you. They're like, hey, you need to work on your times. Your da-da-da-da, your averages are here.
So you're getting negative counseling if you spend too much time on the phone with a veteran who's in your need. Mm-hmm. Okay. Broken system.
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
And generalized, that is the first phone call that a veteran will make is that phone call because that is the most widespread phone number throughout the VA system. Call this number, call this number, call this number. No, that's not, yes, but no. So yeah, that ticked me. I didn't give a fuck. I was one of them. I don't care.
Yeah.
Mark me. What are you going to do? Fire me? You can't. Guess what? I'm a federal employee. I'm a veteran. Quote unquote. Yes, there are actual little advantages to being a female veteran. We do have some little advantages.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Do I agree with it? No, not always. But do I take advantage of it? Hell fucking yes. Sorry. Because my advantage of the advantage that I take of a system that's already broken is not for me. It's to gain more of their stupid information to give to my brothers and sisters.
That's right.
So yeah, I'm going to take advantage of it. And then I'm going to let everybody else know how to do the same. Oh yeah, I guess how you do this. Bet. They want to play games, so can we. My mindset. Right. So yeah, there is, there's a clock system and everything. I didn't agree with that. I was on the phones, learned a lot. Like I said, I am a person who I will dig and I will go through stuff. And, I'm on the phone. I used to be able to multitask with the best of them, do 4 things at once and know exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
And I could tell you the 2 conversations, one behind me and one to the side of me that was exactly going on. And people are like, nuh-uh. And I'm like answering questions and they just, how'd you do that? Because I told you I could. Like, I don't lie. Here we go. So while I was on the phone and I was helping vets and I let them talk. Some of those vets just need somebody to fucking talk to. And that's the only number that they know.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, cool. Tell me about yourself, bro. I'm here. What's up? And but put a question in there every so often about, what you need so I can actually act like I'm working. All right, cool. And we'd go on. And, I'd help because eventually, I would kind of revert back to, oh, hey, did you know? And I'd give them resources on shit that they were telling me. I've been listening to their conversations. There's key words in them conversations. Everybody is telling you what they're wanting. You just got to listen. Listen to what they may ramble on and everything, but the main fucking focus is this.
That's right.
Okay, cool. Let them ramble. But then go back to this and be like, okay, let me help you with this. Cool, all the rest of stuff. But, and so that's what I would do. And when I was on the phone with them, I was going through the system. I was checking all the boxes. I was just, anything I had access to, I was looking at. I was getting into. Okay, what is this? How do I do that? What does that go to? And I learned that like you wouldn't even believe. And I started telling vets, guess what? This is why your claim is here. And this is exactly what you need to do. And this is da-da-da-da-da. And I started giving them the resources to get their benefits going.
Right.
And I remember the best thing ever that I will always remember doing this because I can't even believe that I did this while I was on the phones. But this veteran's claim had been sitting there forever. Just sitting there with nobody looking at it. And they're supposed to. Because on the other side of things, they're all on systems and those shit, they pop up all the time. But there's one veteran, his case is in there and I go digging and I'm looking through and I'm trying to help him. And I'm like, okay. Well, it's because one system didn't tell the other system that to go ahead and process and cut the fucking check. Guess what, bro? I just sent it off to DFAS. You'll have a check in your account for $188,000.
Wow.
What? What do you mean? I'm like, yeah, I just sent the communication over to DFAST that this, was approved and it's good to go. And yeah, you can go ahead and, pay you. No, it's just sitting there. Why? Because on the other side of things that the Raiders have, which a lot of veterans don't know, is every process that you place into the VA system, there is a 30-day wait period, no matter what happens. The first day that you file your claim and they receive your paperwork, they have 30 days then to assign somebody to look at that. Once they assign that person to look at your paperwork, then that person, the day that they look at your paperwork, will go on a cycle of a next 30 days. And if there's anything needed or whatever, they then send out a letter or they set up an appointment or whatever's needed within the next step. If that letter isn't received or answered, or, if they can't get the appointment within those 30 days, then all they do is refresh it, wait another 30 days because they have a thing and a clause in their deal calling due diligence, where they have to make sure that a certain amount of times, hey, we're needing information from you. So, your shit's on hold, but we kind of need to answer you, even though we know you don't answer mail because we're veterans and we don't answer, we don't reach it.
Right.
But here you go. We mail everything. There's no other communication. Okay, cool. That's convenient. Thanks for letting us know. So, or say, an appointment. Either way, once they receive then that information that they get, they stamp it in and then they put another 30-day mark on it. And within those 30 days, they'll, hold that information or whatever. And at the 30-day mark, it pops up on a screen to be reviewed. And your reviewer will go in and they'll go through the information and they'll see if everything they asked for is, can be now checked off and it can be moved forward. If it can, cool. Guess what? There's another 30 days. Now, this was the process back then, not so much now. They've gotten a lot better.
I don't know if it's gotten much better.
It has, but hasn't. Only because they went into a more AI process.
Oh, I'm just going off my personal stuff.
Oh, right. No, not every veteran. Nothing is conclusive to every individual.
What you're describing right now sounds exactly what's been happening.
That is their process. That is how their systems work within the rating side. because it's a pop-up system. Every 30 days, the caseload that they are assigned will pop up in a queue of, hey, today, here's your caseload. You need to review these and make sure that everything's going on. It's been the 30 days. Their mark's up. Mm-hmm. So they get the evidence. Cool. They have a next 30 days to then review that, make sure it's everything you need. If they do have everything at that point, then it moves on to a higher up, somebody who's then going to look at, what you're claiming and if it's, service connectable and blah, blah, blah. From there, they're looking at it. They come up with a decision. And, again, it's in that 30-day mark. They will come up with a decision. They will make a decision. And then one of their bosses has to sign off on that decision. So it's going through 3 different people to decide. One, first, the person who's doing an AI search through your service connections, looking, at what you claimed and what your service records are, meeting them up or whatever, putting you into, your appointments or asking you for more paperwork or whatever. That's their job. That's it. That's all they do. The next person then, once they have all that quote, needed information that the previous person said was needed, they'll then look at the case, review it all, and place 2 and 2 together according to the CFR. Which is the CFR 38 Part 4 that the VA goes off of. Anything and everything that can be service connected is in that file. You can look it up, through Google or even through VA.com. But that is what they use. That's how they scale us. So that's what they're doing. They're using that, and their regulations, according to whatever information and evidence in our service records that we have provided for them. And they have systems. Because that's a lot of information. Let's agree that technology is a benefit in that because it key points factors. It's not always accurate, but it'd be a hell of a lot longer if they had to look through service records personally. But, they're connecting them, doing all that. They come up with their little percentage of what needs or what they come up with, and then they have to send it up to the next person who has to sign off. And once they sign off, then they, put it into the system. And that's where that weird freaking deposit from the government that some people get and they freak the fuck out because where'd this money come from? Yeah. Or, a letter in the mail going, yeah, you might have this in your service or you might have done some, some shit in there. But no, we don't think there's nothing wrong with you. You're good. You move on.
Yeah. Jeez, it's...
Yep.
That cycle, you were talking about it as far as your rating is concerned, and as you were describing it, I'm thinking about my medical, just trying to get a doctor's appointment, trying to get seen after retirement, like the VA system that you were describing for that benefit is not unlike trying to get an appointment, trying to be seen after the fact, and get the follow-up care that we were promised, right? With our service, we were
promised. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm trying to belabor that a little bit, but so you were able to kind of fix that glitch for that gentleman and get him 180,000 roughly, which is a significant amount of back pay.
Yeah.
And this person probably didn't realize it was even coming up.
No, unfortunately, it the horrible thing about the VA and what he had fell under was the appeal system. That how they had revamped our appeal system. Well, good, they needed to, because at one point everybody who appealed, it went one lane. It went straight on to the Board of Appeals.
Yeah,
and they were extremely so backlogged. It wasn't even funny. 5 years, 6 years, backdated. Jeez. And you have one avenue for all of this. That's never going to be okay. So that revamp, I think, has helped a lot of caseload deter from what was,
Okay.
But it was just stuck. It had been determined, and it was just communication, whatever. I don't know. Bad communication. None of the departments of none of the branches of the Department of VA which there are 3. None of them speak to each other in itself, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like what? You're all one. Why do you not even speak to each other? So that, communication or lack of is a very big problem.
Yeah, I agree.
And, follow through and checking and due diligence and, just making sure you're not making any errors and nothing's getting slipped under, because that dude's definitely did. And that just changed his life.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I learned that system while I was there. I was there a year. It was a rough position, but I learned what I could, and I was like, it's cool, and I learned a lot. But being on the phones for 8 hours a day and listening, I'm like, I think it's time for what's next, and thank you, and, gotta go. And so I'd moved up in my GS7, like there are steps, like GS7 step 1, and it goes all the way up to like 10 or 11. Okay. And so I was pretty far up there. I was, getting ready to move into, GS8, GS9, whatever I came through. Or stay at my deal and just do another lateral move. I started looking again, USA.gov, those government jobs. Or USA Jobs. That's right. I haven't been on there in a while. Sorry. And you just start looking, I was free. I was like, I'm going anywhere. This point, when I moved to St. Louis, me and my ex-husband had actually split up. He did come out with me from Washington State, on the trip out to St. Louis. But once we got out there, he just decided he wanted to keep on going. I was like, sweet, go. Like I was not, it wasn't, I was ready for him to go.
You weren't going to fight him on it.
Nope. Oh, it wasn't a good thing anyway. Still, It was very toxic. He was very, very controlling. I mean, very I couldn't watch my TV shows. It was literally 50s, 60s, 70s, some 80s. TV shows, music the same, very controlling, not lovable, got onto my kids, just horrible environment. Plus, obviously physical was there.
Yeah.
So there I go. I compartmentalized that. I did what I had to do to survive. And okay, cool. And I used to tell my kids that, don't look at this. This is not the example of a relationship. We'll find it, but this isn't it. Don't worry about it. Just watch your P's and Q's. Be good. You're good kids. I'm stuck, but we're going to get out of it.
Yeah.
Just believe in me, also I forgot to, 2016, I also started school. Along with working. Like I said, my apologies because my brain time frame, it's
no need.
Very all over. It pops in and out because of what I had happen. But I started school. I went to Lower Columbia College. I was starting my track to be to get my bachelor's of science in computer science.
Okay.
I was going to go full on, start at a community college, get my 2 years, do that, get it over with. Basics, all that, and then move up into the university. Flew through those classes like, dean's list every single quarter. Just, okay,
Too easy.
Too easy. Yeah. Only thing that gave me any rough, only because I did not like it, was programming.
Writing code.
I can read it. I can tell you what it's going to do on screen. Don't make me write that crap. Because it pisses me off if a fucking period is in the wrong spot and I don't know where the fuck it is because you got to go through the whole code.
Yeah.
So, no. I don't have that kind of patience for reaction. Please don't do that. I was more into, let me do the software. Let me put it on there. Let me hardware it up. I can build you a whole fucking system. I know how I took apart a whole laptop and put it all back together. And, that's how my brain works. I tinkering, I can do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't want to be sitting. I didn't like, I didn't want to do that. I could do it. I got good at it. Obviously, make Dean's List. I didn't want to. I didn't want to be just sitting there. So when I went over, I got accepted to Washington State University. I was a Cougar. Go Cougs. I started my journey there, and we got me on the good path. I was going to get my bachelor's. This was now 2017, started 2017. And I was still flying through my stuff, making good and working full time. We had a house. I, was with my ex at that time too. So I had my 3 children. I don't have my son. So I have my 2 daughters and my youngest, and then we have his twins, and then his oldest daughter would come and visit.
Okay.
So there was 6
Brady
kids in the
bunch.
house. Yeah. Still the Brady Bunch in the house. 6 kids. We made it work. It happened. It was busy all the time. Wasn't horrible. Wasn't great. It just was.
Controlled chaos.
Yep. Control chaos. Come about this time, I unfortunately had to stop fighting for my son in the courts. It was too much. I couldn't. There was no reason why they were not giving me my son. There was no reason why.
Yeah.
And I was fighting the same dead horse. Like it wasn't going anywhere. They weren't saying no, but they weren't saying yes. But then, they were saying, well, he's going to stay here and, you can't see him. Well, what? Like, what the fuck is going on? Come to find out later, they had, depicted it's Trishenius on him. She's been away for too long. And they were, made up this whole big old story. And she had to go in and get help. And, we're scared for him. And, what if something happens? And just this whole thing, pretty much depicted me out to be a horrible person because, I had mental health issues.
Yeah.
Because I went in to get help.
Because you got help.
Okay, but I couldn't do it. I could not do it anymore. I had, again, 3 kids.
Yeah.
Plus 3 kids. Plus a, guy in the house who didn't really do much. Sat on his ass. Was kind of involved, but no. So here I am again and working full time. Going to school full time. Just boom, 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 boom. Just go, 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 go. All the time. I got into the university, doing great. Don't know what happened. Something happened. Whatever. He had started school as well. Okay. So he was only going to community college, starting his basics. And he didn't really do his work. But what he was taking, I was interested in. So I did his work. So I got those grades, even though they're not my name. But, I know the information.
Right.
Learned a lot. Because he was going for psychology. And I was interested. I was like, yo, what? Study of the brain? Yes. Right on top of that, another one of my interests.
Yeah.
So I took, child psychology or psychology 101 from childhood to adulthood. Mm-hmm. And that went through a complete whoa, and opened up a whole nother world of, so these are what the fuck they're talking about whenever they're trying to help us, like, okay, and 2 and 2 together. And my mind just started going and it started learning and started da 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 da. And
So I'm over here, doing his work, doing my work, going to work, taking care of kids, just constant. I had to quit fighting for my son because it was just beating a dead horse. Couldn't, nothing was going. Come, I think March of 2017, I was at Washington State University, and I couldn't take it anymore. It was too much. And I had to walk in and let my counselor know that I had to drop. Because I had overloaded myself. And my school wasn't important right now. Everybody else was. I had to take care of them. I had a family.
Yeah.
And I was lacking in that. I had to keep a job because I had to have money.
Right.
But couldn't go to school because I wasn't getting paid. I was under the VA program, but it wasn't enough. I really had to make an ultimatum.
Right.
And unfortunately, it was my job. And my job actually was going well. It was taken off. I was now finally, a actual employee under, the Department of VA and doing well. So, I had solidness under me. So I thought I was, made a right decision.
Sure.
By kind of, walking away and letting go of something because I had overloaded. And, okay, cool. That happened. I didn't feel bad, but it really sucked. I wanted that fucking degree. I wanted to finish. I was doing great. And here I go. Fucking fuck you, dude. I can graduate top 25 of my class under. I didn't get honors in high school, but top 25 after that. Of grade wise, average wise. Thought that was pretty fucking cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then here I go to college and I'm making fucking dean's list. That just, to me, that was a confidence boost of, I used to be called, stupid and all this. Bitch, I ain't not stupid. I'm actually really fucking smart.
That's right.
And that was your fucking problem with me. Because I was too fucking smart for you. And I figured you out. And you didn't like it. Because, somebody that, figures out the person that they're supposed to be fucking closest with, man, they know how to, get away with everything with them. Yeah. I know, you can't play that game with me. I know you too well. So, I figured all that out during all that. And I was like, whoa, okay, yeah. But, during that and all that allowed me to really place blame. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't ask for any of that. That wasn't the life that I wanted. So I was able to let go of my side of the actions in everything. Because I wasn't perfect. I had a smart mouth. I shouldn't have had a smart mouth in some situations, but it was me. Just because I had a smart mouth does not give them the right, though, then to turn around and do what they did to me.
Right.
So that's where that, yeah, I had a smart mouth. Not really cool thing to do, but does not give them that right. So that's where, that's their shit. I didn't ask for that. That's their wrong. So, learning so much stuff and where to actually what goes on and where your side is and that I learned a lot. So I took, as much lessons and everything as I could going through everything that I was going through.
Right.
But 2017, I had enough. I let go of the school. I continued to work, continued with the kids and all that. Marriage was just like whatever. Come the end of 2017, though, I'm like, this position that I'm at, it's nice, it's cool, but it's time for me to go again. Let me see. 2017, yeah, 2018, and then I move out to, St. Louis, start there. I'm there, I do the same thing again. I'm like, I gotta go, we're on the phones. I just don't want to be on the phones. So I look out again, and first hook I got was at the National Cemetery Administration, the third branch of the Department of VA. So now I have started off in the Veterans Health Administration. And then I went to the Veterans Benefits Administration, and now I'm going to the National Cemetery Administration.
Trifecta.
I'm like, sweet. I like them threes. We're good. We're going with it. I move out there 2019. Yes. So, yeah. Because 2018, I moved to St. Louis, was out there for about a year-ish. Beginning of 2019, I move out to Long Island, New York. Go and work for Long Island National Cemetery. Also over the Bronx, New York Cemetery. So we move out to Long Island, New York. Yeah, I'm like, okay. How are we going to do this? My ex had taken my youngest with him. My youngest was diagnosed very high on the spectrum. Unfortunately, he is not going to be self-functioning. Might get there, with what he's been going, 10 therapies and everything. But because of that and because of my schedule and everything, with autism children, they pick a person.
Yeah.
And that person was my ex-husband, his dad. Okay, great. Yeah. That's your dad. Oh, yeah, go. Okay. So he took them, and he has our child, and he takes very good care of him, and he gets him very good help. And though that man is an evil one in my books, with my experience with him, I do give him very much credit for the incredible way that he has allowed our son to be raised, and he's doing it. So with that, I do give kudos where they are due. All right, we were just toxic.
Yeah, that's right.
But that beautiful baby, however he came to be, was supposed to be here, and
that's right.
Maybe he was a saving grace that you needed to change your ways. Because, he's been a challenge to him too. So it's been kind of funny. But it's good. They're doing great. And I very much appreciate and respect that because he knew I was sick. He knew I had my daughters, that I had no help. So I was already at, a deal. So, I had to give him respect for that too. Whatever happened, it was that kid. For him. And I've said in, some conversations we've had, I think, previously, that kid is not my property. I was just blessed to have him.
That's right.
And if the purpose of that blessing of having him was to change a man's heart to become softer and be able to see a light, and my duty in the blessing I was given was to allow that to be away from me. Who the fuck wouldn't do that?
That's right.
If you don't let your kids if you don't let these fathers be a part of these kids' lives, there are some amazing fucking things that can happen, not only for these dads, but for these kids, for this society, for just everything. And I've never been a woman to keep my children from their fathers.
Yeah.
But I wanted them to have the ability, to own the relationship themselves. I wanted them to build that. I didn't want to be a blur in that because there was already a blur.
Yeah.
We're no longer together. They're already blurred. Like, whoa, wait, what? What do you mean you're not together? You're supposed to be together, and then you're supposed to love me. Wait, what? So do you love me? Am I still want it? That's just what goes through kids' minds.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to keep you, away from. Even though I did know, unfortunately, that their dad was into some of the stuff that he was. I knew he was back into the drugs and stuff, but I still could not keep my children from knowing that.
Yeah.
Because if I was to tell them what his story was and what happened, that's coming from me. They're like, yeah, okay, Ma. Well, you didn't work out with him. Of course you're going to talk bad about him. And of course you're going to, be, oh, your dad's just blah, blah, blah. But, that's what they're going to hear. They're going to say, Mom's just talking negative. When no, and that's really his truth. But because it's coming from me, who didn't work out with him, it's going to always be seen in a negative.
Sure.
So instead of that, and instead of, that ever being an option of being, I allowed them, to go through their experience with him and unfortunately have that truth in relationship.
Yeah.
But because of that, my daughters thank me and go, Ma, yeah, if it would have come from you, I wouldn't have listened. I'd have been like, whatever,
Yeah.
But they're like, but because you did allow that, unfortunately, crap did happen. And, my girls aren't, they didn't get, out of some stuff in life, like I didn't. And, but there's always a lesson. They know the truth. They know exactly what happened, how it happened, who he is, where he's at, why he's there. And yeah, and the reason why he'll never get out. So. But they had to have that for their own story. A lot of people don't understand that. They're like, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, that wasn't my relationship. Mine was done with him already.
Yeah.
We were split. We had already had that agreement. But he was still their father. He was still the person who was their dad. Mm-hmm. That relationship was still. I can't break that. That's not my position to do so. That had to have been a decision of their own.
That's right.
They have to learn that boundary. They have to know what that's like. Unfortunately, yeah, that is one of the lessons as a parent, that we have to go through. Our kids go out and date other people. They don't, a lot of the time, especially today, they don't end up with those person 2-3 years later.
Yeah.
No, you're going through a breakup with your kid. With the person of their dreams. You're 15. No, it's not. Shut up. But same concept. That's their relationship.
Yeah.
And they have to learn through that. You can be a support, but you can't make that. God, they hear these parents, I can make them do it. Yeah, okay. You got a window in their room, right? Yeah, they're going to go out of it. They go to school with a person? Okay, they'll be talking in the closet. Shut up. You are not going to make that child do what you think you're going to make it do. No, they're going to find a way. They're smart. Children are very smart. They learn very quickly.
They're so much smarter than we were. Their access to information is, and their ability to access it,
Oh, yeah, that.
They just know things that we didn't have a clue about. We had street smarts, though. We understood the streets that, they're stuck in the matrix. They're on their computers and they're keyboard warriors and whatnot. We were in the streets. So
yeah, the way that we used to, deal with conflict was, yo, bro, I'll meet you out behind the fucking schoolhouse.
Bike rack, right? The bike rack was a real thing. You
step off of that curb right there. That's school property. That ain't. I'll get you right there. Yeah. But you know what? We did that, and then it was over.
Then we were friends.
Yeah, and everybody was like, oh, okay, cool.
Guys were really good about getting into a fight and then broing out pretty much right after.
Yeah.
Girls,
were
you
petty.
held a grudge. And,
they were. They did. I don't have that mindset. Once I was done, I was like, yo, I'll beat your ass, or you got a piece of me. Cool. Handshake. But
that's how it should be. That's how you love. That's how you love your neighbor like yourself. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you need to get punched in the face. I'm just saying that it generally doesn't hurt you to get punched in the face when you deserve it. It's generally a good
Not
lesson.
literally, you know, it could be any stance of getting punched in the face.
Oh, I mean, literally.
Yeah, me too. It's cool.
Yes.
It did. It took care of a lot of problems. Just saying.
It did, because it ended it there. You settled
Yep.
your grudge. You, yeah, we were wild kids, but again, it got us to where we're at now, and you know, we've realized some things with all of that knowledge, and some of the things we've realized is we can talk this out, right? We can get back to just having conversations about stuff and actually see real growth, real positivity in each other. But we've been manipulated through the media to believe that we all hate each other. That's
right.
That's what it says.
Oh,
I
yeah,
turn on
yeah,
the
yeah.
TV, it says you all.
It's awful. Yeah,
all
we're
of you
going after
guys-
each other.
All of you guys hate me, and we hate all of you. That's what it says. So,
When it is not like that.
well, guys,
all.
it's 12 past midnight, so we're gonna take a break until the morning, if that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. What? We're in, 2018? Long Island? 2019 now.
Yeah, 2019.
So we're going to stop it. Yeah. Long Island National Cemetery. I think that's a good spot. There's a lot more growth happens there with me. So yeah, we're going into those positives. So most definitely we'll
catch you guys in the morning then. So we're just coming back from a break, and when we left last time, we were just kind of getting out to Long Island. Was that correct?
yes.
Okay, you want to continue on there?
Sure. Yeah. So 2018, was a VBA and moving around. 2019, I end up in Long Island, New York, with the National Cemetery Administration. So the third branch of the Department of Veterans Administration itself. New kind of experience, didn't know what to expect. Kind of knew about the national cemeteries and their representations.
What did you know about them?
A lot of it, goes back to Arlington Cemetery, in Washington, D.C., to where, it's honorary burials in a dedicated, space that has been, that's the only people that go there, service members. Of course, in Arlington, there's more, there's congressmen and presidents and all of those individuals. But so I knew that, there was a significance to it. I just didn't know the full spectrum of what all it entails. And, it's a beautiful benefit. Anybody with an honorable discharge from the military can be buried in a national cemetery. They just have to call them up and they get everything going. It covers plot and a headstone for life, and it's taken care of. And they're coming up, with new ways. They have in-ground casketed and also in-ground cremations. They have monasteries. They've got what I call, cremation walls. So they're also doing like earth burials and all that now. So they're developing, and they're all over the nation, and you can be buried in any of them. So that was kind of cool to understand that.
Wait, you said they're all over the nation. I thought there was only the one in D.C.
Yeah, no, there is a national cemetery almost in every single state. But there's also state-ran veterans cemeteries that are associated with those. But yeah, no, they are all across the nation. Like I said, in most states and everything, and veterans they get that benefit. And with that benefit, what it entails is, the families and everything will do the funeral services however they please. That's on them. But once they do get their acceptance into the national cemetery, that family is allowed to bring their family onto that, what we call the base itself, that cemetery base itself. And they have a 15 to 20 minute service dedication. That's an honor service. And that includes, are the folding of the flag and the 21 gun salute. And then, a small service to that, and we also present the flag to the next of kin, and also certification at the national cemeteries.
Okay.
So it was a really cool experience. Got to do some really amazing services. I don't know. It's kind of different to say that, they were amazing. But to me, it was a very humbling, very genuine experience that I really needed at that, my, point in my life. I was busy. I was doing a lot of stuff. in between and here and there. So this was kind of like a different experience, really humbling, really bringing me back down, grounding me back to this earth. I stayed there for a year in 2019. Beginning of 2020, I transferred down to Dallas, to the Dallas National Cemetery, stayed within that. I loved that branch, so I wanted to continue on. But I wanted a little warmer environment.
Right, back to Texas.
Back to Texas, yeah. So moved down there. And during that whole move, my oldest son, which would have been now 7 years since I have been able to see him, talk to him, or anything, my oldest son got a hold of me and says, "Mom, I'm ready to go. Come pick me up."
And how old is he at this time?
He is 17 years old at this time.
Okay.
Yeah. So on my journey down to Texas, I go down there, drop off all of our stuff, and I go over and pick him up in, the Colorado area where he was for all them years, and I take him with me. We go back to Texas, and we're going to start our new life, and everything is going great, and I'm making some really good money, and we're living the life. During this year, I bought a brand new car. I was actually in the process of buying a brand new house. All of this all on my own with my children in tow. I was at the top of my game.
Right.
Pretty much beginning, middle-ish of 2020.
Okay.
Kind of crazy to say that because of everything else going on in the world. But thankfully, I was an essential employee and still was able to have employment and continue life. Unfortunately, I would say probably end of July, August, September, that time frame. My ex gets a hold of me, the one with my youngest child. We are not officially legally divorced at that time. And he starts recontacting me. I'm not really interested. I'm just, okay, how's my son? I want to be in that contact for my child, because there was not a lot of that because he didn't allow it. Not that he didn't he's not good at it. Not allow it. It's a big controversy, but he weasels his way to figure out where I quote unquote was. And he comes up into our lives and says, "We're going to co-parent. I want the help with the kid, and we're going to co-parent this kid." Blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, a child to a mother is a very sensitive topic.
Sure.
And you will pretty much do anything for one of your children.
Yeah.
Even with, the controversy around that pregnancy. But I said, yeah, I would love to have my child around, and raise him with my other kids. And as long as we can co-parent and as long as we can do this, let's go. And I kind of then opened up a little bit more and let him know my plans and what I was doing. And because we were legally married and he was kind of sort of back into the picture, he got placed onto my house, and that all went through. And so we did purchase the house and everything. We were there for a little while. Unfortunately, though, the house was absolutely amazingly beautiful. The neighborhood was not. The placement and what they were doing in the development and to whom they were allowing to buy the properties and then rent them out to, and all, it was not turned into, the brand new neighborhood got tagged up, and there were drive-bys at the local pool. And
This is in Dallas.
Yeah, Forney area to be exact. Yep, the Forney, Texas area. So I made the decision. I was like, yeah, this isn't for my kid. We're good. Unfortunately, but the nice part was when we went to make that decision, housing market had boomed, and we sold the house very quickly, made a really good profit off of it. And from there, he talked me into moving up to Indiana.
Okay.
Because during this time, right when he came back, we were purchasing the home. Right after that, we purchased the home. Some controversies were going on at my job site, pertaining to, what was going on in the world during that year, the political side. I face one way, people face another way. It caused a rift. There was some, I'm going to put it out there, some DEI actions happening, and pretty much the focus was not on others, but placed onto me by others from a bullying standpoint. So I walked away with my dignity, stated I wasn't going to be harassed at work anymore, and I walked out of my government job.
What was happening?
I was placed at I was a program support assistant for the National Cemetery. I was the first point of contact at that cemetery, both in person and on the phone. I took care of, everything to make sure that, my upper chain of commands didn't have to, pretty much. Anything I could take care of at my level was my job. I'm really good. I have a good, different kind of personality, just to plainly put it out there. I'm a white girl who likes dreads and tattoos, and, I have done some R&B music. Like, I have a genre about me that I can just kind of flow with anybody. Unfortunately, though, in this world, we do have people who do not see it as that way. And they have one way of mindsets. And during that time, in the heatedness of everything going on, their mindsets were very warped. And because of the level of the melanin in their skin tone and the lack of melanin in mine, I was the target.
I see.
And I was not about to be that. And so I knew exactly what was going on. The game played. I grew up in it. And I walked away. I said, I'm okay. I'm good.
So what's in Indiana?
That is where my ex's family is from. That's where his entire family residence.
Okay.
Yeah. So that time of 2020, that was pretty much my downfall. That pretty much kicked into a lot of stuff happening, even with the ex. I also quit all my medications during this time, and it was almost kind of like I hit a rock. I went back into a numb state of mind because of the ex was around. Things were not going well, even, all of that. But because of what was happening in the neighborhood, my children's safety, that was my main focus. So I decided, sell the house because of his mind control and the way that he's able to just pretty much, quote unquote, take over my mindset. Convinced me to go back to Indiana where his family was, but we would, live not next to them, but in the same state. And they do have really good resources for our son, for autism, because obviously that is where he went before right. Coming back again. So I said, okay, here we are. We made a good profit on the house. So it was enough actually to live off of for quote unquote a full year, is how I budgeted it out. And, so we sold the house, and this was about June of 2021. Yes. We got into a rental in July, and I pay, upfront 6 months all the way until December. And that way rent was taken care of. We didn't have to worry about a house over our head.
That makes sense.
And, from there, just really budgeted, I'm really good with money. So I just kind of lived off of everything. Plus we have, our disabilities. He's also a veteran, so he has some coming in as well. And yeah, so when we moved up there, it was a cute little farmhouse on 5 acres with a pond and everything, and things were going great. We were getting animals and things seemed to be going okay until they weren't again. And this time it seemed like it was more intense there. Things had been bad back in Dallas, but, there again, it went more intense. This time, he wasn't only just, being mean and abusive to me and then mean like to the kids, but he actually took it out on my brand new vehicle. Crashed the back end driver's side and then ripped off on my driving column, my turn switch. Like literally just took the whole switch that comes out of your drive column and broke it off to where I would have to then replace the whole drive column itself if I wanted it. I don't know why or what the reasoning was, but I think, because I had nice stuff and it was mine and his name wasn't on it. So, all of this is happening. All of this is going on. Beginning of November, I was either going to take my own life, which I couldn't because I couldn't leave my kids, or I had to go. And so I told my daughters, grab anything and everything that is most important to you, all of your clothes, and anything and everything that is most important to you, put it in my car, and we are leaving. And we did that. I had, my animals and all of that. I had a beautiful German Shepherd puppy that was my girl, my baby that I was, training to become my service dog that, she was going to help me out with. He wouldn't let me take her. So I had to leave her because my kids, and yeah, we packed everything up into the car and we were overloaded, whatever. And I took off. I was gone. I could not handle it anymore. I had to do something. And because of where we were, who he is related to, what they are associated with, and what his brother does for a living, I didn't know what was going to happen next. Because at this point he was, threatening, and was trying to, financially abuse me. He didn't know I was hiding money away to leave. And, he was spending all of the quote unquote savings. He thought that all we had and stuff. So I ran without telling anybody where I was going. First stop ended up back in Grand Junction, Colorado. Stayed there for about a month and a half. Found out that situation was not good. So made another decision. Wound up back in Midland, Texas.
Okay.
Got there. I know, a lot about the VA system. They have a great program that's called HUD-VASH. It's for homeless veterans. It's pretty much a VA-funded, state-ran Section 8 housing program, vouching program for veterans.
Okay.
And so I knew about that program, and I went there, and I was like, I need help. And they helped me get into an apartment, and I did that. And I was staying with some people when I first moved down there, and it was, you're staying on couches with kids. It was just crazy chaotic. So we got our own place and everything, and I started working, and we were just going with life. And I was trying to kind of stay like desolate, because Midland had grown from back in the day, and there's more people, and so it's a little easier to hide.
Okay.
But no, it's not. You go back to your old stomping grounds to where everybody knew you as that person in that place, and then you like leave, and then you come back, and well, they don't know the new you, they just remember the old you.
That's right.
And so that started creeping up on me, and I had to figure something else out. Well, about this time, I had been on the app for a little while, but TikTok was kind of grabbing, the eyes of people and really taking off. And I had a really great community I had found and everything. And there was a couple of friends that were on the app that actually told me, hey, we're only in East Texas, and, we've got a room, and you can come, and, we'll help you with the kids, and, everything was working out. So I decided to go home from Midland. Was only there about 2-3 months, and I took off to East Texas. So this is about May of 2022.
Okay.
And I start living in East Texas for a little while. Same thing. We were, got living with the people for a while, got jobs, kids were in school, I was working, normal life, just going.
Are these other veterans? I know you
Yes.
said you met them in TikToks.
Yeah. Yep. Other veterans. And yeah, met them through TikTok. My biggest communities on TikTok. I started off on a political side because I had a lot to say kind of on that deal with everything going on. And then I kind of switched over to mainly like the veteran community. And I find my niche in that, whatever that may be.
Okay.
I kind of fit in kind of everywhere with that. But
Kind of instant family.
yeah, it seemed, kind of instant family, kind of like we all were, when we showed up to boot camp and we all looked around a couple times and going, anybody else embracing this suck? Yeah, you too. Oh, okay, sweet. We're going to have to go party after this.
Right? Absolutely.
So yeah, they invited me out there. Like I said, life was just moving along. There started 2022, end of, events start happening. People are like, let's put on these events. Let's do this and let's do that. And I'm like, okay, cool. What is this really about? I'm getting into it. And at this time, it's really nice because I went through everything. I thought November of 2021 was just end all be all. You got this decision or this is all you got.
Right.
This is my fucking point. What do I do? But now, about 6 months or so later, here I am, developing from this app a community of people who are like, no, we fucking care. Like, we're here. And I'm like, what? And, so I start getting involved in all that. And I go to this first event and just kind of seeing what's going on. And I'm like, wow, this is really cool. Like, this is kind of what we need, and I start like getting into it and I start doing more of my own research, finding out really what advocacy is.
Okay. And what's the mission at this point with the events? What is the mission there?
A lot of them were focusing, on the 22, the suicide epidemic with us vets, mental health,
Raising
resources.
awareness.
Yeah. Right. Everything that I really wrapped around was the resources and everything. And there is a reason for that. Which I'll get into once I get my next. But I started looking into all that and doing it, and I started doing my own research and everything. And there was this one organization that was on the app, and they seemed like they were doing some really cool stuff and everything. And then they said why they started doing it. And it's because, they're friends and stuff. Y'all have experienced, obviously more being around and being in service more and being around our brothers and sisters. And unfortunately, either in service or right after, the suicide is just, it's an epidemic. Yes. We don't know what we're doing. That's why we're all here. We're trying to 100%. Figure this out. So I started, talking with them and everything. And and you start opening up, you start, finding stuff out. And I said, I think I'm really interested in this. I think I really need to do this. And they're like, well, why? And I'm like, well, when I started at the VA in 2016, 2016 there, I met a guy who was also working there. His name was Joel Pressler. And he was cool. He was my bud. He kind of took me under the wing. He's really tall motherfucker. And he was just funny. Unfortunately, he fell into the opiate addiction and was going through some shit, and that's why he was there. And but we got close because it was just fun. Little tidbit of information, we used to go outside and his truck and go out and smoke some green and just be and then go back to work and be just funny. Is our way to fucking cope. That's what we were doing. And so I knew him then, and we had some deep conversations. I'm one of those. You probably noticed. I don't do the simple talks. I can't. Oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, great. Okay. And then you sit there in awkward silence. No, I want information. I want right. Deep conversations. I want to learn from you. And that's kind of how he was. Very intelligent hillbilly kid. That's what I used to call him. Because he was so funny. But fucking. He had his demons. he went through his own shit. He always used to tell me The Devil's Sandpit. There's a book out there called The Devil's Sandpit. Apparently that talks about his unit. So anybody out there who would like to know about this really incredible guy. And so we used to talk about his demons a lot. And he used to say, because he was so mad at the VA system, because they wouldn't help him. They just kept pushing stuff. They just kept, treating him like he was just a fucking druggie. And then, that's the only thing that they had and everything like that. And he just wanted help. And that's all he wanted was just help for somebody to fucking listen to him and just help and to quit treating him like a fucking drug addict. And he knew he was a drug addict. And, it does the whole fucking list of things, right? And so it was always that. And then, of course, home life. Because, I don't know, we got to work on them support systems.
Sure do.
They are very, very important at home. But so it was just a lot of stuff and everything. And beginning of 2017-ish, May, whatever, he started talking about his plan, his pact and what he would do if and da-da-da-da-da. And it just kept going on and more details and what he was doing and what was going to happen. And then the exact date, he's like, I'm doing it on Veterans Day. 11/11. I'm doing it. That's my day. Because they can go fuck themselves. The VA can know that this veteran was on that day. And I was like, Joel, shut up. No, you're not. You can't do that, bro. Like, you got kids. You got, a wife. Even if y'all don't fucking make it, you got kids.
Yeah.
I'm like, all your brothers, like us here. And I'm like, yeah, fuck them at the VA. They don't know what the fuck they're talking. They're all screwed up, too. Hence why we're all in the same fucking program. Like, what are they to judge? They can't say shit. They're just dumbasses because they don't want to fucking help. I'm like, that's their fault. I'm like, good, call them out. Call their fucking bullshit. That's what they're supposed to be doing. I was like, I'll go do it. I don't give a fuck. And he was like, no, so, so I don't need you to, He's like, they won't learn and da-da-da-da-da. And, well, come November 11th, November 10th, he leaves to go on a hunting trip, quote unquote, on his favorite mountain, Mount Adams, at his spot that he knows. He'll be back later, right? And that's what he said. I'm just going out for the day. I'll be back later. We didn't find him till November 24th. As unfortunately, that night, that early morning on November 11th in Mount Adams, there was a snowstorm. And where he sat down after he took whatever he did, the snow buried him. And we did not find him. It was a big deal. There's articles out there about him. You can look him up if you put him, Google and everything. And, they put the date as, November 24th and stuff. And when we went to his funeral, which that was my very first National Cemetery funeral was, December. And that's when the funeral was of 2017. But when we went there, and everything's walking away and you have your time and whatever, I just looked at him. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I know the day you did it. And I told you not to do it. But I hope you're in a better fucking place now. And that was my first experience with veteran suicide. It was one of my really good friends. And I took all of that information up until now. It's the first time I've ever told anybody that I knew his full plan. And I carried that guilt for a very long time. Until, like I said, I started researching what this advocacy thing was and what these organizations were doing and how that was helping. So I started getting into it, and
I started going and researching it and looking into it. And well, when you do that, you start then, rediscovering your own self. And that started happening. And I got asked to kind of be a part of this organization, and help them out and kind of grow because they liked my personality and they saw my growth and what was going on. And so I said, yeah, sure, and I started being a part of them and everything. And then I was asked, okay, hey, can you become my vice president? I need help. Like, I need help. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, where are you out of? What's going on? Well, he was out of South Carolina. And I was like, ooh, Carolinas, pretty. So we go to move to South Carolina, and this is beginning of 2023.
Okay.
It's a happy move. We're excited. We're a little drained because we did like East Texas, but we're excited. New adventure, and the Carolinas are beautiful. So we get there. We get all set up. I start working for this organization and everything. I get back into the VA myself. I was like, I haven't been in a while. I went through, my initial inpatient, outpatient, whole deal, and which was great. And it helped me through all of that situation to get me to my next level. I was like, but I'm feeling like I still need to go back. Like there's still more something there. So I start in and start going to that. Plus I'm doing, these advocacies. With this advocacy, there's bigger people out there than me that have done it for a little while, and they have great more knowledge and everything. And I'm just soaking this in. I'm soaking it in. And with the organization, I'm doing great work with that. And, we set up an event for, October of that year. Big thing out in Myrtle Beach, 5 speakers coming in, grab your ticket because it's an inclusive event, it's a private public event where, it is a ticketed, so you have to do, but everything, oh gosh, it just blows up. Everybody's, I want to go, da. So we're just crazy getting all that done. I'm in, services, mental health services and all that trying, but I'm not really focused, but just because I have more on my plate with the event. We go to this event and we put this on. I had in attendance 150, 175 people.
That's impressive. That's a good crowd.
Yeah, humbling. Very, very humbling. Very much a lot of work. But wow. And just the experience and what came from that put a spark in me to, man, girl, you got to dig deeper. Like there's something else. Like there, you got to dig deeper. There's more in here. So I did. And I started going, and not so much through the VA, but I started going to, the connections I had made. And I'm like, help, what do I do? And they're saying, have you ever done shadow work? The shadow.
What is shadow work?
So shadow work is going back and acting like you're sitting here on this couch and you're talking to yourself as a child. And you're answering, that child is going to answer those questions. So it's an inner stellar. It's a lot like EMDR, like they hit and they go into different areas depending on what your treatment plan is with that kind of treatment. Because it's a very intense treatment, but it's also kind of structured in the way that you need. Each individual is different. Shadow work, it goes just another level of everything. And I could say compare those because EMDR is very deep too.
Okay.
Very deep. But you have to be very willing, open, able to soak that EMDR in to feel that full experience. Shadow work is more of like an interview to yourself. So it's a little bit easier to kind of go, oh, I can interview myself. And rather than, you want me to do what? Pinpoint the exact moment of when, something made my brain not like that moment, and now it's a forever trigger in time for me. So that's the level.
Okay.
And it's, you know, it's all in your personal experience and stuff. Like I said before, I was so focused on, I just need to get through this moment of what just happened with me and, you know, my birth mother, focus on that. Went into shadow works and everything. And I started going and talking to other people about other stuff and all that. And, you know, and they talk about real bad about trauma repression. You know, when we've been so traumatized by an act that has happened to us, our brain represses it as like a coping mechanism to like protect ourselves.
Which it never happened.
Huh?
Like it never happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it never happened. Like you have an amnesia moment. And, you know, like I said, a lot of stuff was blocked out when I was a kid and all that because it was a very intense environment. And that's when, you know, I put 2 and 2 together about, you know, at 2 weeks old, I was told that I had to be taken to, you know, emergency department because I had bruising on my face because I was being suffocated because I was crying too much. I'm a 2-week-old baby, you know? And then again, just other factors of happening. I didn't really go back to a hospital or anything after that, but it brought out some things. You know, I remember an incident of, I was at, you know, my aunt's house, about 6 years old. We were down in the basement area. It was me, her boyfriend's son, and my 2 boy cousins who were younger than me. We were just down there all playing and everything. Well, you know, it opened up that her boyfriend's son molested me at 6 years old.
Jesus.
And I had repressed that back so far that I remember the act of me just going upstairs, but I don't remember what the act was for. If that made any sense. Yeah. Like, I don't remember why I did it until I was able to open up and go, holy shit. We were down in the basement in the bedroom and we were, you know, playing a game and he was like, it's okay. And for me laying down, I was 6 years old and then he starts touching on me. You know, and then lays on top of me like, what? Well, that's not okay. And then once, you know, he was on top, no, you know, and that's when I ran upstairs. That's what happened.
And you'd repressed.
And I had repressed all of that. All of it. You know, because there was so much other stuff going on in my childhood and in my life that, yes, this incident is huge. But because of also the grooming I have went through, what I had seen, you know, within my family and what they had been around and involved in and all of that. Anyway, unfortunately, that act that was done wasn't an out of an ordinary thing to happen around, if that makes sense. Like, it was, because when, you know, I went upstairs and I said, you know, what had happened, and they were like, okay, and what do you mean? You know, like, they were like, is he gonna, just don't do that anymore. You know, kind of like a brush off. Jeez. You don't need to be doing that. It's not what we, you know, okay. So it's, you know, it wasn't talked about. Hush, hush. So yeah, you know, that was hard to get through. I was like, oh, fuck. That answered a lot of questions of why I'm so, you know, I don't want to sound fucking overflamboyant, but I understand I am a beautiful woman. I have very good mixed of genes. My parents did. Both of them are very beautiful beings as well. So I was just blessed. You know, my whole family is a very good looking family. I just got blessed. It's really hard also to be a beautiful woman. Because when you walk into a room, that's all they see. Men are very visual beings. They like what they see in front of them. That is what attracts them. That is the only, it's the visual for them. There are very few, and more so now since, you know, we're able to start talking and get everything out, that will go on a deeper, intimate level of being more emotional, you know, with a woman. When you are a beautiful woman and you are around a group of men, they do not think you are intelligent. So you get treated as such. That is where I learned that you will listen to me because I am very intelligent and you're going to shut up. Because just because I have a pretty face does not mean I don't have a brain. And that's very disrespectful and I don't like it. So that's where my little bit of, intimidation attitude comes from. Because I was always suppressed of speaking what I actually knew because I had a pretty face. Okay. Not a lot of people understand that. They're like, oh, it's fine. No, like you literally get treated like a valley girl. Like you're an airhead just because you're pretty. That hurts. It hurts.
Yeah.
So, I'm learning all of this. This is opening up new realms, It's a lot. I continue on, 2023, we had the event. Everything is great. Wonderful event. Nothing but positive feedback, all the videos in the world. Like TikTok was nothing but my event going on forever. Awesome. Right after that, we start planning the next one, October 2024, sweet, same time, get you, this is where it be, get your stuff. You're busy in that. I met a guy beginning of 2024, started dating him and, was doing good, doing well with it and everything. When you get into a relationship with somebody who is a good person, you learn a lot more about yourself. So I start digging, again, back into myself and everything. And just really started learning who to put the blame on, what I was responsible for, what I could and could not change for myself. I can't change anybody else. I can only do myself.
That's right.
Really just started digging and started bringing, everything to a forefront, what I had just, came across in my, repressed memory scenes and, just with everything coming up and my attitude, my anger, of course, all that always comes up, when you're trying to go through something and, I'm working on myself, doing great, relationship is going good. Come December of 2020, we have our event, October 24, same turnout, great event, 150, 175 people show up, everything's smooth, it goes through. Unfortunately though, within this time, while we're doing all of this, I now experience, to my lifetime, a second veteran suicide. Actually, I'm sorry, he was not a veteran. He was enlisted. He was still enlisted. He was a kid. He was 21 years old. Grew up bad life. He was the nephew to the president of the organization I was working. So we knew him. We were around him. Him and my oldest daughter fell in love and they were dating actually for a little while. Unfortunately, he had his own demons from childhood and he had to work through, and my daughter was trying, but she's not, advocate stance. She doesn't know how to help, right. That's not her forte. She'll be there, but she doesn't know what to do. Like you have to help yourself and type thing. And, she was trying to be there for him and trying to do that. But unfortunately, his demons and all of that he had going on got the best of him. He did his very last phone call, and it's on recording, was to my daughter. So, yeah, because right after he called her, I got a text 20 minutes later that said he was gone. Demons are a bitch. They are. It's crazy because there are signs. There are definite fucking signs. If somebody is an alcoholic or they're over drinking, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
That's not normal. You need to say, hey, are you okay? And no, you're not. Because this, having to function with a drink, that's not normal. Or somebody who's overdosing on pills because they're doing too much of that's not normal. Like, come on, get your fucking heads out of your asses and realize that the person that is around you, yeah, there's something wrong. You can tell. I don't like the fucking saying, well, there's no sign. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
There are definite fucking signs, especially if you love that person. You can tell. There is mannerism shifts. If you can't, then you need to, either step away and just say, that's not my forte, or learn how to do it if you really care.
Yeah.
Because we're not gonna reach out. There are some of us that don't, but our mannerisms do change. So it's it's passion in it, because I would bring up, him and his stuff, especially he was dating my daughter, and I was trying to say something, but nobody was listening. I wasn't close with him. Why? He was with my daughter and they weren't doing well. Well, I'm on daughter's side.
Yeah.
So, that was rough. We put on, full dedication for him, of course, at the ceremony or at our event. Sorry. We did a ceremony within it and, of course he got honored and he was there, but just crazy. You're really looking into yourself when shit like that happens.
Me too.
And I've just, been growing since. I unfortunately got sick in December 2024. Had a really bad abscess tooth. Kind of went out of commission for a little while. Came to the decision that me and the president, that organization, it wasn't working out. There was some controversy that happened within. He wasn't completely honest. Wouldn't reveal some stuff. Just, it was shady. And I, as a board member, vice president, turned it in as I was supposed to, according to bylaws and federal bylaws. If there's something going on, you report it.
Right.
I did, and I shut it all down. And I said, that's not how this works. That hurt, though. That was kind of my project, my baby, the thing I had done for 2 years. But, I was sick. I had to take care of my health. So I had to refocus on that. Had to end up, unfortunately, getting 3 teeth pulled. One of the abscess, 2 others. It just went through hell. Went on vacation, first time down in Florida. Went down by the Orlando area, fell in love with Florida, had a great, great time. I was like, okay, it was a great reset from what had just happened. Unfortunately, when I get back to to South Carolina, this was May 2025 area. I'm sitting outside, I'm smoking on my green, doing my thing. Dude comes over. We're in an apartment complex. His dog defecates, and I'm like, yo, he goes to go walk off, and I'm like, yo, bro, can you pick that up? Live in an apartment complex, kind of the rules. Smart ass mouth that I have. It is what it is. He get cops like full on attitude and calling me names, and I'm like, well, all right. I'm sorry you're in a shitty mood over some shit. Being funny, whatever, dude. I'm just tired of, stepping in other people's dog shit. I go, I'm sitting in my car. I close my door back, to where my foot's kind of like sitting on the edge and it's just kind of chilling against my foot. He comes back, to come and pick up his dog shit. Thank you, sir. But for whatever fucking reason, in his mind, it flipped. And he proceeds to shove the bag of dog shit against my car door, which then proceeds to slam my foot in between my car door and my car. I have an immediate reaction because pain.
Yeah.
I take my car door, use it as a fucking weapon, push him back. He steps back for me to get out of the car so he's not, hurting my foot anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? I had my hands up. Like, are you good? He shoves me into my car. I don't know if you've seen my car out there, but the back passenger door's got a big old dent in it. That's my body mark from being pushed in by a 6'5" 280-pound dude.
Jeez.
I'm a scrapper. You just triggered me. You hit me not once but twice now. I let you. And I went to go and right clock him. He backed down and, kind of was stumbling a little bit. So I quote unquote monkey backed him and put him in a fucking headlock, and he was going down whenever I finally, it was a couple minutes later when I was screaming for the boyfriend to come out to come help me. And the boyfriend goes, I didn't know what the fuck to do. You already had him down. So I was like, hey, trauma's a bitch,
Wow.
But yeah, just put me into a total shock. What the fuck just happened to me? What's going on? So, brought up some more stuff. Anger started getting, unfortunately, that wound up being one of the factors, along with many others, of ending that relationship. He had his own controversies and all that too that he didn't tell me about. But anyway, so I had to move up to where I'm currently at. So this is July, August-ish of 2025. When I got sick, I had to move in with a boyfriend because I couldn't work, lost all my stuff, and it was just easier. Unfortunately, when everything happened, I have to move out. It's his place.
Yeah.
I have a great, amazing, over-the-top world group of friends that have been my solid rocks for the past 4 or 5 years. They obviously knew what was going on, what was happening. One of my closest sisters, she lives up in the Eastern Kentucky area, and she's like, come up here. I've got an extra room. You can help me out. I need your help. You have, amazing skills that you know how to do on, restoring houses and stuff and all of this. And, you may not know everything, but, we'll fix that. Whatever. I just need your help.
We can YouTube it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. No, we were about to YouTube to clean and fix her shower. But I said, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Scared, anxious, fuck, but thank God all my kids are out of, the house by this time.
Yeah.
I have, they're older. They've moved out. My youngest daughter, she's graduating high school early. So she's doing her stuff, she's moving on with life. And I'm like, then go live your life. I'm holding you back, whatever. And so glad on that, it was just me and everything. But crazy, anxious, whatever, I kind of slooped down back into kind of a depressive anger state for a little while. Man, my roommate, Jess, she's a really cool chick. And, she leads with love. And I really needed that. So, been learning a lot from her. Been learning a lot from my friends. Just opening up, kind of telling them more. Hence why I'm here. Because I've noticed when you find those really, really good group of people who... no matter what you do, what you say, as long as you take the accountability of, oh, I fucked up, or, oh, that's probably not what I needed to do, or, as long as you are putting in that try, they're gonna be there. They're gonna help.
That's right.
They're gonna support and just be not the most non-judgmental, loving, supportive, positive, maybe a little harsh, because you need to be, because they aren't enablers. That is the key too. Don't find the people that are just going to agree with you. You don't want that group. You want them people who, when you express something and you wanting advice or an opinion on it, they're going to give you a couple, not just one.
Yeah.
They'd be like, hey, so here's this and here's how I can tie it into my stuff. And, this is kind of what I did. But, I've heard other people talk about how this has happened, and that. that broad spectrum of individualities within a group itself is a beautiful, beautiful healing tool.
Yeah.
Very much needed, very much respected. And that's what I'm trying to do now out in this community. I put it on my best friend, a motto that I promised him, that I always make sure that if you come across my path and you kind of hear some of my story and you kind of wonder, well, yeah, she's a little rough and she's got her walls and there's something definitely happened to that girl. And, I don't know what it is because she doesn't really open up, but man, she's got a good spirit and she's really happy. And the way that, she just allows people to just shine, brings their shine, who they are and their purpose out, and how she's just, I never put nobody down. I'm not going to do that. Now, if you have a bad character and your characteristics and your actions within, oh yeah, I'll 100% call you out on your bad actions.
Yeah.
But I'm never going to put you down as a person, whether that be looks or your thoughts or your opinions or any of that. Because that's within your own. It's really, how you treat other people. But, the motto that I live by and I put out there is my message is never alone. You're never alone. There is always somebody out in this world of 8 fucking billion, however many people we have, that may not have gone down the same path as you, but they are so very, very similar that it is mind-boggling crazy.
That's right.
We talk about, y'all that y'all that went to combat, us that did not. Okay, but us that went through, say, how about some of us that grew up inner city? I don't know. A lot of people don't know inner city culture unless you have actually lived inner city culture. Inner city culture is a war zone. They're war zones. You are on your side. You are flying colors. It's that's combat here at home. Why wouldn't somebody who grew up in an inner city war zone not have this same or similar, side effects, PTS and all of that a combat veteran? They're walking the streets not knowing. They're watching their backs too.
Yeah.
They're looking around. They're they got food over here that their family has. Yeah, well, that dude might just go steal it. Like, it's very, very similar, when, you're downrange or something and stuff's going on and it's action. We want to associate it with our first responders. Well, great thing is, emergency department. You ever been in an inner city emergency department? Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. They have anything and everything.
Oh yeah, they see it.
Yes. That's PTSD. That's not normal for another human being to experience or to see. That's like, so there's that association. So, we really, really need to start looking at how really similar we are and how great that we can be for each other, just as long as we keep putting in that try. And, my other saying that I have is BYOR, bring your own respect. Don't come in there acting like, oh, I'm big and bad and I did this and it. Okay, and great. What's wrong with you? Because there's something wrong with all of us. So what's wrong with you?
That's right.
So, it's just open up your minds, guys, gals, everybody. I went through some shit. I went through a lot of evil that unfortunately I did not ask for. I did not want. That was not what my grand scheme of every time, I dropped to my knees or I cussed out. And yes, I have cussed out God. He treat me like I'm there. Okay, cool. I don't fucking like you right now.
Yeah.
And what the hell are you doing this for me? Fuck you, dude. This isn't cool. Why do I have to go through this? I wanted, a mom that I could go to and go do stuff with or get advice from, or, hey, I just had a baby. And, you sit here and you see all these people and they're so excited and they put all this stuff in. I would love to have had that.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. But you know what? I didn't get that. That's okay. That's cool. You know, unfortunately, because of what I came from and what I did, my kids experienced some of that because I did want to change, but unfortunately, because I didn't have the tools to change, they went through some stuff too. But, you know, and that's why I went and got, you know, all the help and everything and still doing it. Yeah. Because unfortunately, I've also found out we can't stop. There is no timeline of, oh, well, now you're healed. No, you will never be healed. You will always be healing.
Yeah.
We have been reprogrammed, and there is never going to be a chance for us to go back to who we ever were or ever could be or ever never got the chance to be. That's not going to happen. We have to figure out now.
That's right.
So, and it just putting all that concept together and living it each day now and just reminding that you can still be funny. You can still love people. You can still show them respect. You can still, you know, you're still going to have the anger. I'm still angry. Yeah. So angry. But I've learned where to direct that anger. And so when I get angry, I cuss out my birth mom because it's her fucking fault. Or I cuss out, you know, one of my ex-husbands because it was his fucking fault. Did I have parts in that? Yeah. And I take my blaming in that, you know, have a smart ass mouth. You know, I got a little cocky, little attitude. You know, I don't put up with a whole bunch of shit. Even though I was in a very abusive relationship, I still was myself to a point of knowing where I could stretch it so I wouldn't, you know, push him to his level of me getting hurt. But you know, that was my attitude. That's how I have been programmed. I've always been that type. So there's nothing wrong with that. I've just needed to kind of tweak it a little bit so it's not so poking the bear in wrong situations. But yeah, you know, so now here I am. Beginning of 2026. It was the end of 2025, beginning of 2026. You know, I had walked away from, you know, advocacy and helping with nonprofits and kind of doing that. Took my little break. But man, I'm around a lot of good people and they do some good stuff and they have their nonprofits and they do that. So now here I am and I'm just going to events, showing up. I will volunteer. I will help you out in minimal aspects because I don't want to run the show anymore. I don't want to do that. I just want to be here and make people laugh and smile and, you know, let them know that, hey, you're the introvert sitting over there in the corner, but, you know, I'm the introvert extrovert that sees you and I'm going to walk over and say, hey, what are you doing? And bring you into the crowd, make you feel comfortable, let you know you're never alone.
That's right.
So I'm getting back into it. You know, the event that we talked about, I was just here for Nautical Salute, Heroes in the Sky, Phoebe for 22. You know, that's just 3 of them that I know of. There's tons more out there, doing great stuff. You know, they're all over the place. Do some researches, find them, see the ones that are really, you know, open and honest about what they're doing, and they'll show you all their stuff. And it's not just about them, you know, the ones running it. It's about what they can do for others.
That's right.
You know, get out there and help and go to these events. Get out. Anxiety is a bitch, and yes, you're going to have it. And, you know, there might be a little bit, but I can guarantee you that every single person that I have known that has gone to one of my events, and this last event, nothing but positives, nothing but fucking, oh my gosh, this is exactly what we need. And, you know, just gaining that knowledge and that camaraderie is, that is a stronghold for us that we really, really, really need to work on.
Yeah.
And I think if we start really focusing and working on that, and really, anybody can put on an event.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing. You don't even have to pay for shit. Hey, guess what? Veterans of the area, we're going to this park today. How about we all meet up? Okay. That's it. Literally it. But it takes somebody to start it.
Yeah.
So, you know, we need those people to start it. And I guarantee once we start it, I mean, there's another guy that I've come across on TikTok. He's up in the Idaho area right now, and that's exactly what he did.
he said, hey, I need to get some veterans together. What's going on? And, it was rough at first, because it takes a minute for everybody to kind of catch on and hear about it. But dude, now I think they have like a group of up to 40.
Nice.
Yeah. 40 individuals that had no fucking clue about each other or whatever. Maybe some of them did, whatever. Yeah. But now they all get together and now they're all, making sure and checking in on each other and doing like that. So I'm so for it. I'm out here. I'm still learning more about myself. I'm still, letting go of a lot of the anger. I'm still in therapy. I will always be in therapy. It is a thing. It is what it is. I do different kinds of therapies. I love to ground myself. I love to go hiking. Grounding is you just become in nature. You sit down on the grass or sit against a tree. You ground yourself with earth, with Mother Nature. Yeah. You get out. You go hike. You go to the beaches, not to go and enjoy to sit out and suntan. No, to stand on that beach, to look out in the horizon and remember how, significant you are to be in a world like this.
That's right.
You got chosen to be in this amazing world. And I really recommend that. I really, and that's your time with God, with whatever you believe in as a higher power, with whatever, yourself, anything to put your mindset into just the vastness of beauty that this world has to offer outside of societal realms.
That's right. Wow. Cooper, your story is absolutely amazing, and you truly are a beautiful human. I cannot thank you enough for coming and spending the time to share it with us. Do me a favor, how do we get in touch with you? So for the audience at home that wants to tribe up with you and be part of the Coop train, how do they reach you?
Yeah, I'm on all social medias. You can find me. My TikTok is Coop _ I think it's DGAF, which don't give a fuck. That's how I live. Well, I really don't give a fuck. I do. It's just, yeah. So, you can find me on that. My first and last name is Carean Cooper. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram under that. I think I have other socials, but I don't know if I remember if I'm still activated. I kind of go here and there.
We'll throw some links in the description.
Yeah.
Try to help them find you. And then as far as recommendations, if I'm finding myself kind of alone in the social media space and TikTok's, what kind of my forte, how would you recommend me finding my veteran tribe, or maybe not even veteran, but just like-mindedness tribe?
Scroll your FYP, go into the lives. Start scrolling lives, go into them. If you want some great contacts, anything, reach out to me. I'm a very, very open person. I will talk to anybody. Do not be crude in my comments or DMs, because I am also a woman who has no problem setting you into a place. That's not what I'm here for. That's not the type of girl I am.
Yeah.
I'm here for resources, advocacy, and to get you a help. And I'm very professional about that. And I try to keep it that way. From, of course, that there does, relationships do form, turn to friendships. I'm not a dater. Sorry, guys. If you are, if you do spark my interest, be very lucky. It's just how I've become, from what I've went through. Unfortunately, that is my boundary. I'm very particular in to whom my attention goes to. So, and that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. I am
boundaries, right?
Yep. My worth is worthy of being worth it. And if you can't see that, you're not worth my time.
That's right.
So, I am more than welcome to get you in touch with anybody, get you resources that you need. I mean, you've had some situations here that have happened and you were going through and they, BSing you through the VA, and I'm like, what is? And I had you explain, and I'm like, boop, 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 boop. There you go.
You're awesome. Absolutely. You're a wealth of knowledge and resources. So
that's what I want to do.
If you do need help, obviously Coop's here. Always reach out. And guys, thanks for watching, and don't forget to cherish the day.
For real. See ya.
Thank you so much.